just powers the monster within me. I'll always be yours, so before I fall, I make sure I'm taking you with me. Yeah, I should be praying for all of my enemies to keep giving me all of their energy. I'm everything that they can never be, everything that you will never be. Champion, I'm never gonna stop, I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like the champion. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna stop, 'cause I'm a champion. Oh, oh, 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 I'm a champion.
Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raising the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. if you had my life. Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better burst your pipes.
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. On the board, it's a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in a place where I'm supposed to be. Faith like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Cameras that surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't fall. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this.
Now, I ain't never been for the small talk. Knock it out the ballpark. Walk off, walk on, ayy. Something missing from the boss dog. Bar soft, kinda glitchy. Looking like you need an upgrade. Say,
we don't quit, we don't fall. If we leave, we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with the hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence.
I know we on the way.
Gotta know we on the way.
Yeah, it's time to make a play.
Swear it's time to make a play.
Let me tell the world the truth.
Gotta tell the world something.
Hard times never stay.
Hard times never stay.
Put in that work, yeah. No giving up for real, you know the deal. It's written in stone, we stay going strong, they already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina, put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax, it's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof, it's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bring in this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in
the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong. You already on. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. That right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. That right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. That right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Single time, I'm on top of the scoreboard. Got nothing to lose, so you know I'm down to die for it. About to take flight, call me Luke, cause I skywalk. I don't play around, I get to it, skip the dialogue. Low management, what is that? No days off. In my own lane, cast away, all I know is ball. We are not the same, not at all, you need to knock it off, yeah. MVP, that's the go call, yeah. Every time I do it, I make them applaud, yeah. I'm an underdog, I rip it apart, yeah. I go for the kill when it's time for war.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
My dreams, selling while I'm moving upstream. So that when I get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring. Can I been blowing up, growing up, Going up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, better think twice. No, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do with a street life? Try to tell her, come and follow my flow, but they ain't really follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no it cannot control. RMG, get the name. Down with the gang, gang, gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes. Lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Got a name, you should know. CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game. That's a lab like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist. I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, which our ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, I watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson. Ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew.
I'm going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
It's getting hot in here, no summer. Whole team going dumb in here, no dumber. Belly aching, got that hunger. If we going OT, I'll go under. Running gun, this gun without no gunner. But my squad a pack of hunters. All in the family, no Archie Bunker. Chop a team down like a stack of lumber. Run the pipe on them, no plumber. Jersey stripe, you know my number. Check the score, you know the sum up. Another win, we never run up. Been around and on the come up. Putting work sun up to sun up.
I'm going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Still going and going. Energizer. Never beef on the court, but I keep a tenderizer. Case of temper gets short and need a rectifier. But you ain't seen my support, all my troops ride or diers. Lord is my side, yeah, we got that holy fire. We bring it in and every game court look like a fry. Kingdom of God, hail to the empire. Whole team feeling alive, no amplifier.
I'm going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. Going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run them out in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my dream, just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it all yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning all yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like give me mine yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. Spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Welcome to VCT EMEA Challengers Week 5. The final day of the group stage is here. We have 2 series left to play before it's all eyes to the playoffs and finding out which teams make it to Masters in Copenhagen. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on the desk by, I'm going to call this a team. I'm going to call it a composition that never fails. It works every single time.
Who's the duelist?
I'm not. The initiator. You can be the duelist. You can be. I'll be the initiator. You be the Yoru. How about that? I'll be the Shao to your angel.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Lothar and Kaquka, of course. Are you excited? You ready for the final day?
Yeah, exactly. I cannot believe that we already made it through the 5 weeks. So I'm very excited for today, especially because of that first match.
Yeah, and you were like working 6 weeks so far, right? Out of 5. So
I like your T-shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Carlos has to be present even when the match for the G2 is like, you know. They need the support, let's say like that.
Okay, I absolutely appreciate it. All right, before we look ahead to what's to come, let's take a look at some of the top players from our 7 Valorant regional leagues.
Çok büyük artık. Oku nereye atacak? Plant alınıyor. Oo, plant'ı açığa alıyorlar mı? Biraz omuzu görünüyordu. Bu arada Toven yakalanacak. Ardından Ayruh'u da buldu. Krax. 3 oyuncu da kendisi yakaladı. Asistler de var. Kiminin verdiği hasarlı.
2 para 3, parece imposible, Uri.
Lo tienen muy complicado, se cae la cortina, apertura de Gacha, acá con el primero, solo Lowell, acaba con Gacha, es un 1 para 2 ahora del capitán, le tienen encerrado, 45 puntos de vida, están aislados los jugadores de Rebels, lo podría conseguir Lowell, acaba con Lichi, mano a mano.
نعمة مونر وروك في بوزيشن صعبة ما تفكرش ان هو ممكن يجيب الكلاتش. شكل الفلاش بيك هيوج منه، يقدر يجيب الاول. توريت موجودة ان يقدر يجيب اللي على الهيفن، ممكن احتمالية كلاتش كوادرا كيل وروك يا روك 3-0.
Wenn du keinen Kill gibst, bist du halt nur gegen die Pistols ansonsten. Und die Wall wird noch nicht rausgeholt. Direkter Kontakt. Ja, das sieht nicht ganz so sicher aus. Jetzt aber Leon. 1, 2, 3. Wunderbar hin und her geflickt. Also das war wirklich gut reagiert in dem Moment. Positions nochmal gewechselt. 8 Schuss overall. 4 Kills für ihn. Blitzen hilft ihm da quasi nochmal. Das war wirklich
sehr, sehr hervorragend. Das war saftig, saftig. Tué par Akuma. Ok, agression du côté du Hamel avec un ultime d'Akuma. Contact qui va pouvoir... Oh oui, oui. La même qui a été envoyée par I+, la flash. On était complètement désorientés, c'est le cas de dire. Akuma, va chercher ton mec, c'est du 4v1.
Eliminacją, świetne blastpaki, a Kacpi teleportuje się na sam środek okna w kurce. Jeszcze walczy klasykiem, jeszcze tam chyba nawet odprysknął w głowę gdzieś Hiczowi. Jak on ugrywa taką sytuację!
Still, it's a 2 versus 4 situation, and Lions, they might even be tempted to save, and now definitely Neela, good for 1. 3 more to find, swinging in close. Personal, gonna drop Monstrum. There's definitely a backbone to this as Waddle. He's low on HP, and a lockdown to come through. Actually, that could now start to fare something different. Neela on for the quad. Can he find it? He's just waiting for the lockdown to work in his favour. He's waiting for the overextension, and he'll find it, Neela. That is stunning. What a round from him. Has he got time? I think he just about does. It's going to be very close, but I'm more or less think he might just have it, and he does. Quad clutch for Neela. 1 versus 4. The lockdown is perfectly executed. Lines up to 8. That is sumptuous.
I'm not gonna lie, that the last clutch was pretty nice. He isolated all the kills into 1v1s and waited for the lockdown. It was pretty nice.
I always complain that when Spain is not top place, but we actually do not make a lot of mistakes, so there's not a lot of opportunities to clutch. Also, the fact that regional leagues are seeing Phoenix and we're not, especially with the combos that we're seeing with Fade, you know, it makes me kind of sad, but we'll see in the future.
I mean, that Fade Phoenix combo with the C's and the Molly is actually very effective because they both share the same trajectory. So when you throw them, you can just do the same lineup,
yeah.
and it's exactly the same. Like, you know, it works exactly the same.
Well, if you're not checking out the regional leagues, What are you waiting on? Get involved. It's amazing stuff. All right, let's look back on day 2, shall we? It was a long day yesterday, but...
What do you mean?
In a good way, right? I mean, we all got a little bit of sleep before today, but, you know, we had we had two very interesting series, starting with, of course, Guild's undefeated run coming to an end at the hands of Na'Vi.
Yeah, exactly. We came in with a lot of expectations, especially for Guild after the performance that we saw last week, but it's Na'Vi is going to go to that third map for sure. And starting off here on this Icebox, I know that Lothar was extremely impressed by Leo's performances on Reyna, but it's good to see that overall in the series, even though SSK was not the fragger that we highlighted him to be at the beginning of the show, it was, for example, Dino picking up that role and actually the rest of the team stepping up to secure them another win.
And also both teams, you know, those are the slowest team in our competition. Na'Vi is the slowest, Guild is the second slowest, and there were moments where both of those teams were swapping up the tempo and it actually was catching the other team off guard, but when they are playing their own trademark style, they countered each other perfectly. Guild, I think they didn't plant the spike in time for like 6 times.
Yeah. It was insane on that sense. On that second map, I believe that it was actually that timer called in from Guild telling Trex, hey, can you just go and get the first kill? So not only they have to think of the time, they also need to think that this is a 5v4.
And after that, it was time for Focus fans to rejoice. After coming close several times throughout these group stages, they finally picked up their first VCT victory against OG London Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the first one and the last one just this year. But it was very beautiful to watch. Again, another 3 mapper that we got. We had some fun here on the desk speculating of what it was going to be. Of course, the highlight of the day has to be Yugi. I think that overall he was getting stronger and stronger, like a boss in some other games, getting stronger every map. Finishing with how many was it?
42 kills on the final.
Crazy.
Yeah. And the performance, I think he had an ace, 2 4Ks. He had a 1v4.
This one is actually pretty funny though. That double kill. You know, yesterday I was the super fan of Focus, and I said that we were a little bit unlucky. There were situations like that, you know. But in general, this match was very electric to watch because there's a lot of heroics involved and a lot of different utility pieces as well being used.
They did deserve that win, didn't they? You've got to admit it, right?
For sure. And it was fun to watch, especially you know on the third one.
Lothar.
Hey, what's up?
Where should we go? What do you think? Should we go
Is it the...
Oh, it's time, baby.
Corner? Am I...
Managed to the corner.
Okay, I'm going to the corner. All right. So we have something from yesterday from Focus. First, I wanted to showcase very basic but synergetic utility being used by Focus. They have 3 agents, Breach, Raze, and Neon, that synergize very well together. And this is a very good example, even though it's very simple. Now, Breach is going to use the Aftershock to negate the plan in the first place, which makes the Sage to go in the other corner, which is now straight up in the open. You can see the Pain Chill stun from Neon combo just deletes the person in that spot, which is a very nice example because now you know how to use the very basic utility. But this is actually an interesting clip because Yugi here has a ghost. So if you're new to the game, I wanted to show this because you might not know this. The ghost has a suppressor. Every gun with the suppressor can shoot through smokes and not showcase any traces, right? And this is important here because the plant is in a spot which is exactly in the corner. That means that the player that is defusing can only be sitting in this spot or where he is sitting. That means you can just get a ping from your teammates, you can shoot through the smokes, no one knows where you're shooting from, and you get an easy kill. Here Yugi goes for the high risk, lower reward pick and just gets 2 anyway, which is nice. But also, this is a round that I'm actually very happy to showcase because it shows what is the role of a lurker in a team. And this is a round where Focus are going into B. Now they hear a lot of defenses utility being used. They change their mind and they are going into A through the spawn. Now the problem is that there's a rotation happening, but fortunately for them, there's Bucher in front of B in Arcade right here. Oh, that's a big circle. Anyway, Bucher gives the info about the rotations, and because of that, you can see the players going back to B. Now, unfortunately for Bucher, there's gonna be a little bit of friendly fire, which is not something that you say often in this game, because look how this neon wall works. It literally creates a one-way for Boo, and now he's able to spot Bucher here behind the wall and get an easy kill with a classic. Otherwise, this round would have been perfect for focus, and I also like how it showcases the communications in the team, how they are important when it comes to rotations, having that role as a lurker to make sure that you have a chance of catching your opponents off guard.
You're walking back to me, and this just looks like Jack Nicholson on The Shining.
Yeah, actually.
Where's my axe? Where's my axe? You know?
Can you button that up? You're scaring me a little bit.
What about that?
All right, let's take a look at the standings. You don't want to see what I'm seeing right now. The standings going into our final play day here. Now, of course, there are plenty of positions locked in. We are at the very dying embers of this process. However, there's still room for movement, Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly, especially on Group B. On Group A, actually, it depends on what happens later on the day between Fnatic and G2 for where OG is going to be standing. But as you said, on Group B, the important is that Navi, even though it's on the 3rd place right now, they cannot be moving on to playoffs because in the case of a tiebreaker, they would never be the winners of such. So all eyes on what's going to happen between Big and BBL.
So for us, Lothar, as fans who just want something to really get stuck into here today, that space at the top there in the playoff bracket is a beautiful thing.
That is a lot of pressure on everyone involved. Like, I don't think they were under that amount of pressure ever.
Ever again. No. You're talking about a team that thought that was fighting just for LCQ.
Now, there was... Will you stop? A few days ago, there was a tweet that, you know, got a lot of Valorant fans excited. You know which one I'm talking about, right? Here it is. Now, everybody was speculating as to what this means. And let's be honest, we don't know anything more than you watching at home, right? What do you think it means, Kaquka?
I mean, I think it means a map. It reminds me of some of the things that we've seen before in video games and movies, you know, something underwater. I love how colorful the buildings are, the water even under the water. And that's Portuguese, right?
I wanted to ask you, I don't know. Is that Portuguese?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, no, thank you. Carlos, what do you think? I don't know.
Oh my God. Now, I think that you guys know what it takes to make if it is a map, you know what it takes to make a good map, right?
No,
I think
sometimes. It depends. I think I'm better at judging when I don't like it. Like, I'm that kind of bad at criticizing.
All right, well, both of them have tried to design their perfect map, starting with Kaquka. So, over to you, Ian and Kaquka at the Telestrator. Thanks, Ian. I'll tell you what, I'm not sure about those guys.
There's so many of us in the studio today.
Too many.
It's so weird.
Too many. All right, so Kaquka, here's the deal. You've got 2 minutes exactly to design your perfect mini-map. Are you ready for this? Are you any good at drawing?
I'm terrible, okay? I can barely write, so, okay, I'll try my best. Thinking about what I can see the new map being, we saw something kind of an undercity water, something like Rapture City.
Oh, the timer's going, right? The production has just started. Let's go.
Just like that, this underwater city also on Naboo. Let's see. So I want circles and tubes.
Circles and tubes.
Put like, I'm gonna put like I assume that this is going to be mid. I'm going to assume that the spawns are not here, and I want to see at least one of the sides has to be, let's put it circular, okay? And I want it to have 2 entrances.
Okay.
This is gonna look a little bit like Breeze, but I want a tube to go from here and another one to go straight onto the spawn. Then maybe a tube that connects both
Lots
of
of
this.
Tubes.
Yeah, lots of tubes and just underwater. I want.
It's like a water park, right?
Yeah, exactly. I want water falling from. I mean, not falling, but I want like trial.
You better keep drawing. We're running out of time here. Come on.
I'm on it. And then I would like them to have maybe 2 different heights. This is terrible. I do not know how to draw this.
1 minute left, just so you know.
This is very complicated.
I'm confused.
I want to see maybe a park on this one. I know that there's always obstacles on the side, so I'm going to design this one as this is water trails, okay, and then you can plant maybe all around this area.
I mean, as Kaquka goes along, chat, just feel free to comment on if you'd like to play on this map.
It looks a lot like Breeze now that I think about it, but it makes a lot of sense. I would like for here to be like a huge ramp. Like I want a little bit of 2 levels, you know, and I want all those tubes to be connecting to be one of the top here, maybe one.
26 seconds.
And another. I think that's it.
You finished?
It looks a lot like Breeze. I don't know why. I hate that map.
So are you happy with? Is this the end product? I mean, you've got some finishing touches.
The thing is, I don't know how to draw heights, but I would like
10
to
seconds.
have maybe
8,
one up here,
7,
some stairs,
6,
no ropes on this one. I would
5,
maybe one rope
4,
in this tube that connects
3,
both of them. This has
2,
been terrible. I'm so sorry
1.
to waste your time.
Circles and tubes. That's what we got, guys. Kaquka, I love it. Are you happy with it?
No, and I hope that the devs do not care about whatever it is that I just did here.
All right, back to you on the desk, Ian. All right, thanks, Ian. I'm really confused. I was really confused by that, but I think Lothar should have a go himself, right? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to toss over to Ian and Lothar, who are standing by at the Telestrator desk. Thanks, Ian. I really don't like that Lothar guy.
Yeah, same.
It does my head. Right, you got 2 minutes. Are you ready to design your own map?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. No pressure. I'm going to count you down from 2 minutes. Production are going to bring up a clock, and you can begin your mission. Here we go. Let's get it.
Okay, so I think it's gonna be like the entire map is gonna be under a dome. Okay. I think that's gonna be it. And then we have just one side to get the spike. So there's no AB, no ABC, just A. You know.
Circles is a theme here. Could come with a circle too.
So. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're gonna have like spheres all around, and then it's gonna be like a maze, and you're gonna have like to enter like this maze, and you're gonna have like different kind of corridors all around.
Quite complex then, right?
Yes, I think so. And there are gonna be waterfalls.
Right, yep.
I don't know how to
Where
do
they're gonna be, you
here.
gotta draw some waterfalls. You can't just say there's gonna be waterfalls.
Okay.
You need to see them visually.
Definitely waterfalls all around the map.
Yeah.
You know, all around the map.
Yeah, that was
maybe even.
What's that?
I don't know. I don't know what's that. That's just. I'm gonna delete it.
Okay. All right. You've got 56 seconds on the clock to finish this beautiful map. I like the way it started out, though. To be fair.
Where do I put the spawns? So one spawn is gonna be here. This is gonna be attackers.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna put a second spawn here. There's gonna be defenders.
This is actually a really nice map.
And they're gonna have to approach the map from two different sides.
34 seconds. Don't panic.
No, it's okay. I think it's okay. You know, like I'm gonna put a waterfall here as well, and a waterfall here as well. Everyone knows what does this mean, right?
So Kaquka had some tubes in there. She had some like water slides going on. Do you not want any of that?
Nah, that's for kids.
Okay. All right. Shots fired.
This is an adult's game.
All right. Okay.
You know, not a children's game. But
10,
orbs,
9,
orb here and
8,
orb here.
7, 6. You finished? 5. Sure.
And
4.
since
You've
it's
got
an
3
adult
seconds.
game, there's also a sun.
There's also a sun. I really like that. That's good. Let's go back to the desk to pick it apart. Thanks, Ian and Lothar. That was good fun. I mean, do you think Lothar won there, Kaquka? I'm not sure.
I mean, I think it looks interesting, but you took too much inspiration from Attack on Titan. So, yeah, I'm going to call you out on that one. But I actually really like it. I think it will be fun and different. I don't know how the maze was going to look. It's just 2 minutes. It's such a short time. And I didn't know how to draw things because in my head I had different ideas. I wanted colorful buildings and maybe some kind of maze scenario.
Lothar, you're just too cool, calm, and collected. Right, let's find out which of our teams are going to be cool, calm, and collected today. Here is the schedule. Our first series of the day is, of course, a big one. BBL Esports versus Big. We'll be discussing much more on that in short matter of minutes. And our second series, it's an absolute banger. A derby, a heated rivalry. You couldn't ask for a better one to close things out. G2 versus Fnatic. Before we discuss our first series, it's time for another episode of Mic Check. This time out, it is comms from Big versus Mech from last week.
Okay, everyone, now who we are? Big. What we want? Win. When we want it? Now. 1, 2, 3. Big. Go big or go home.
Ладно, давайте. Поехали, парни. Общение, еще раз общение. Let's go.
Сады прошел.
Сады, два линк. Main last.
Хорош.
Хорош, yes.
About dash?
They smoke me lobby. Picking.
2. We have that lobby. Ah, never mind.
Fight, jet.
I'm getting bomb.
I need to pick this.
Ping. Side. Nice. If you can Musashi side.
Nice.
Morning heaven.
Ult.
Behind. Main. Nice!
Let's get ready.
I ate sugar, guys. Now easy energy.
Все, давайте, пацаны, собрались, давайте. Покричали, если чё. Давайте. Можно и так.
The Boombot it. Let's swing with the Boombot.
Yeah, being with you, with you.
They're ulting lamps.
Nice.
One more.
They're running out short.
Out
Over
short.
them.
On car.
Dead.
Nice. I ult.
Maybe lamps.
Dead.
Lamps maybe.
I have block for lamps, blocking lamps now.
Nice with them, bro. Let's go, man. That's what I want to see, man.
You know, I thought that Twiston on the interview that we had last week was a little bit, too calm, but I expected him to have a different reaction when he's getting the shorty kills. But it's lovely to see that they're so focused on the game. Clean comms, flawless.
I don't know if it was like because it was in front of for the cameras and so on, but I love the 1, 2, 3. It's just like, wow, guys, you nailed it.
Ready. Listen, we've had a lot of fun on this desk over the past few days, but it is time to get deadly serious. This is a huge series, Big versus BBL, and as you can see, we're going to discuss it here in the group. Kaquka, there is one spot left in the playoffs, and it's Big's for the taking.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how we ended up here after 8 losses in a row for Big, but as you said, they're fighting to get onto those playoffs and maybe even to Copenhagen. Who knows? But it's not only that. In case they lost, they will be out for the rest of the year. No chance for them to make it to last chance qualifier. On the side of BBL, we think that they don't have much to lose since they cannot make it to playoffs. But there is a chance that if they lose, they won't get enough points to make it to LCQ as well.
Look, let it be known. No one, absolutely no one defeats Big 9 times in a row.
Okay. Well, let's find out how Big's head coach, Kundi, is feeling ahead of this crucial series. I spoke to him earlier. I'm now joined by Big's amazing coach, Kundi. I keep saying Kundi. Welcome to the show. First things first, when you look back to Friday, I'm just intrigued to know how you and your team reacted when Mech lost.
We were not surprised. I think Liquid has been strong, though they changed one player during the season, but we are still focusing on our own game, like whatever is the result of the M3C versus Liquid, like we just still need to win the BBL game no matter what, because we want to make the last chance qualifiers. So yeah, we were quite happy, but for us it didn't matter too much.
So I guess you had, like you say, you had half an eye on LCQ, but you got your first win in week 4 against Mech. Did you ever expect to be in a position where here in the final weekend that you could potentially make playoffs?
If you would have asked me like 5 weeks ago, I would say, of course, we can make playoffs. After the 3 first losses, I was like, boys, I think the playoff train has gone. And I think there was very, very low chances to make it, but I think luck was in our side, and now we have a chance to actually, we just need to do our job and we are in the playoffs, so I'm very happy about that.
Today's opponents, BBL, haven't won a series since a month ago in week 1. How are you feeling about them as your opposition to potentially stop you from getting over the line into the playoffs?
Well, we didn't win one official in VCT for many months, but we still won against M3C. So they can be a scary team, and they have a lot of good individuals, they have a lot of good stuff, so we need to be very aware of everything what they do, and I respect them team as a lot. I have watched a lot of Costa's VODs, so but I think in the end we are the better team, and I hope that we show it in the server today.
I guess you can't really deny that there's a lot of pressure on your roster here. Personally, as a coach, I'd be interested to know how you're feeling as you get set for this series.
I don't know if we have too much pressure, to be honest. Like practice have been going well. We got our first win. I think some relief have gone out of our shoulders. I think we are very confident and like we have good preparation, and we just need to show it today on the server. And yeah, I don't feel any pressure about this game.
Yes or no? One word. At the end of today, when we look at that playoff bracket, is it going to say big?
Yes.
Okay. Best of luck, Kundi. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think we were all sort of looking at each other going, not feeling the pressure? There's got to be some pressure running through their veins right now, Kaquka, right?
I'm very happy that you got to interview Kundi because he's such a personality. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. In terms of the pressure, though, I think that what they want to do is replicate how they played last week. They felt that they didn't have that much to lose in that sense, and they were just playing for LCQ. So if they're able to mimic the big that we saw last week, they should take it this one.
I mean, you know, they won against Mech, and even though Mech was like a wounded bull in this season, it's still Mech. It's still that team that everyone was afraid of for such a long time. So that win definitely boosts up the confidence. And I feel like when they had the confidence last week, they were unstoppable in some situations.
Speaking of confidence, a player playing with an abundance of it right now is Twistin.
Yes, exactly. It's not only the way that he's been performing on the server, we've been hearing him on the comms, how calm and collected he is, even though it doesn't matter what weapon he has in his hands, he's going to come and destroy you. He said it on the interview last week. He actually practices this playing in between the smokes and actually playing to get the kills with the shorty.
You know what's funny is that in the last week match against Mech, he had 41 kills. 7 of them were with a shorty. 7. That's like absolutely mental. He had more kills with a shorty than with a phantom, and only 1 less than with a vandal. And by the way, he's swapping a lot. He had 8 kills with a vandal last week, 7 kills with a shorty, 6 with an operator, and 6 with a phantom. Like, he's a very well-rounded person when it comes to adjusting the inventory, or let's say adjusting the playstyle to his inventory.
You've forgotten the most important kill. He got a knife kill. He got a knife kill, and not the one of those that we see walking behind. Oh, he's just walking in front of it and just knifing. No, he went to Defro's face and it was like, I'm going to knife you here.
They're definitely going to want him to go big this weekend.
1, 2, 3.
No pun intended. Shall we?
What do we want?
All right, let's discuss their opponents, shall we? BBL are going to be coming into this looking to crash the party for big, that is for sure. However, as I spoke to Kundi about, these guys haven't won since May 13th.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, for BBL, knowing that they're the last standing Turkish powerhouse that we have here on VCT, of course there's a lot of weight in their shoulders. And as I was saying, it's crucial for them to actually win this encounter to secure that it's big taking their place and making it to last chance qualifier. What we saw from them on week 1, the way that they swapped the roles, that they swapped the agents, the compositions, adapting more to what we see on the rest of EMEA, looked very promising. But ever since then, they haven't even won a single map.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you mentioning about the agent swaps, role swaps, and so on, because I feel like that's the biggest problem in BBL in general. They have 2 very similar players, Aslan and Kushner. They share a lot of similarities when it comes to the approach to the game, potential like responsibilities on the map, and because of that, I feel like there's a lot of disjointment because they cannot separate those positions, and both of them want to play for themselves, for himself to some degree. We have seen Chamber being used on both of them as well. So there's a lot of identity issues that I feel like BBL still didn't resolve in all of those weeks.
Yeah, but I feel like QT has been growing a lot as a Chamber player. Like the difference from me from week 1 to week 4 was very there, and actually their matches have been insanely close. It's especially that first half that is crucial for them.
Let's just take a look back at the history books for a moment, because issues aside, these guys do have a habit of killing dreams, Kaquka.
Yes, exactly. We're taking a look at, you're seeing on your screen what happened on stage 1, and on that last week, on week 5, BBL was not fighting for anything. Ascend on the other side was working towards a possible tie between them, Guild, and G2, and thanks to that loss, Ascend didn't make it to playoffs and of course didn't make it to Masters. So, you know, BBL on the last week is just a problem for everybody.
And now they don't even have to try to just ruin someone's dreams, right?
They will.
Because they will ruin someone.
Even if they lose.
Even if they lose, someone is not going to make it, either big or Mech. And it's, you know, they're going to be the party crushers.
What do we think map-wise?
So the thing is that for the side of Big, they have been permabanning Breeze. It's a map that they do not want to see. But Navi, for example, and Guild have been doing the same, and we saw Breeze yesterday. On the side of BBL, they've been banning Bind, also very consistently. They played it, I think the last week didn't ban it just because they didn't think that Guild was going to pick it. Guild picked it, and actually was very close. So I think it's complicated also because the map that has been the most outstanding for Big has been that Bind, is the only one that I don't expect to see.
Well, BBL has a terrible record so far on Bind. It's 0-4, so I don't expect it to be happening. When it comes to Breeze, I really wish actually Big would have played Breeze a little bit more, because the one time that we have see them on Breeze, they had really cool setups with a Cypher. Like those one-ways that they did on the pillars on B side were actually very creative. And I know that they are capable of doing that stuff. And the biggest maps have the most creativity involved. But hey, let's see.
Time to find out. And we're
and there's Breeze banned. Yeah,
I think it's a time to play it safe. Like if you're big and if you're BBL, you're fighting for what?
I don't like the map picks. Ascent into Haven. This is like when you look at the records of the maps, the first two. Essentially, BBL likes those picks, and this is like big picks into BBL right here.
How many times have we seen teams picking Ascent and facing the other teams starting on the defense? Actually, the three maps that we're going to have, the chance that the teams have had to choose the side, it's going to be defense. The side has been crucial here on VCT, and I think it could be the difference maker here, because as Lothar was saying, we have seen BBL play in here. The defense against Navi wasn't the best, but they picked this map against Guild, and even though they didn't take the win, it was very close. It was a 10-13.
I feel like this is a little bit of confidence speaking from the previous match against Meg coming from Big, right? Because they won on Ascent, and it was looking pretty, well, awesome. But the problem is that I felt like Meg was always kind of mediocre on this map. I don't think so.
That's a composition.
Yeah,
no chamber, no fade, keeping it simple. Maybe the difference is going to be the Astra and the Omen.
Yeah, I don't think there was going to be... Oh, wait.
No, he played on the...
Yeah, he played. I don't know why it was chamber there.
I mean, you were expecting these guys to keep it simple right here.
Yeah. I think that if it had worked, or if you have those reps to actually know what went wrong and what you have to change. To me, especially starting on the defense for BBL, is the way that Aslan is going to stronghold on A. He does it beautifully from tree. That is going to be crucial for Big to deal with.
There's one big difference between those two teams right now. One has an Omen, more recurring smokes, more one-ways. On general in the map, you can stop the push from A short, you can stop the push from A main with very powerful one-ways. But Astra and Killjoy was a very powerful combo in the past, but now with only 4 stars, you might not have the same kind of flexibility that was required for that to work before.
All right, can Big take their first step towards that potential spot in the playoffs, or will BBL get off to the strongest start here on Ascent? Yesterday, when I introduced our casters, Mitch and Tom, I called them Titch. So this time, Mom. I guess, and Mom, I call them Mom as well. This time it's Pansy and Hypoc, and I'm really excited to see these guys, aka Hypoc. Hi, guys.
I don't know how I feel about it. It just made me think of Billy Piper. I don't know. How are you feeling?
He's tried something there, hasn't he, Lauren?
Yeah, he's getting a little creative.
Not sold on it just yet, Ian.
But you've got time. Plenty other options. And Mike, I think they highlighted it well, right? This is a big chance for Big, right? It's all on the line now. Quick expectation.
I mean, this is BBL stepped up last week for me, so this is really a challenge. Big for me have looked better every time we've seen them though. So this one is really it's up for the taking in my eyes, Lauren.
Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get into it. Let's expand on what you kind of talked about there, right? The idea that yes, BBL have gotten stronger, but Big in a similar suit as well, right? Like I think we've seen the resurgence of Big, and has anything directly stood out to you? I think to me, just to lean into it, is I'd say the mid-round calling. I think we saw the individual firepower looking okay for them a couple of times. We saw that start to really come together. My biggest worry was without someone like we know, Godby now being away from the roster, how did they look in their mid-round calls and such and so on? And I think that to me has actually been a really key factor looking good for them.
I think so too, and probably because it's been so, so high profile, right? It was the hot topic with this roster move was what Big was going to look like in terms of the structure, in terms of the fundamentals, those little things that we know Godby would have brought in terms of experience and that leadership role. But I mean, just to echo on that, Twiston. Man,
Absolutely.
Twistin has just looked insane consistently as well. Massive step up for that guy individually.
No, you're spot on. And we saw glimpses of it early, but it feels like he is happy to lead the way here. Insatiable in approach, and it looks like we're live into things, so let's not waste any more time ourselves here. Big on the attack, of course, that then means BBL on the defensive side, and it is for that real chance at the playoffs here for Big. For now, they will get the plant that they desire. The A site was always looking like it was being leaned for a retake regardless.
Yeah, and interesting that Pora actually holding on to Tree with a shorty here, so it might even just be played out of this retake altogether, and this has got the classic swap out somewhere. See, actually, yeah, does have a classic in the back pocket. Make sure he's still useful here. Actually going to be in position to catch this late lurk on short as well. Misashi will fall. Twistin is the second layer to that though, Lauren.
But would you expect a second layer? It looks like Pora may be considering it, or an audio cue was heard. Something's given away this indication, and Twistin, a lazy clear, gives it up easily for Pora. So already, BBL, fantastic positioning, but they still need to get towards that plant. They still need to address that issue, and only Obnox so far for Big, able to deny any of this. Aim DLL, he's sitting this one, and as much as Big can try, it doesn't matter. And Aslan's sharp today, but it's all for nothing. That is BBL with the first.
Great awareness from Pora as well. Not feeling any of that pressure on site. Actually does readdress that short lurk. It's for the benefit of having that man advantage, right? Pora finds the first. They can actually invest somebody purely to explore short once again. So really heads up play from Pora individually. Again, not actually getting any value. We've seen him previously invest this kind of meat grinder, the little TikTok setup here on the door, but only a little bit of chip damage down on Twister. I mean, actually makes the follow-up kill on short a little easier. You could put it that way.
Every little helps. Oh, that's a big tagline. Obviously, we're the first to do it.
Never heard that one before.
No. And Twistin, it may not be a shorty, but similar intention. And
I mean, with the way he's been playing, I'd almost rather not see him by the bucky, to be honest with you.
I tend to agree. Now, though, eyes towards BBL to see how much they can keep in check here. This isn't Big without any sort of investment. There's a couple of sheriffs. There is, as you noted, the Bucky coming out to play. So again, there is a little bit of danger here, and BBL giving away that they have got that Phantom on deck for Executioner.
Executioner's got to be careful now. He's actually burnt up his dash already here, and with a couple of sheriffs in plays, an opportunity for him to be isolated. He's actually going to swing for the challenge, but Wallbang will connect here. Well, they're going to stack a couple of bodies up and try and remove this. Executioner looking sharp and actually dealt with there. Aslan good for the swing though.
It might be worth pressuring this though. If they can try and get that Phantom away from BBL, that's prime target, prime territory. And 30 seconds, I mean, I don't think you're going to get much else. Maybe a little bit of chip damage, Twistin. I'm looking to see what he can achieve here, but he's been kept in check by Pora. That's marking your man. This is a shutdown. So again, Phantom going to be picked up, kept in pocket. That's good news for BBL. That could have been a real nice little prize possession for Big if they could have maybe taken that away, but wasn't to be. So again, moving into the gun round now, bonus still going to be sat with BBL. Big, I want to see them come out swinging now once they get to these rifles.
And a couple of light armors here, just in favor of the utility. Side of BBL, it's, yes, the Phantom to note, but decent progress early on for Kushner as well. So encroaching on that Blade Storm. We got to round 3.
Oh, Mike, it's
so good to be back.
One of those days. Okay. The producer's telling me they've done this on purpose.
It's all our fault.
For us. Yeah, it's in our contract now.
That's what we were just told.
Thank you, Enrico. That's crazy that's happening, but hopefully whatever the issue is, it will be fixed up quickly. But we can then kind of lean a little bit more towards, I think Big's going to be the overall narrative that I guess we're going to be talking about throughout today anyway, right? Because they have the chance for playoffs, and honestly, the games they've been playing, obviously the mech win was exceptional, but I think we saw glimpses of that in the previous one. I think it was like Na'Vi and Guild, even in the losses, extremely competitive. But on the flip side of things, BBL, I think the desk was kind of calling it not necessarily a crisis, but the lack of an identity potentially to how they want to approach this. Do you echo that sentiment, or do you think there's other issues potentially?
I do. I also think there's been, in a number of series, a couple of the key stakeholders for BBL not delivering. I think that's fair to say. It's just a roster that has a hell of a lot of potential, a hell of a lot of talent on it. Actually, hold that thought for a second, because Twistin tries to get ahead of that util dump in B main, but still punished for it. Again, cut away, separated there with the utility, so no chance of a trade coming through whatsoever, and a freebie for Pora.
And if Pora is going to be absolutely just marking Twistin throughout this game, That could be a huge loss for Big, potentially. Now, again, it has been just a couple of maybe occurrences in the first few rounds, but that's certainly going to be a confidence knock to Twiston, who has been a huge proponent in Big's swing up in form. So this is a little bit of a...
Musashi's got to be careful there.
Yeah, I'm a little worried on this timing, and AimDLL reads it so well, punishes Aslan for being a little careless with the timing on this. Sitting in no man's land, and Pora overextends, clears as he goes. Now, they may note the player here, but again, he's done great work already. Let's see if the over-rotation comes in, though. So I'm curious to see how far Pora sits here. He's just going to sit towards CT, pops up old Tommy, and sits safe. I quite like this. And again, with no attention now noted towards that A site, you are going to start questioning things here if you are BBL.
Actually retrieving the orb, going to get his lockdown online as well. So opportunity here for them to stack an extra body towards A and actually Turco towards...
Big info.
Spawn here. So they can give this up. They have a massive tool at their disposal for the retake should they want to invest here. And it would be a great way to convert this round, honestly.
It looks like it's quite likely. You could see them instantly tempering the pace. Now, does Big find any picks early on? Anything to maybe navigate around this? Because what are you going to do about that lockdown? It's going to force them away from sight, clear close, and actually clear the corner on the way back through. So they can make early progress on the BBL side. So this is going to be Big, really in a bit of a spot of bother. Real back to the wall stuff, and utility not really hampering much. Pora noting the first, can't quite get it. The trade's good though. Turco right there. Flash underhand ready for Lucker. Gonna have to make some real value out of this thing, but turned already denies the defuse. The bodies are just not there. BBL, great retake, and honestly, Pora being critical to their success.
Absolutely. I mean, the protocol's just on point there for BBL. What they achieve in the early round, they actually pick up Twiston, they can peel away from that. They then retrieve the orb, they close the door on B and mark it, and they actually send an extra body across. The timing's perfect for the turret reset as well. Pora then can just play contact off that. He doesn't even need to challenge for the kill in that scenario. Really, really clean round from BBL, honestly. The approach was perfect.
And if we see, like, the one thing that worries me is that we all know the potential in the BBL roster, but we haven't seen it always, like, hit at the right time, if that makes sense. Like, things have just not quite lined up for them. Some individuals not firing. If Pora's starting to have a hot game, god damn, this is gonna be a hard one for Big. I genuinely a little worried if that's the case. But we wait and see, right? It's still early days. And for BBL, what an exciting prospect if they hit a little bit of a form streak towards the end of this. Could be the Heartbreakers here. And for Big, money-wise, Mike, they're just going to have to cruise this one out.
Not an awful lot to work with. Not going to try and build upon Twiston to find something with that Marshall, but Sheriff offset it, and Turco actually isolated here. We'll find one follow-up with the drone here. Aslan got to peel back towards sight.
You don't get given these for free normally, so let's see what they can do with it. This is a big chance, a huge opportunity for them, and Lucker was trying to just hit the fanning on that, but it's Aslan, just comfy work. 3 picked up, and as soon as there was a moment of danger, you could see that the alarm bells were ringing. It was quick from BBL to adjust to make sure it was kept safe. And 4-0, Big need to get on the board here.
They do. Yeah, this is the buy round that ultimately we want to see them put something up here. You already look at AimDLL 7,200 on the board. Turco struggling a little bit, but able to spread the wealth and actually get the operator online. This is a big purchase coming out for BBL. Again, a couple behind it. The ultimate's just about getting there as well. AimDLL and Turco, the only ones yet to get it. Pora, so we know previously on that retake invested it, but round 5 here, look at what's available for Big. Lucker, Obnox, and Aslan, their ultimates in play.
Ooh.
Really looking towards Lucker and Obnox to be the playmakers here, the ones to really make a difference on this round.
I was kind of curious because Aslan invested the knife cross-map to try and clear over towards A, and you could instantly see the reaction in kind, but didn't see them drift too far out from shore. I was wondering if maybe anyone's going to go challenging or over-exploring, and I was looking at Kushner, but instantly the utility went back in, and look at this mid-burst coming out from Big. Switch up of pace, and this could maybe pay dividends. They need a little something. Kushner now cut off, but they still have to crack the site.
Good trade.
Trade on the first. That's not bad, but they still need more. Kushner still denied time for the res. Back up on his feet. Luck has now joined the rest of the boys, but it's Turco still trying to just play his life, be a nuisance, be a problem, see if he can take anyone with him. Luck is going to punish Kushner on a bit of a wild swing, but it has set up for at the very least. And Turco is still an issue. Huge pickup, but he couldn't convert onto the second, and now leaving it in a 3v2.
Poor an AimDLL left to try and get something done here. Twiston down to 13 HP, still commits to that challenge. Hunter's Fury posted from backside. Pora Opting to maybe try a flank here, but finds himself with a 1v3. It's doable, yeah. Obnox and Twiston, they're just one shot with the Vandal here. So actually, if you isolate Aslan first, he's going to be playing deep towards backside. Definitely doable in the retake here. Looks as if Pora's hesitant here, maybe just considering the save. I thought you maybe going to go for the operator there. He's tucked in close to spawn, but a little bit risky maybe.
The walk on that smoke from AIM DLL, man, that felt like that's such a high risk coin flip.
I mean, it's almost like the stars align, right? It's Twisted on the other side of it with 13 HP. So it's one of those plays that you almost never expect. You have to commit bodies to hold smokes now if teams start showing that a little early on in matchups here. But Twisted delivers there. Like I said, it was actually commits to the hold. So Big do what's necessary. Needed to see them on the board, and they put their first up. It cost a fair bit. We'll see where the ultimates. Yes, Twisted and Musashi to come back in. I was talking about all three available for them. It takes all three investments to get that round on the board.
But I did like that pace change that we saw from Big. I like that little gear shift towards middle. I think that was a really nice approach for them. Just finding a little bit of a moment to try and isolate towards the side. And you saw the instant just pour of utility through towards CT just to keep Kushner from having any impact on it. I quite like what Big did there, but we have to see if they can do it again. This is still not going to be a comfortable game for them. As I imagine now, BBL will have to be very cognizant of the fact that that gear shift towards mid could come in, something they now need to be a little bit more aware of, as Kushner will be put to task to potentially deal with it again, because we're at the 1 minute 25 marker, and already look at Twiston's progression. Sitting up right towards middle, going to deal with the turret as early as he can, and no trade off the back. I think the owl drone did just come out. It has. No one over towards B main, though, so that's going to be a little bit of assurance in the back of their mind that they can maybe focus towards middle.
Kushner wants to challenge. Yes, he still catches Twiston on the back of breaking the door. This is Big, making a big adjustment here. Got to stop with that.
Yep, we're all in it, mate. Don't worry, we're feeling it. But now look at the reposition now. I'm curious to see how much of a problem Aslan can make of himself. So far, zero. No, just absolutely none. So look at this positioning to try and cross through. It is just the perfect crossfire. You got Kushner tucked on site 2, sitting down by A-main. It's beautiful. It could take a swing, but you can still trying to be smart about this. Spacing got a bit dangerous, but BBL are there. Pushing out on the extremities, taking that control, Mike, and then look at the absolute reward of that positioning.
But basically, completely reset Big.
Yep.
I mean, I love that round coming out for them. After finding some success with that pace change in mid, they then adjust their early round protocols. They come through, they try and deal with all that utility they're expecting in mid, the alarm bot and somebody holding on to Marky. You can see the knife and the fragment coming through from Laka to clear out Pizza. Twisting gets right up, deals with the turret, then deals with the door as well. He's unlucky to be punished there from Kushner. It was a great peek from him, but you even noted it was at the 1 minute 20 mark. They're immediately the response is there after they find a little bit of value. So I do love that. That should keep BBL on red alert now. It's an attempt from Big to maybe draw an extra man towards mid or towards that B site hold. Which is why, I mean, immediately we see them lean back towards short. That was always the end plan there. On the flip side of that as well, BBL adjusting to the correct position as well. The double stack towards main. They have an extra body come through from Kushner, like you said, setting up a text, but crossfire with Jen.
It's so hard to break that. Unless you saw Aslan do enough damage, maybe. I don't know. It's not going to be a comfy game, is it? But 5-1, we also have to note that Twiston's having a quiet game, and I wouldn't necessarily put it all on his own shoulders. It does feel as though he has just been having someone like Pora just breathing down his neck for the vast majority of these first couple of rounds. This has been a harsh start for one of those essential players that have made waves for Big. So let's see if he can recover here. Going to get the Blade Storm out now. We have to look at what Big have done during this timeout. What have they identified? What can they address going forward? And Poor already exploring. Yes, there's utility deeper set towards that B site, but again, this is early work, and I like this investigation coming out from BBL.
So if Twisting can find anything, it's a looser hold towards A for BBL. Twisting actually going to catch that flash. Lockdown will be invested here from Musashi. Going to draw out the rotation nice and early. You can always see Kushner posted up in heaven, though. He's got a little pocket to play on, even though he's going to be removed from that angle. No, actually, Twisting can't see it.
In it. Yeah, Kushner was going to try and linger around as for a couple more seconds, but didn't quite get the spot he wanted, so Twister needs to control up towards heaven. There are a lot of players here, though, and I think he's feeling that his welcome is no longer. Turco's going to take down Twiston, but the trades are good this time for Big. Finally, a 2-for-1 trade out, and look at Musashi pushing up towards heaven. But Pora, the positioning's good, and the damage coming through. Another 1v1. Aslan against AIM-DLL. 24 seconds. Spike's still not down. Big struggling here.
Well, it feels like a fumble there. Have to see if Aslan can close this out. Fatfinger? Did he just miss that, or is he trying to bait?
Spike planted.
It's been noted now, and AIM-DLL's going to punish it. That's... I don't know if that was an attempt at a last-second bait, or he heard a footstep or something, but... Aslan absolutely fumbling as well.
It's good.
Wow, that initially looked like you look at the setup there, you see everybody actually held into heaven. That smoke getting spammed away, so much damage done. Pora still finds the kill from Bats. I mean, that's just ridiculous as well, that headshot, but
yeah,
I'm not sure what happened with Aslan there. I gotta think the fat fingers the defuse and gets off the plant, sorry, and gets off it.
Does feel as though that could be a potential. I don't see any other reason as to why. So 6-1 now. And the money's going to be put back right to the starting blocks. Basically...
I mean, this looks like Big's round 4 purchase. This is literally carbon copy.
And again, remember, this is Big's choice. This is Big's map. So a rough start's fine, but I got to see signs of life. I want to see something come through here, because right now, that's not pretty. Oh, it's not. That's a bad miss.
He's going to get punished here with the smoke as well. Kyusha actually digs back in.
The flash! Aslan tries wildly spraying for it, but Luck has got the punish, and now the 3v4. Now, they've taken damage, but they'll take that every day of the week. Maybe a man up could do some good for them here.
Does Turco re-clear this? Surely.
Surely. Yes, he does. Clean enough. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Spoke too soon, Mike. Spoke too soon.
Musashi's landing! He had another headshot on AIM-DLL there. That's just Pora left.
It's been messy. Real messy work. But Big, if this is the gateway, if this is the chance,
30 seconds left.
You get it with both hands. You do not let this slip. You're going to put that spike down. You're going to sit there and you're going to watch that round finally come through to you. And BBL, again, one of those things. It's one of those. I would say that as of late, I haven't seen as much, or within certain teams. But you know, there's always dangerous in these sort of rounds, right? Like sometimes I really do hope that they just kind of lock it down. You see teams getting better and better at dealing with their anti-ecos, but some of those peaks were
sloppy.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll make the comparison to where I was saying Kushner had to be careful in that earlier round where he burns up his dash so early, doesn't really get any sort of value in terms of the peak or the information or any pressure towards Big. And then noting that actually the spacing between him and Aslan back in market was questionable if he lost that Phantom, right? It's a similar situation here where there's just nobody to offset. It's Kushner basically pressuring 3 separate parts of mid solo. No flash, no smokes or anything invested from AIM-DLL either. So, I mean, this is a round that Big maybe can learn a little from. They've already found a little bit of value in terms of splitting through B and pressuring towards market previously, but this is another big tick in the box for me.
Oh, it's okay. It's lock it down.
Worth?
I don't know. The inflection on the end. Aslan overextends and almost got 2, almost double down on that, and they're willing to fight. It's getting a little scrappy.
Yeah.
And AIM-DLL going to try and pick up where he left off, and that's when you start feeling a little less hopeful about it. And actually, the timing's good. Not going to get the information on AIM-DLL, so he's going to get himself tucked in there and actually hold that space.
Turco actually just bailed out AIM-DLL with that Hunter's Fury. Gets Obnox out of the drone. No confirmed information, at least. They can still suspect it. There's 3 now creeping towards Amen. I'm curious as to why we haven't seen a rotation come through on the back of the Hunter's Fury tag. I mean, AIM-DLL probably heard enough in terms of audio cues there with them scrambling to escape the Hunter's Fury, but now it's just about coming through. Turco considering it should be now confirmed with the smokes dropping.
Yeah, AIM-DLL needs to somewhat play his life. Not sure if he caught any more damage on the cross there towards Obnox. I think he was already tagged up regardless, but Spike going to go down.
I think he did,
post plant. potentially got a little bit more done. But MDLL shut out somewhat from this round so far. Has to leave it towards more the likes of Turco and Pora to try and create a chance here to open up this post plant. Pora going to start the work, but Tommy's doing the damage. And time's starting to dwindle. You can see the setup. Aslan might have noted one. Yeah, he's definitely spotted one, but the second can't make it count. And now MDLL finally gets his chance at it working back in, and the barrel gives away the game. Sashi waiting in a nice ratty spot. So back on track to an extent for Big, I guess. Question mark.
I mean, I'll just come back to the worth question mark comment, because in this scenario, with how the last few rounds have gone, BBL don't necessarily just want to go 1-for-1. Like, if Big can stack up and play trades in mid, it favors them better. So, I mean, it's the age old, right? That 1-for-1 will suit the attackers better. You'll still get a numbers advantage whichever site you lean towards. And we already talked about at the start of this, right? Big have looked great in terms of mid-rounding. And reacting upon some of the information, some of the openers that they have been able to find. So, I want to see BBL lean away from that a little bit, honestly.
Yeah. And Twiston looking to best his seemingly opposing number right now. That's going to feel nice. Catches Pora. Couldn't quite get Kushner, but I mean, the damage, look at the state of it. Literally 1 HP, Turco. Only going to get one, and there it is in the kill feed. Synonymous with his name now. Kushner. I mean, he's already been noted.
Yeah.
Strong breeze might be the death of him at this point.
MDLL still actually committed to the shorty holding A main as well. Big a pause for thought. Smoke's coming through though, we'll confirm it now. And that will actually still ping out Kushner, so you got an idea of his whereabouts. Not long for this world either.
Dropped on. Should be fine now. And I mean, for Big, this is critical to this map's success. Because bear in mind, we have, what is it, Haven and Icebox after. And you want to see them put up a performance on their own choice here, because we all know the dangers of BBL. Seen it quite clearly. This is one of those games you don't want to let spiral if you're Big, because again, chance at the playoffs. So we've got to see if that's the case. See if they've got what it takes in this one.
And just coming back as well, you ultimately want to win your map pick against a team that the desk even noted it, right? A team that actually causes more problems when there's more pressure on, right? We talked about BBL's spike in performance towards the final weeks previously. Definitely not to be, and considering their performance last week as well. I said I was actually very impressed
You're
with
getting
BBL.
glimpses of it. Yeah, they're a dangerous little side, and it's why all of us kind of look at them like that.
Yeah, sorry, Lloyd. Actually on Ascent as well versus Guild. BBL looked fantastic.
Yeah, I think they're one of the teams that does have that. I don't want to say always a potential upset, because I don't know if it goes to across the maps, but it's like I feel like they're always good for an upset on one map, right? Or they can push on one map.
That's the weird thing. You look at this BBL roster, and we shouldn't be talking about the potential to upset. We should be talking about BBL as a mainline contender, and that's where I feel they've fallen short.
Yes, and maybe that's our own fault for holding them in such a high expectation to a degree, but we also know the results that they can post, right? I think everyone's seen all the talent that they have, so it's hard to not see that and think, oh, why is it not coming through in results? And maybe it's taken longer than expected, but you kind of wait to see where those glimmers are, and we do tend to see it at crunch time, which is the scariest part for any other team playing them. It's like, oh, cool, we've got a chance of playoffs. Who do we have? Oh, good, BBL.
Especially if you're Big as well, if you look at what's on the line for them. Trade-off of knives towards A main and exchange of information.
Ooh.
On the back of that, the no command popped immediately. Aslan, good for 2 though. And actually Musashi delivers on the 3rd. Big already find themselves on A site. Plant will come through nice and early. Obnox here, ready to greet the flank as well.
And well, it looked like he was ready for it. He had all the right indications that he was ready to address what was probably seen on that swing through middle, but gets bested, and now these 2.
No way they go for the lockdown retake.
I'm waiting to see Pora. I'm looking for it. Does he dare?
He's got a lineup for wine there.
That's going to clear it quickly. But now you can see the counter utility. Is this going to put them off?
Yeah.
I feel as though it has, yeah. There's enough to buy time, and it wouldn't be quite enough, maybe, leverage they'd want into this round with too many uncertainties. So they do decide to go for the safer route. It looks like Mike can hit that save for now.
I think with the finances being so fragile here, they want to hold on to the weapons. Again, maybe 10, 15 seconds earlier, the lockdown's viable if potentially Obnox isn't there. I mean, winning out that duel, it almost confirms the possibility that could happen. Maybe that's why we see Big adjust towards short. They put one towards backside and then two towards tree, so it'd be great awareness on the side of Big. Was that Musashi hits that headshot mid-jump? What?
Unreasonable.
Is that like a panic jump and still hits the headshot?
Nothing like being rewarded for those things.
Yeah.
You know? Feels fair. Feels fair.
Big have 4 Odins.
Mike? Mike?
Don't stand. Look at the pings on the minimap.
What? What?
Well, it's lucky nobody's playing lane, I guess.
Now they can obviously switch out to the actual rifles now. But yes.
You don't see that
it is
very often.
fortunate. Yeah, poor old Turco's probably sat there like, I'm really glad I opted to not go there this round. That would have been horrific.
BBL's position here for the final round, though. Lockdown, no command, and the Cosmic Divide available. On the flip side, we do have a lockdown in play as well.
Deploying.
Hunter's Fury. Hassan does have his TP. So opportunity here for Big to actually tie things up and even out the half at a 6-6. Looks like they're going to invest the lockdown towards mid, so forcing out all this space towards, and actually the counter lockdown's only really going to protect B.
Yeah,
so,
it doesn't.
Yeah, immediately Big are going to hit this.
And it's cleared out enough of tree for them, right? So they've got a really nice passage towards the side. The divide going to go up, though. So MDLL going to sit himself and watch this, patrol it. Musashi already going to punish Kushner as well. Catching that just on the kind of heels of that middle rotation coming
Do
through.
they pop flash this?
I'm waiting to see it. Twiston.
Twiston will push you with a shorty, right?
Yeah, luck is still suppressed. And now finally there you can see a little bit of the utility invested. 13 seconds, so they're being halted here. Finally they make their breakthrough. Did Twiston know
the barrel?
I thought he did, now he does. Assumes it was there in the end, but it's Aslan with the Guardian. What is going on? Luck with the underhand, and it's great. Now it is on Pora in the 1v2. It was a 1v3, but he got the first. The time's against him. He wants that door open. He wants to open now. Gives himself some, maybe a little bit of wiggle room. Trying to cause a little bit of doubt, but look at the crossfire set towards us. Both players in the right place. The fight from Luck is good enough to get it done. But that felt risky towards the end there, Mike. These rounds are as close as they could be. 6-6 on the board on the switch.
I mean, what a play back in from Big, though. To consider how the first 5 rounds of this half went, it was... felt as if things were about to snowball. I feel like, I mean, I might be misspeaking here, but that might be one of the better attacking halves we've actually seen from Big on Ascent. I mean, at least through the last few results we've seen. So to come out here 6-6, it's actually a miracle for. I mean, I know for a fact, but versus Mech, they actually pulled through on the defense. So Big now may be coming into the comfort zone here. An even half here suits them massively.
And Obnox and Musashi putting in work for the side. Obviously, we noted Pora on the first half. We were really having some impact, but they've stepped up where Twiston's been having a quiet one. So, critical for them. And it's 6-6. This is where we see the switcheroo, right? This is where we've got to see BBL show what they can bring for starters, and Big get to sit on probably their more diligent side. So for now, we wait. Patience being shown so far from the newly appointed attacking side.
BBL very cautious in approach. You can see Musashi's actually got a setup here to deny Kushner's dash on. Tara should take contact and now swarm on steps. Should catch him.
There it is.
Perfectly done. Forces him out the smoke, but still wins it. Musashi will fall.
Yeah, you can see that was almost, you know...
Tailor-made.
Tailor-made, right? And just still gets bested. All that utility and no follow-through. Almost upsetting. But for now, we see the spike planted. We go into the post plant, but they've got bodies on site, right? They've got 4 players here, 2 sitting deep towards kind of the utility hold. High flash from Lucker to allow the swing. Twiston's going to take that with as much as he can. Spots the first player and loses Aslan. He's sharp today, and he wants to prove he's the best line in the server, and he's done well so far. AIM DLL confirms the round. BBL start off with a bang.
Great pistol round. It's a great setup from Musashi. Unfortunately, it's just punished by Kushner being extremely sharp with the ghost there. BBL will put themselves in the lead the second half here. Phantom in the hands of Kushner once again.
Okay.
See what he can get
made me
done
nervous
here.
last time, but
No, it really did. It's like I said, when you almost got to assume that there's going to be a little bit of investment into that next round, sheriffs and the whatnot. To see him solo challenging mid, like I said, he's got 3 or 4 different areas to worry about. Lots of utility going to get dumped in. He's got to deal with the darts, the knives, the drone, everything. So this time around, they can stack up a little bit, being on the attacking side. Currently over towards A. Nobody on the other side of A main greeting them. No, it's a double stack towards short. Musashi and Aslan going to try and bait each other in. Mdillo remembering the spike is necessary on the attacking side. He's like wide open for the take here. I mean, it's only the turret to take contact here just to confirm presence. The smoke comes through. We'll pull Musashi a little closer, but no damage exchange just yet. I mean, it's all in. It's invested from BBL. They want to make sure there's no possibility of being caught in a lurk or anything like that. So a full 5v5, but a Bucky and a Shorty to work with, Lauren.
I mean, they're strong, Mike, but I just, you know. Oh, watching that from someone else's POV was actually upsetting. That was actually quite upsetting. As now we are down to Obnox and Lucka. And, well, doesn't seem as though it's going to go well for the Mike. No.
Yeah, that Astra setup towards Heaven is just so dirty. They can't play inside the smoke. There's the gravity well comes through, the shock dart, a nano swarm as well. Twisting just dead before he even finds anything. Lucka will find one. It's empty. The Phantom removed.
Ooh.
I mean, even though he
being
falls,
removed's great. Yeah.
It's fine because Big come back into this with their purchase and.
Was anyone else exiting main?
Nope.
Okay, maybe something to note. We haven't loved the Phantom. is the takeaway.
No.
I think the high risk, high reward sort of discussion. I think I've seen more of the risk being shown than the reward so far. But
There's justifications to be made, right? Kushin has got decent early ultimate progress if he can retrieve an AWP here and a kill and then die. He's got his Blade Storm, but it's the same as the first half for me. I've got to be honest. It's not protected enough.
No, it's not doing the job for us. And actually, the flash, they've just eaten it up. Oh, well, it was on a platter, and they've gone 2 for it. Well, there they are. And now the rifle sitting on the back of the starter starting to sweat. Lucka not feeling so lucky as Aslan bests him. Finds his opposing number, and there's a nice little upgrade for him. Gets his hands on it before the others. And now the last 2. Well, you're just saving, aren't you, really? What a flash.
BBL looking like a big mid-split right there, to be honest.
A big mid-split.
A taste of their own medicine from the previous round. From the first half, sorry. Well, no, BBL, it doesn't really suit them too much to go through. It's Turco and Poor are still holding on to the Spectres, whether or not they want to try and throw them in to hunt down these rifles.
I don't mind the idea of it. You got the round, right? You got a couple more to play with. Why not? You got 3 rifles to walk away with. Oof. There's a swing. Musashi needs to, he needs to get a run on.
Almost don't want him to challenge there in that scenario, but looks like he's going to be able to escape to hell. 71 HP will force out the armor repurchase, which makes it awkward in a round like this when you bring 150 credits in. Yeah, look, he's 1100 now. It's almost. I mean, I know it's very, very minute, but little things like that.
And probably the right call for Big here, pumping the brakes a little bit, because a couple of these rounds have gone sideways, I feel. That's probably not the ideal outcome for them by any means, left with 2 rifles. And even what you were saying just then, Mike, the discussion of money is going to be a factor now going forward, because they could be a little out of sync to this.
But yeah, they have 2 players. Ultimately, BBL should reach double digits here, right? So they lose the next buy round. It's looking pretty dire for them, honestly.
worrying scenes, and I do wonder what they, come up with here, because we have been praising them for a couple of these mid-round calls, things we liked, and kind of addressing some of the issues during moments like these, right? It's something that's kind of become a big accreditation to the adjustment and resurgence of Big, I'd say, if that's a fair way to put it, almost. Maybe overselling it a little, but I'll stick to it.
How much time have you been spending with Zest?
All right. I'm all the Hopian. I live in Germany, man. Like, come on. There's the secret bias coming out. No, I have enjoyed watching them kind of make progress. Right, I enjoyed it with a couple of the other teams, just getting to see them adjust things throughout the season. Right, seeing growth with some of these teams.
I think Big and Focus have been on two very similar trajectories, right? And in terms of expectations, they've been very low, and I feel they've both over-delivered. They've exceeded my expectations for sure. So it's been so exciting to watch. It's see a couple of Kushner a little ahead of the curve now. No, I was still talking. I was like, surely they're not just gonna swing this,
right? Well, Kushner is. And an early advantage in a round that really Big should have no right to, right? They have two of the rifles. Musashi and Aslan are your two main hitters. Now, it looked like the pings were already addressing the fact that middle could be next on the chopping block. Really something to note.
I was going to say, Paul's got Spike as well. I want to see him
overextend
on this lurk, because he's twisting on the other side of it. We know what he's got, but Bigger got the time in here on this. Look at the rotation coming through already.
He's still a nuisance. He's still going to take one and do a good... Well, I was going to say a good amount of damage, enough damage on the way in. It's going to buy a little bit more time, but Lucka is now in danger. Support's not going to be here for a moment, and Musashi's the only one that can really bail him out over by that mid door. And well, Obnox going to catch 1, 2, hold on, that's not bad. And this is all but possible now in a 1v2. Aslan's damage, he's down to 28 HP, Turco's half. And the spike ain't down yet, and Musashi gives away his position. Pops down Tommy, swings in White, spots nothing close, the flash is so good. Aslan with the punish and saves BBL here, because that got so dangerous.
I mean, you look at the HP bars there, you see the sheriffs in hand, like 3 of them are one shot. It was almost doable for Obnox to find another 2 on the back of that.
For sure. As soon as that first shot came in, man, I was
look at
like,
the HP bars. Yeah, I'm like, oh no. Thank God they stack up for that swing there, Turco and Aslan, because... I mean, another half second to adjust there. He finds both with one shot, to be honest.
The scary thing is now, that's 4 on the trot, right? Now, this is the almost delayed buy round coming out.
I said it. They lose their buy round now. BBR on 11, right? It gets really awkward.
And this is all in. They've not left much up to the imagination here. Now, what does Twiston... If they don't put pressure on Twiston, he's going to have a lovely day. Tommy's going to reveal the position. Now, I wonder if they adjust or maybe look for another option, because I'm already seeing that spike drift.
Lucker on the other side of this, though. He's just shouldering through B main. Actually going to catch the perfect timing on that knife.
That's huge, because Turco, in the meantime, have been trying to sell presents.
Well, it might not draw too much of a rotation because it's AIM, DLL, and Pora, right? 2 agents that can actually play very disconnected. So you see the stack up towards lane, and actually now the
there we go. That's a little bit more.
It's a perfect fake, though. They've shown presence with a 3rd agent now, and immediately going to hit this rotation.
That's lovely. They've taken Twiston away, right? Now, Aslan needs to play his life as best he can. Smoked out, but he's playing real risky going in towards that, and you can see the HP looking rough around the edges for Musashi. Comfortable. But Twiston's among them.
Kushner,
you've just saved them.
MVP.
You have just saved them. Like, just preempting the chance of it. Spanning into that smoke has saved the plant and potentially the round. That could have spiraled, and it doesn't. 5 still stand, and Aslan is just gonna seal it. It's BBL. Large and in charge, pulling off the round in the end, because I thought Big may have had them back in the right position. Twiston got there so quick, but...
I gotta say, a comment I made in the first half, right? With certain teams, certain plays, you have to expect some of these sorts of plays, right? Sitting deep in smokes, you see that cloud burst come through. The expectations is that Twiston's going to push you with a shorty.
Sure.
It's got to be assumed.
But I think this is a lot of credit as well to the likes of Twiston that is now something you have to keep in mind,
it's
right?
It's a factor in every round.
It genuinely is. And you see with some other players, right? You see certain players in certain positions like, oh, they're going to do this. And probably at the start of the season, if you were playing against someone like Big or whomever else or Focus to a degree, you wouldn't have had that mentality of, right, we've got to note these sort of things, right? These sort of elements. And already that's becoming a factor. I think that's such good progress. But again, we look at what scenario we're in. It's MR12. We're on 11 already for BBL, and Big have very little to write home about in this round.
Very little to write home about in this half, if I'm honest. Never really got going. We cleared out through lane here. Twiston forced so deep now with the Bucky. We've seen him do damage from backside with these sorts of weapons before. Look at the lineup there for Lucka finding two.
Yeah, nice flash, nicer shot. Yushina hop, skip, and a jump over the site, looking to close that gap. Twiston is waiting patiently for anyone to give him a chance. And well, there's the first. He's going to find it, but the timing is good for Aslan. They're shutting him down. They're making sure Twiston gets no room to play. And it's 12 for BBL. And I thought there'd be that resurgence from Big. I thought they would stop the rot. They'd get back in on the buy. And I've got to say, BBL have let none of that happen. They have been on this one. They don't care for Big's chances to make the playoffs. They could not give a damn about it. And they're playing a great game here. This is 12-6 now, Mike. This could be it.
Operator going to be back in the hands of Twiston. No command, TP, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, all available. If they want to mount a comeback, it's got to be clean.
Yep. And it's all in. BBL not pulling any punches here. Yushina straight on through. Musashi.
It was vulnerable as well.
Hero level work right there. And he's still delivering. Gonna get a second for himself, but the trades. The tide just crashing on the shore, and Big are washed away. Twiston and Lucka locked out for now. And Aslan willing to fight this, willing to challenge, and Twiston didn't expect it. And Aslan has dominated today. In map one, it has been his 13-6. BBL look hot to trot, Mike. This is a real performance.
I mean, Big just got absolutely rolled in that second. I mean, in the start of the first half, but the second half even more so. Barely even broke a sweat, it felt like. BBL just found their groove very early on and stuck to it. Big, not showing an awful lot of resistance. It's probably the, dare I say it, the worst performances we've seen from them in recent times. Twiston, I mean, having an absolute stinker at 6 and 15, unable to find the value he has done in other series. So credit to BBL in that regard, in, like you said, just completely removing him from some of those rounds, mitigating the risk that he's able to bring to the table.
Well, it's time for Big to pretty much do or die now. There's one map basically pinning their chances to, which is the one on the horizon, which will be Haven, which is BBL's choice. And for BBL, what a time to find form, breaking hearts out here, Mike.
The last week BBL strikes again, it looks like.
It certainly could be the case, but we're not the ones to really discuss that much further. We'll leave that to the desk after this break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
What if I told you you could win a VIP trip to Copenhagen to watch Masters 2 in person? Well, by playing these 3 new AIM Lab tasks, you can earn a chance to win a trip to Masters for you and a friend. The more you play, the more chances you have to win. Train your aim for a trip to Masters. Are you in?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The bricks feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. payment. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory? Past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
EMEA Challengers, Bigs, big chance to make the playoffs, takes a hit. They lose map 1 13-6. BBL putting up big numbers, living up to their name potentially here as the Dream Killers. My name's Ian Chambers here on the desk alongside Lothar and Kaquka. BBL coming out strong.
Yeah, exactly. They also have the dream of making it to last chance qualifier and maybe get into an international event this year. But the performance that we saw here on Ascend, we knew that they were starting on the defense. And of course, that's a nice card to play for themselves. But to me, the most impressive thing was the attack, how they won every single round, 7 in a row. And the fashion in which they did it. Because at the beginning of the map, we saw so many times when Power just faced the 1v3 situation and he was forced to make a decision of, am I just saving a gun and thinking of the next round? I love what they did on the bonus, just putting everything on to secure that they're going to build up on that economy. But towards the end of that first half, it just so many stupid mistakes, so much overcommitment on their side.
I mean, in general, I would say that those mistakes were then rectified on the attack side, because it seems like on attack, they actually knew exactly how to approach and punish mistakes. So even when they lost the first blood, there was always a trade, and they were almost instant. Like, even if someone gets a double kill, there's the guy that gets the trade in, and it's still 3v3, it's still 2v2, it's still like all of those rounds were doable. And it seems like always Big was just one step behind, even though they made the first step, but always were getting punished. And this guy that you can see here on this screen in the last highlight, I feel like that was the one guy that was actually just single-handedly favoring BBL here.
Yeah, especially we know how they work around the duels, how good they are with the trades, and that is exactly what we saw on the attack. They didn't care if they started with the first blood or not. The follow-up is always going to come in, and they just destroyed Big.
BBL, Aslan, like, you can't say enough about this man on that map.
To me, the first half was all about Para, and the second one was all about Aslan. It's not only the fact that his 0 points were the goal for the rest of the team to going forward, also the fact that he can play for himself. I think also some of the combos that we saw on the post plants, he knew exactly how to use the flashes and to win the duels.
So from what I remember, I think he had 3 0 points that cancelled a drone. Like, that's already enough value for like an entire half when you think about it, because you deny one of the most crucial pieces of utility for the initiator from the other team. And that was pretty impressive to have those always in a good spot. And there were always the 0 points, even when they're not canceling utility that was being used, we had good usage of just for information, like who is currently going in as a rotational player.
Big's coach, Kundi Kundi's, going into this series, said they weren't really necessarily feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. Tell you what, they are now, right? They are right now.
Yeah, he lied. I don't know how the things are going to be, especially going on to map number 2. But after this one, I mean, the fact, to me, I was coming in today saying if BBL doesn't have a good first half, it's very complicated for them to go back into the game. But after what we saw here right now, on Haven, it should be easy for them. I expect some changes as well.
Well, you know what? I feel like I had been right when it comes to this map, because it just felt like they picking into BBL. Like BBL's Ascent was always a map, in general, Turkish map. It was favored by all of the teams coming from the region, and it seems like Big just went into a trap.
Well, let's just pick that map apart a little bit more by heading over to Lothar's lab, please, sir.
There was one interesting round that I wanted to break down, and that was a double lockdown on mid. One from the attackers, of course, one from the defenders, obviously. And then we're going to zoom in on the minimap. You're going to see those 2 lockdowns being used, one in the area in mid. Oh, Jesus, that's not what I wanted to do. One here in this spot, second one behind logs. And the thing is, this attacker's lockdown essentially allows you to fake a little bit of mid control, that maybe you're doing a B split, and that's probably what's gonna happen, right? This is why you see also the Sova using the arrow to check for B main, and that gives them a little bit certainty that this is not a push from mid towards B split. And that's the second purpose of this lockdown, because as you can see here, I'm gonna mark it here, this is the range that's now most important for us. This is the area that's being cleared by this lockdown, which allows the team to go through short without being exposed to anything, without even using any kind of utility, just in case you want to save it for the post plan, because you're pushing through a site. But now BBL actually reacts accordingly to what is happening on the map, because the moment those lockdowns are and Recon Arrow are giving info, this is the moment when you can see on the minimap that in the middle, Jet pushes in through Pizza towards that lockdown and destroys it, which is for confirmation of where the opponents are going. And now the defenders are gonna use the Cosmic Divide to make sure that no one is pushing through the A main towards A side, and I thought this is gonna be perfect moment for Big to actually use a pop flash through the Cosmic Divide, but that never happened, and it was time is running out here. In an almost perfect manner, we have seen also a defragment stop the players from pushing into site and stopping the plant, but fortunately for Big, they just won the gunfights while this Cosmic Divide was being used, just dissipating, and that's basically it. But this was a very chaotic round that was very creative for both teams when it comes to like this push and pull.
You talk about the gunfights. We were talking also about Twistin before this match started. We were talking about the shotguns as well. But I think that he maybe tried to overdid it. He was maybe not focused on exactly what we wanted to see him. He was not getting the entry duels, not on attack, not on defense, and probably is one of the other things that didn't help Big in this case.
So one of Big's most crucial maps in recent memory is coming up now, and it is, of course, Haven Lothar. Where do you see this playing out?
Well, the record of Big on this map is so far 0 wins on Haven this season. And for BBL this year, they played it 6 times and they won 4 out of those 6. And this is very similar situation to Ascent. Big won only 1 time on Ascent, lost twice on Ascent, while BBL had 7 wins and 3 losses. Like, it seems like BBL is having just good maps being picked for them because they have a lot of experience and also decent results on them.
Yeah, exactly. This was one of the maps we were talking about the past stage. This was one of the maps that they took against Ascent. For the side of Big, it's complicated not only because they haven't won it, it's also because they've been swapping the comp. They don't know if they want the Chamber, if they value more the Killjoy, if they want a Jet or a Race. So
or the Fade.
Yeah, exactly. No, the Fade, they still haven't. Oh, yes, they are going to use it. They keep the Fade.
I hope
the
so.
Fade is coming in. I would be surprised, and maybe one of the reasons that BBL has decided to use it, maybe we're going to see some Fade on their side. I would love to see it, but actually the composition that they were running on the last season, maybe changing aim DLL to the Smoker would be enough.
Well, we'll be getting to compositions and agent select in just a matter of moments' time. But Lothar, how do you think the energy and the atmosphere is right now inside the big camp? You've got to imagine there's some difficult conversations being had right now.
Well, I really would actually love to hear what they're saying, because for me, still the question mark, why those maps, right? And maybe I'm assuming there's a specific plan in mind for Big, but I would just love if they win to have, if you're gonna interview one of the players from Big, ask them about those map picks, because there has to be something prepared that we didn't see or didn't have the chance to see. But when it comes to Haven, I feel like they need to have something up their sleeve, because last time we have seen them play here, it was the Omen, Breach, Killjoy, Jet, Fade composition. And when I was talking about Fade, you typically want to combo that, but typically not with a Jet. You don't have enough then utility that deals damage. The only one is just the Aftershock. Here, there's the Killjoy, there's the Omen, there's the Jet.
QT has gone on the Chamber, and Aslan is going to go on the Jet. I thought that maybe the other way around was going to be the change, and actually Lucker is going to be playing on the Breach, and Musashi in this instance on the Fade. So they're swapping up the roles per se, but not the composition. On the side of BBL, we do have that surprise of seeing the Chamber coming in instead of the Killjoy.
That's really interesting, because it feels like on such a complicated three-side map like Haven, Killjoy actually has a little bit more value, but at the same time, Chamber, even though with a one trap, has more value as an AWPer, because now you have the ability to hold the C long, hold A long, and have a little bit more confidence when it comes to the map control, just because Chamber is the literal turret with a gun.
After seeing SSK playing with Chamber on this map and how valuable he was, also knowing that BBL is not scared to take the extra duels, I think that we'll be fine with this composition.
Well, it feels tense, doesn't it? That's for sure. Are BBL going to crush dreams again, or can Big keep their playoff hopes alive? It's time to head over to Heaven with Pansy and Hypoc.
I heck love tense.
You stopped doing the little name combos. I thought we were going to get more, or is it just by game alone? All right, Ian, we'll put a pause in that, because you're right. You actually summed it up better than probably I could say, that there is a lot now resting on Big shoulders, their own destiny at this point, and BBL potentially crushing some dreams here. Mike, let's start with the compositions that we're about to see coming in that have been locked in. Where does this now sit with you? Because I'm worried on this map alone.
I am. I feel like there might be an element of just comp diff right here. This from BBL, it's a refreshing change. It brings Chamber into this, but on the flip side of that, Obnox is gonna feel a little embarrassed in some of these rounds. BBL have two separate counters here to the lockdown. That's always the concern, right? With running the Killjoy, which on Haven, there's real arguments to be made. Ascent as well. But here with the application of Breach, and we know that Sova is more often than not kind of a mainstay of Big aren't playing one here. It's going to be difficult to find value off that lockdown. Honestly, it's going to be very situational.
Well, this could be the last chance to dance for Big in this regard. Their chances for playoffs starting to dwindle, starting to look a little less likely than the start of the day, because I've got to say, BBL have turned the hell up, and Aslan ain't stopping. What a scalp to claim in the first couple of second round as well. Going to take down the man who's meant to be the punch, the knockout puncher. That and Kushina's timing could be quite tasty on the other side. And Aslan's just playing aim training. Already punished Lucker as well. And it's a brawl, and it's not looking like a good one either. It's already down to just one man standing.
And seeing Kushina pick this up, he's been sharp, so see him now with a headhunter at his disposal. Already a tag onto Obnox here. Going to be difficult with the frenzy at range. Aslan will find his third, and Big looking to reinvest behind conceding that first blood on Long, and it ultimately is their demise. Clean pistol round win here for BBL, and two rifles this time around. Kushina and Aslan going to don a Vandal and a Phantom. We questioned the value, or at least the application, in the previous round.
Yeah.
See if they can improve on that somewhat.
I think, I don't know, I was going to say this map I feel is a little bit harder to snowball trying to get those weapons away, but again, then you could always argue that the rotations are brutal, but you can see what's coming back in for Big. They got now. You got Twiston with a bit of an investment, but I like the the quickening of the pace from Big trying something, right? Now, do they get any value for this? That's, I guess, the next big thing. And you can already see the utility just littered in the way if they do
Backing
try
away
to
from the
overextend. Yeah.
They've heard it here. They're just going to try and post up. Well, actually, you see two members of Big actually put a bit deeper in spawn. And with no pressure coming through from A, I think BBL knows something is up.
Yeah, they're like, this doesn't seem right. Normally someone would be shoulder peeking,
why aren't they fighting for
challenging.
long? Like, what's going on?
And this will force the utility out early, right? This is the perfect investment on the Owl drone. There's at least a note of 1, potentially 2. The timing on the swing's good, but Cushion is so controlled. Now, the timing on the crunch was also quite nice for Big. They're going to try and make the most of it. That's excellent. Twiston finds the punish. Now you can see MDLL put to task. He has to keep this safe, and he does. Once again, the rifles could have been an issue. Do they get to recover the second? Wait and see if that comes in.
I think Hassan swapped last second, maybe back to a Spectre. Didn't see that second rifle in play yet. So I missed it there with the UI over the replay, but it's Kushner again, the one to invest in the Phantom. This time making it work a little better. Great cleanup from AIM-DLL as well.
Lovely work.
Well handled. I say perfect read there. They feel no pressure coming back from A long. They know that there's probably going to be some progress obtained elsewhere in the map. BBL just want to keep fighting for this, or at least condition Big away from it, but Big is saying no. They're still happy to challenge and conceding 2 kills once again. Musashi and Twiston fall.
This could be tragic if Big overcook this. I mean, luckily for them, they're taking down Kushner, right? That's a small bit of silver lining, but a 2-for-1 trade out at the start is rough, to say the very least. Our drone's trying to re-clear. But again, this is going to take a lot of work for them to try and get back on track here.
Pause for thought now, and similar to the previous round, internal clock for BBL. Considering the possibility there's been a push elsewhere. Now, not sure of exactly what utility was noted, other than maybe Lucker's fault line that started the round. Aslan invested his paranoia as well. I assume he purchased that in this round. The drift back towards a smoke timing perfect here, but already Obnox going to have to concede here.
Yeah, you can't risk a challenge now, not on your own. You're already down a man.
Well, you look at it though, it's what have they got? The paranoia is invested. They have a fault line now back off cooldown and 1 flash for this retake.
This could at least get them in the door, right? This could be the start of something, but they're playing a little bunched up, and Turco's going to make it pretty comfy. And Luck is left with all the mess, and there was a chance at a double, but he's not going to get it. Turco converts to stand, and BBL making mincemeat out of Big. That initial trade basically was everything, Mike, and the money's not good again for Big.
No, it's not. And, this is tough because in this round, I think they do want to greet BBL, right? They want to try and force them away from this A lobby control, but
sure.
I mean, that now is the 3rd bonus round converted for BBL. So that's, in terms of the finances, it's tipping so heavily in favor of BBL very early on in the half once again.
Yeah, and my reporter on the ground, actually, in Sugi TV Twitch chat, has reported that Boaster has been saying prior to his game that's coming up next, had a dream about Hypoc. He was showing me his V-Rising mansion. We'll get some thoughts on that after the game here, as we have a moment to discuss, because, of course, you know, if you're BBL in this round, you do want to kind of get the lay of the land. You don't want to be walking into stacks. You want to maybe navigate around any weird investments that Big may have done, and we know that Twiston will get ratty in these if he gets the chance to.
Very rare I'm ever caught truly off guard, but that one did it. Musashi.
There it is.
Could say the same. Aslan will find the headshot there. Lucker being spammed out of the corner, but no damage confirmed just yet. We'll find 2. That's huge from Lucker actually to slow things down.
Again, you're looking at chances and opportunities, and in these sort of rounds, you're not given many of them. So if that happens, you got to make the most of this. And BBL will get the site, though. That's one thing they will be guaranteed at this point, is the plant. No one to contest nor do much more, but we have to now look at where those potential moments come from. And it's this towards long, but AIM-DLL was good for it before. Remember that. Does he have that chance again? Twiston. You know, let's get the timing on the cross and now see if Obnox can punish. AIM-DLL sitting a little bit deep on this angle, maybe not wanting to fall foul to any sort of shorties come out to play, but we know it's a judge with Obnox. If AIM-DLL's patience pays dividends, as already you can see the close coming in. Twister's going to try and progress, but AIM-DLL's patience pays off. Obnox noted, and Twister, the last one alive, in a 1v3, and it's dealt with. Aslan not really stopping from where he started off in map 1.
No, picking up the chair here and making it look fantastic. 4 rounds now unanswered, and we have a similar point of this half where we've got to see something from Big. They have to get themselves on the board here. Operator going to be in the hands of Twiston. Rolling Thunder, TP available for Aslan. 3 off the lockdown. Musashi 3 off his as well. This could be pivotal. It could be pivotal once again, right? Yeah, this is a real crossroads round in terms of how the rest of this half could progress.
And even beyond that, just the mental alone. You think about the pressure that's already on Big. And if we know this is an essential round, they know it as well. And already a quick move from BBL, going to instantly apply more pressure, compound the problem. Spike going to go down. I don't feel particularly contested. Now it is going to at least deny the initial plant. It looks like they want to try and take a bit of a fight back in this. They're going to try and play this back in. And Big actually handling BBL. This is huge. Showing a little bit of resilience here is massive. Not
the aftershock perfect as well.
Turco gonna find 2 right back in.
What? Forced out by the aftershock, and Turco finds 2 kills. Excuse me? I'm gonna need to see the pop of that one. You've got to assume that Big are swinging that as 2, potentially 3 people. They know that they're going to be forced out of Cubby.
Right here.
That is outrageous for Turco to find 2.
No right to do it, but he takes it anyway. But they've got 35 seconds to navigate their way back through this, and Big re-established a hold on this side. Now Musashi going to get at least removed from the first swing. It's Aslan to take the mantle on that, and that's good work from Aslan. Big needed that after what was a tragedy at the hands of Turco, or could have been. 20 seconds now, and Turco's looking like he's out of options. 30 HP. Spike left kind of halfway up C-Long. It's not really going to be happening here, but the danger's in these rounds.
10 seconds left.
I'm nervous watching this, but the outcome will favor Big, at least in this one.
This is once again the round we asked for it. Big put themselves on the board. And this time around, I feel like it's a little bit of a better position, right? I mean, it's actually going to be forced to repurchase the shields. We'll see how the finances sit exactly. Twiston opportunity maybe to pass a weapon across with that Blade Storm in hand. He will actually do that, yeah. So actually coming into this one, it feels a little better than what we saw in Ascent, right? I just still can't believe that Turco delivering 2 in that scenario.
I don't know how he got him.
Is wild to me.
Yeah, I wish I could kind of get some more clarity on that, because that's still just...
I almost don't want to know as well at the same time.
Maybe it's best
don't
not
show
to.
any slip up.
Something went wrong for that to occur. Now, with the progression towards A-Long and obviously this just boatload of utility invested towards C, I'm pretty sure Big are well aware of what's going on, because BBL not showing much subtlety, and it looks very similar, but of course this time Lucka can't really deny the plant, so they will be in the post-plant quicker, but it looks like Big want to start this retake quickly, going to take garage control as fast as they can, and AIM-DLL going to be put on the case.
A much tighter hold on site here. Aslan going to send the paranoia through. Kushner actually does manage to get out of dodge. Aslan finds the first and the second as well. Lots of damage done.
But the trades are still there for Big, and Twister's not stopping, swings the sight, isolates Pora, finds a pick towards Long as well, putting it all on Kushner. In a 1v2, the defuse, I don't think he can deny it at this point. It's done for. And he'll have to sit back and watch as Big he actually swings out. Again, Big starting to close back in. Some of these fights are so precarious though, Mike. They're having to just start these retakes so early on. They're scrambling on the fights, but it's given them a way back in.
It's BBL. It's, well, the duality of BBL, right? We rush A, we rush C. It's either of them.
Yeah.
It's that early conditioning already being so prominent here in some of these rounds. And I've got my eye on the minimap to see just how Big decide to adjust on that, right? I don't think Obnox's utility is enough to do chip damage, to slow things down. So whether or not Big just start, I don't want to say gamble pushing, but this time it's going to be back towards A. Look how deep they're going.
Look at the commitment off the back of Omen, sending in the utility as well. They're going to try and overcommit to this. It actually gives them the 2-for-1 trade. Turco's going to at least temper Lucka, but beyond that, finally, it works out for them. They've been trying that little bit of a dabble into the pressure towards A, right? We almost saw them feeding to an extent, but it actually works out this time. And now they have the player advantage. They can kind of reset from that stack towards that A side. They can kind of peel back through. You can already see Musashi is drifting back towards kind of hitting that C rotation if needed from B. As you can see, BBL re-exploring this idea, kind of coming back around this way. And they have been sitting for retakes. Obnox sitting super deep. He hasn't been actively challenging, which is obviously the right thing to do. For now, this should be a little indicator pretty soon.
No,
should be enough.
Dealt with yet. B. Well, actually, the spam comes through. Well played from Musashi. The reveal, finding a lot of value there. Obnox actually going to close things out. And I guess the response from Big is fight fire with fire. I'm almost blown away by how deep Laka actually pushes through Sewer. He's got the benefit of Twistin holding very deep with the operator, but if this is something that could act as a deterrent towards BBL, that's key in terms of how some of these early rounds are played out, Lauren.
Or it changes the dynamic of, being able to get that space for free. Now is that thought of a challenge, you'd have to commit earlier utility towards it potentially. This is a really nice adjustment.
There's risk behind it now. BBL have to become a little more diligent in terms of these early round protocols if they want to obtain that space.
And I like the way there's still utility committed to the side, so they have no idea what's behind that smoke, but the response from BBL looks like, all right, just walk slice up mid, because they've had to overcommit someone somewhere, but actually this time around, they're going to get the spike down and look and see if that can be denied. Spam comes in, nothing stops it, but it will probably cost them their life. It actually catches through. Aslan and AimDLL both go down. Pora just gets driven by Aslan, and Turco flashed up. They haven't even seen a player this round.
Literally. Just everybody.
Flashes and a lot. It's all thrown out.
Everybody picked up for free. I mean, Laka actually finds one with the aftershock and the second with a headshot. So already taking the bite out of that execution, looking for just that drive-by hit on B site. Interesting to note, actually, the adjustment of Obnox's utility, the alarm bot and a nano swarm placed there. And note previously exactly how it was invested towards B. The great read from Big.
I get nervous when I see a timeout and Kushner has not purchased. It makes me very nervous, Mike. It brings me great discomfort.
Well, let's talk about the replay. Look how much we can see here or can't see.
There's the second flash.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe caught a glimpse. Maybe Kushner saw Aslan.
Maybe
that was
reel right there.
Yeah. just the flashed icon the whole way through.
It's literally just look at this great uses of utility.
But the one thing I still like to see that's kind of echoed over from those, quote unquote, the Gob B times is a couple of little pocket pieces like that, right? Just, okay, let's bring out that little, I don't know, the sewer play that we like to run occasionally, right? That little bit of a combo that we can set up. I like seeing that sort of stuff. That brings me a little bit of happiness. There's still echoes of that sort of look. And it's not just that, though, because I know a lot of people, even in CS to an extent, when you looked at God B as an IGL, like, yes, he's an all-rounder, but he'd always have these little, like, pocket plays, these little strats they bring out once in a while. And maybe, it didn't look not as well-rounded sometimes, right? People would say, oh, it's a bit cheesy, they play in this sort of manner. But Big, at the moment, the combination of, like, the firepower looks they've got going and everything else, I want to see more of this. I'd love to see that combination they're going to bring out if they do. And it looks like BBL are going to try and, I guess, get back up on the horse, right?
The pings, it's just, what's going to happen.
Yeah, but you can see the utility instantly slowing it down. Aslan denied that springboard, the fact that he'd want. Yes, he takes sewer control and will navigate past a lot of maybe the intent that Aslan and Big had to this, but for now, they should have a good amount of information off the back. They should be well aware of what's coming their way.
Big happy to concede, though, knowing that the Rolling Thunder probably going to come through. AimDLL actually and get through that with the TP as well. So Sight comfortable for the time being. We look towards Big really in the retake now. Lockdown available, Rolling Thunder available. AimDLL still gets caught with it, can't get the spike down either. But there's no pressure on the back of it.
No, there really isn't, which is quite surprising. Yes, Twiston's found Kushner, but they'd still be able to... Oh! I thought maybe, just maybe, he'd make it in time. Wasn't to be. Pora's going to find him. And now we look at what's remaining. A bit of a fumble from AimDLL. Musashi having the easiest time of his life, and they have to get out of the Cypher now. Lockdown's coming in anyway. Turco does get out, but the side's been taken back. Big can at least get the step towards it. Fight towards long spots. 2. Obnox finds 1. And now you need Aslan to do some more. The defuse is not going to stop right now, and they don't think they can get there in time. Aslan with the punish in the end.
So, the pings came through so late in that smoke, because I'm not sure if that was just a UI bug for us, but he was spamming completely the wrong area.
Yeah, I don't know.
Big, I mean, it cost an awful lot to get this retake.
Yeah, the ping was, well, was the ping that far off?
Like I said, I don't know if it's just a UI bug for us. He's sticking it on the left side, the ping slightly favoring the right. Potato, but the fact of the matter being, he's throwing the blade storm in there. Like there's such a low chance of him actually hitting that.
Whoa. Kushner? Okay. The amount of attention just on this A-long fight, or not even long, it's just like the start of trying to get any control towards A. I quite like seeing this, that both teams are putting such a priority towards it. Now this time around, Big won out the fight towards long, and now just to complement and supplement, Twiston's got a nice little pick over towards Garage as well. So sadly for BBL, not finding any easy entry points. But again, Musashi is on an island, but would you expect him to hang around? Let's see if they diligently clear this.
He's tucked up deep here, opposite. He does actually catch her, picks her out of place. Spike noted the information's there early enough. It's BBL can't even rush on the back of this trade. They will try and shift walk through. And Lucka going to be confirmed on the back of this jump peak, but and now aim DLL will be noted as well. Whether or not the paranoia is going to catch both here, no, it doesn't. Stands his ground, finds the first, and Turco now left to try and recover. Big, in the blink of an eye, it feels like, get themselves to 6 now, 2 ahead of BBL. See how the finances sit for BBL in this round. Hunter's Fury to play with, but not an awful lot else really to offset this purchase. We have to scrape together 2 rifles at least.
And again, if we roll, if you weren't listening to the desk at the start, or actually hold that thought, Twiston quick with it. Aslan now removed. And the pop of the ult as well. Twiston's going to see so much information off this, and he's overcommitting. Twiston, this is nastiness. Oh, and Kushner, the second smoke, just reaffirms the thought that Twiston was still around. Posts a shot or 2 towards it and will get it. But the double stack towards Sewer, they're so committed to this. It's such a brawl for it, such a battle for it. Even a third, maybe unnecessary at this point.
Not sure about the third swing through from Musashi there. Aslan thought he maybe saw a pixel out of place there, but nothing on the other side of it. Kushner will actually trade out to an operator here. Able to dip out, confirms both players, I think, off the gunshots alone.
And look at the wrap from Kushner. That should have been a barrel noted. Did Obnox check back? I think he did. Kushner gets bodied. But there we go. Pora lock down the round, and probably not one that Big should have dropped here. A bit of a fumble in my mind. Almost the overcommitment against what was gonna be a shaky buy at best.
Yeah, I mean, scrapping for that area is close quarters anyway. Almost just seeing Musashi to try and swing on the backside of that so late as well. I mean, yes, the Prowler confirms, but they're all 1 by 1.
Yeah, not in love with that.
And knowing full well that BBL have fought for everything basically in A lobby, knowing full well that's going to be stacked up behind. I can't understand the logic there.
Yeah, but again, we roll it back to the fact that Big are under pressure, and mistakes may happen at this point. You think map down, potential playoffs on the line. This is when it all can really start to crumble. A couple of mistakes here and there can really put you mentally feeling shaky, but BBL picking up the pace straight towards the site. That's a plant. Not going to come through. Musashi, how quick do you go on this?
How deep
now noting a couple of plays, but it's Twiston who's the one to capitalize on it. Aslan's going to be punished off the back, and AimDLL forced us it super deep now.
Rolling Thunder sent through from Pora, but not actually going to be able to find anything on the back of it. Obnox will find 2.
I can't really blame Turco and AimDLL to try and go for something, but it all falls to nothing. And Pora has to do heroics. It's not going to be. Nice little retake there, and, well, Lucka and Obnox get to keep their life, and for Big, they get to keep a lead.
2 rounds to separate them on map 2.
Switching sides.
See how BBL decide to with what we've seen on their attacking half, whether it's going to be as proactive here. So maybe not just the A lobby fight, but across the map, I gotta say. I'm interested to see the application of the chamber as well. A big, at least give themselves a cushion. And BBL find the first and the second. I'm concerned for the bonus once again. If BBL can go 4 for 4 on bonuses, it's going to be a massive concern.
Oh yeah, to say the least. To say the absolute least. I'm a lot of rides on this because we're seeing a lot of mistakes to a degree on both sides. Some overcommitment, some whiffy moments.
How heavy the emphasis is towards Garage and C here. Just a trip to support Turco. And we'll deal with the reveal. Confirmation on the other side of it, at least with 2 players swinging through. Going to completely give up a site, actually. Turco will resort back to heaven. He's got both shock darts, so might just play for a little bit of anti-plant, maybe try and pick up a freebie.
Yeah, he knows what's happening. He can call for help, but still that long time before Luck has taken the chip damage and gets to keep his life.
Why he delayed the second one? Honestly, he could have got the kill there.
That. Yeah. Now, I guess for BBL though, chip damage is good, but it's not going to be enough at this point. They need that instigating factor, and already with Aslan going down, this bodes well for Big to do some more. Now it's a 1-for-1 trade, but with already the player advantage. That's the game changer. Hold on. Fuchsia comes in and destroys him. Look at what a shot. Get out of here.
No way.
Taco. I thought that was going to be Lucka just hitting that second shot. That flick.
The first one was crispy. Oh, you see somebody hit a shot like that, you're like, yeah, he's got a second. Surely, right? Surely. He's entered the flow state.
You love the flow state.
I love the I'm a big fan. Big fan. Mitch man too. Mitch man,
Mitch loves it.
He loves a bit of the flow state. What is this from Kushner though?
Mate.
It just catches the first off guard completely.
That shot. And it's like, once you've hit one of those shots, I was like, he's got to get the second, surely. Surely Luck has got that in the bag. Not at all. Turco's there. And BBL, turn on a dime. Until that double towards Hell came through, I thought that round was kind of going away from them, right?
It just so happens that Luck is the last man standing with that shock dart damage, so it makes it a little bit easier. Recon Bowl will be dealt with, but also ping out a player. God, Twisted with the crouch peek finds Kushner.
Okay. Still a little bit of fire to this. Zashi's holding a lot of space, yeah. Caught by Pora. And AIM-DLL's clearing a lot of space, speaking of, but again, how aware of the early work that was already being started towards that A side. You can see Turco's already, was trying to clear back towards being sure it's safety. Now he's going to hear enough that he's got a big indicator of what's going on. Obnox already down to 69, 28 gets to walk away with. And certainly softened them up for once again another retake for BBL.
Still diligent BBL are here on the way back in. Luck are going to set up a fault line. It might get caught off guard. Not sure what he was holding out there, but yeah.
Then you hate it. And Obnox would need some. More of those would have helped, but they can only get one in the time.
Whoa.
And BBL going to keep 2 standing.
Great damage though in a round that BBL come into. Odds-on favourites to win, right? We're faced now with if Big can actually win out their first buy round. It's going to force a lot of these repurchases out from BBL. See if they can even get some rifles in play. The Guardian on the board already. Looks like it might just be offset, sorry, with a couple of sheriffs.
Yeah.
Execution here obviously makes it a little bit easier.
Surely they don't convert this one. Surely. Right, Mike?
Right?
Come on, Big. This isn't the round that you're going to drop a bonus against. A Spectre, a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs. This is the one that you're going to be clean on. 5 standing. Gets that confidence sky high. The pacing and the indicators of, hey, it's a C hit, right? Like,
oh no,
but
they're stacking
they've hit the
four.
brakes.
They're stacking 4 to A site. Big have come through. They're going to deal with the trip. They're hoping that pulls the rotation. It's going to do nothing, Lauren.
I'm getting a little nervous.
Right, Paranoia and Alzone. So 2 people noted on A site now.
Okay. Aura's going to push up. Have a little crouch. Chill out. Now,
headshot.
You keep being diligent, right? You keep checking your corners.
Yeah,
you absolutely do. Oh, God, Taco! The Guardian on long has just absolutely sent them scattering. They're now going to try and depend on Twiston.
He's caught this info.
That's audio cues given. Now, again, bear in mind Twiston's ahead of this early. He's already going to be posted up towards your CT, so they've cleared this in their minds, and you're not going to be thinking about this, and that's just to buy time. And now this is where Kushner has to be ready for this. The spike is already on the side. He notes one, probably dipping towards long there, and there's Twiston pulling the plug.
Oh my God!
From Kushner, it could have been a tragedy in the making, but no, Big, by the skin of their teeth, get away with this round.
Oh. I mean, the Hunter's Fury posted from range as well. Yeah. Again, Kushner is just a couple of seconds away from that. I mean, we won't talk about the whiff, but if he's there in time, I think he catches one for free.
Sure.
Then Twiston's isolated. It becomes really, really complicated at that point.
Bloody
hell.
I
say isolated, he's disconnected.
Yeah. Man, those are the sort of rounds you look at and think seconds difference, right? As you said, Kushner 2 seconds earlier could have been a different outcome. Maybe one of those shots just, you know, hits like it should, and he's walking away with a totally different round. However, the essential thing here is that Big were able to get past what was a bit of a block for a couple of rounds. Kushner, though, going to pick up from where he left off with a quick pick towards Musashi.
The next hurdle is winning the buy round.
Oh, Pora. He's trying to play this out, Twiston. Yeah. I was wondering if Pora could get away with murder by sticking around there. You can see the others evacuated the site, but it is a 4v4 and probably a post-plant. Kushner does like a drop down, though, and the smoke... Okay. Just about caught in the heels as he tries to dip out of there after doing that sort of Assassin Creed nonsense. 3v3, aim DLL, catching Twiston in no man's land.
Again, smoke's on cooldown here, but now one's posted up towards Arches. But Aslan and Obnox a little split here. Aslan's got so much to deal with.
He certainly does, and now has to pay a little bit more mind, but it's given a moment for the other Aslan to hit that swing. And Obnox with the commitment he wants this dealt with, and well, he gives his life up, gives the ult up, and the round's given up as well. Diffuse going to come through, and we're back all even at 8-8.
He tries to frantically secure around there with the lockdown, but the timing just—it's not favorable at all. It's in a position where he's boxed into the wrong side of long as well. He doesn't have a get out of jail free card at all in that regard. Big will scrape together a purchase. I mean, I see gaps in the utility. Twiston does have the Blade Storm, but it's a Spectre in the hands of Luckup.
Get out of my way!
Right, what do we... What?
Well,
okay. Well, that's a start.
Aslan's in their spawn.
Fair enough.
They got a decent pinch on A site now, and funnily enough, Bigger actually rotating off this, nearly catching Pora. They have to deal with this quickly, though.
He's such a problem. If he can just keep them present, that's all he's got to do. Just be enough of a nuisance.
Why aren't Big moving elsewhere?
I don't know. You can already see one of them. It's Kushner trying to get out of there. He's like, no one else is here. Big need to get a wiggle on. They're still being methodical, and Aslan did everything he could.
Yeah.
Yeah, which Aslan, I guess you want to say. But again, you think by the time now, Kushner's already read this. He already rotated in time. He's got himself towards the back of the site. Yeah, he eats a couple of flashes. Aim DLL with a sharp shot towards Twiston. Takes down the instantaneous threat. And now they progress, and Big are getting destroyed. BBL. Get back to site and get back to business. That's huge.
There's like a 5-second window there where I want to see Big just knife out running towards the site.
Run it down,
Get set up. They know that Aslan has drawn so much attention. I mean, he knows Pora. He knows exactly where he is, and then Pora pushing through. They should be relaying that information. Pora's then going to know it's a fake. If there's nothing coming on the backside, nothing coming through sewers, nothing coming through long, Big have to find that space elsewhere on the map. Because it's beautifully orchestrated in the start of that.
Oh, the intention's wonderful, right? You can see the full intent of what they're trying to achieve, and it could. And that's the thing. It's a lot of it could have worked well. It could have been great. What it was certainly wasn't that. And Pora trying to make the most of it. He's already been marked. He's just going to take the fight, stand and deliver. Takes down one, unafraid. Twiston, yes, he can close the gap, but you can see the purchase behind Big here. It's far from pretty. Need Twiston to make something magic happen, but Pora sitting a little bit deeper, making sure they work for their dinner. Catches the corner on one, and he actually gets to keep his life because he gets to take down Twiston and Musashi. And yes, Luck has found a shot, but it's pretty much just Lucker as Obnox is still a little bit trailing behind over towards Long. That, well, the 1v1 wasn't ever going to be clean, was it? You can already see the support en route.
Standing ahead. Okay, keeping it. Okay.
Player standing.
All right, fair enough.
Just give Lucker a pistol. Seriously.
Lucker's got very nice aim.
Yeah.
Like he's
snappy.
Yeah, he's got that, like, you know, it's gonna be in the highlight package sort of aim. Very nice.
Sloppy anti-eco here though from BBL.
Yeah.
I gotta say it. Obnox in a position where it's definitely doable.
Left.
Get a clean plant. Be able to get him both nano swarms set up as well. What's the timing going to be like here on the audio? Heard one. Noted. Aim deal. Okay, yeah, well.
Yeah.
You put a wall in the way, it doesn't really matter. You'll still find the headshot.
He's good. He's got that aim DLL. Don't worry. Okay, Diffuse going to come through. I'm getting nervous now because I'm seeing, as soon as I see double digits, anxiety. And I don't need help to be more anxious, Mike. It's a real common factor with me. So seeing 10... and then adding to that, you see that little mark below it. That means that BBL already picked up that first map. That's already sitting in their favor. I get nervous. And again, if we put this in the bigger...
Sorry.
Not even close.
It looked even dirtier the second time round.
Not even close. Again, though, for me, I'm just like... if this wasn't the game it was, right? If this wasn't the scenario we're left in, I've been quite excited by the idea of seeing Big play this map. How do they look? Okay, a close scoreline against BBL, who've been playing quite nicely on this map, you know, up until this point. You know, if you look at the silver linings, it's not the worst, but we know what the context is here. And Big are looking for playoffs, and BBL are looking for basically to continue playing relevant Valorant for the rest of the year, right? Like, again, for a lot of these teams, there's a lot on the line, and obviously Big's, I guess, reward is higher, so we look towards them in that regard. But this is not just BBL playing well, Mike. I do want to look at Big and say they look a bit nervous, if I'm honest. Twiston's having a middling game here for his own standard, right? We've seen him being such a proponent for that side. And the map 1 was a real shame to see him hit a low point in these moments.
It doesn't do Big justice to say that Twiston is the win condition, but he's certainly been a massive factor for Big in their recent success. Or even making some series, outside of success, making series close.
Oh, a couple of map wins here and there. Again, when we looked at the likes of Big and Focus, we weren't just saying, of course, they're going to win against, you know, heavily favored sides, but you look at the benefits they're pulling out, right? What's looking good for them? Are they making some competitive matches against really established teams? And they were, right? Like, that's been the big thing. Big thing. I hate it.
That's a huge point.
Yeah, it's humongous. Massive, gargantuan. And so is this round, so let's get to it. Ult goes in, so we have to see if they can maybe make the progress off the back. Twiston is halted, though, but BBL are going to give up. Like, they have to.
There's no progress elsewhere there. They're literally waiting for confirmation of the spike coming through. Now you'll see Kushner and AIM DLL make progress elsewhere. Pora with a quick headshot will deal with Aslan. That's going to remove the smokes here. Actually hindering this post plant just a little bit. We'll see what else is available. It's just a fault line. Pora's going to come through with the Rolling Thunder of his own, though. That's going to clear out sight for them.
Okay, BBL on the case. AIM DLL, the first one forward, happy to do it, but it's execution by his side. And AIM DLL is just large and in charge. And you're seeing Obnox now just cowering, sweating bullets, man. He's got to try and fight his way out. Another target spotted. Pora's there. Takes it, gets it. Diffuse now starting, though. He's doing everything he can. 3 more bullets, just 1 more to go. He's taking him off the diffuse. And Obnox has known it.
He's got a turret as well.
This could be the biggest round of this man's life right now. He's still doing it, Obnox. These moments might define him here. He's given them a lifeline.
What a clutch that was. I mean, BBL did everything right initially there in the retake, played it fantastically. The nano swarms buy enough time. BBL still desperately looking, but just a couple of 1v1 challenges here. Pora for the second.
Control on Pora.
I mean, there's no Pora just needs to play safe there. Play off Aslan's contact.
Yeah, maybe the contact was just a little bit, you know.
What a round from Obnox.
I just don't want to take anything away from him there. Because you don't, again, normally in that scenario, you think you're cooked. Wow. Okay, it's a lifeline for Big. This could be the spark that ignites the side. And it has to be. They were about to be down to, you know, what, facing 11. That's looking almost over in my mind, but this could be the gateway. And BBL, well, 1 round a mistake. It's not the end of the world. They're not facing, you know, the barrel of the gun. They're still okay. And they can recover.
BBL, the early pressures towards A lobby not greeted. It's going to be a bloodbath for C-Site. Lockdown invested here. Might be able to get punished, though. Sure, actually, MDLL going to come through and find the first one here. Swings through, finds the second. The lockdown's still ticking away, though. It's still ticking away.
Musashi! One gets detained, but it's Musashi just running forward. Aslan was waiting. Kushner spotted it out. What a chaotic round.
Does that reset Big? Yeah, it does.
Oh, God, the money.
It's literally identical. Well, I say identical to the first map, but when BBL have hit 11 here, they have Big against the ropes in terms of the economy.
They do.
I'm not even sure what the previous map looked like. It might have been a rifle in the mix, maybe an ultimate to work with, but this one is not looking good at all for Big.
No, it's not. And you need some of those lucky shots to come in, right? You need one of those twist and one bangs to come out. And well, BBL, Aslan, he saw MDLL having all the fun. He fancied a bit himself. Musashi has to face the music. That's something Big might be doing in 1 round's time if they don't get it together now. It's 9-12. This is it. BBL finding form in formidable timing. This is heartbreak for Big, but they at least have a bye. But Mike, it's not a great one either.
No, let's see exactly how not sure if any ultimate progress was made on this. Other than the kill coming through from Musashi, and I don't know where they sat with what was invested in the previous rounds either. It's a Rolling Thunder to work with. Musashi won away, that's the saving grace, but light armors here, gaps in the utility as well.
Aslan's walking mid. Okay, Twistem's got him. There's the follow-up. This is huge for them. A necessity, and BBL just fighting. Just taking brawl after brawl, trying to catch them off guard and crush them while they can. I think Twister noted that. Yeah, he absolutely has. That call's gonna be made. And this man wants to do the round himself. He knows what this means to the side. He charges in, Twiston. He wants it. He's gonna get it. Pora, time to back away. It's Big. Now gonna make double digits.
Start giving the ace. Twister now just like, yeah, okay. Nothing left to lose. Let's run it down. He's found 4 already on the round. Pora just wants to deny the clip. That's, I mean, it goes without saying it's a clean round, but that's what you want to do. If Big wanted, it's 3 rounds to find. Like I said, they were tapped out in terms of the finances here. So to keep 5 standing, force out a shield repurchase here and there. The best possible, best possible foundation here to get back into this.
Well.
Right, he's got the Blade Storm, it's fine, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But ignoring the end of that, potentially,
Look at this. The confirmation with the Prowler is just like, yeah, I want that one.
Bit of that. Yep. It's a bit of me, that is. And you got to say, they needed one of those. They needed a Twiston round. They needed someone to just give them that breath, right? That one moment where you can finally breathe in and just have a second to think, okay, we're not out of it yet, right? Because at that point, I think we all knew that Big was starting to... It was looking frayed. It was looking like there were problems, to say the least. So to see them get that moment is a huge confidence boost, or at least just an equalizer, right? Because you look on the other side for BBL, and they're still okay for money to an extent. They can get a buy in this round. That's all that really they'll be looking at for now.
I think the concern being for Big, BBL are encroaching on one of those, 1 in 5, the snowball rounds, right? Look at the ult cycle for them. Yes, there's ults available for Big, but they're the ones that have to invest these to put them in a position to win rounds.
Yep.
BBL, if they can find a favorable opening engagement, it can really spiral out of control quickly.
Absolutely. Going towards currently where Kushner is in that operator. Let's see what he can get done. And it's Twiston again. He's picked back up where he left off. Going to force Kushner away as well. That was Aslan just taking a little bit of a glimpse towards him. Rotation does come in. You can see Pora sitting up towards Kevin, and Kushner gets stand around. That's huge. Denies Twiston any further progress, and Kushner now he has nothing. He can see nothing. Vision taken, and as is the side, but Aslan's going to actually slip forward. And aim DLL as well. Big thought they had it for a moment, but not to be. It's down to Laka and Musashi. Has to dip away for a second, try and temper the pace. Musashi's still in the fight, and he can't deliver the shot. Laka tries getting one as well, and none of it's coming through.
The trade-off
is wild.
The trade-off of Rolling Thunders there. Everybody was stunned. You could just see everybody just trying to connect something, and Big actually come out of that suffering more damage. Laka down to 43 HP. Musashi taking a tag in there. Look at the HP bars for BBL. And a man advantage here.
I guess the one silver lining for Big is that they're going to have to play together. You don't want to give that pick away. You obviously don't want to get it, equaled up to a 2v2. So they're going to play as a pack, and they will at least get a plant from this. But what can these two players do? They don't know how much freedom they've been given. They have no idea on the timing. They could be literally sitting CT at this point or in garage. So Big have to make their choices now.
The utility is interesting, actually. Laka still has the aftershock fault line, 1 flash. Pora fault line and 2 flashes. AimDLL just got 1 smoke back now. How are Big going to play this, though? They have to find the first.
I don't want them to be passive, but it looks like the timing's wrong. Aslan's there. Laka can't do it. The other Aslan is the one to put the nail in the coffin. And Big can only sit back and watch as playoff dreams are crushed.
Yeah, what a performance from BBL today. I said last week I was very impressed. I feel like they really tested Guild, and a couple of real positives to bring away from what's been, I'll say, an underwhelming stage for them. This year, again, just building upon that success, honestly, it's been so great to watch today. Just the willingness to be this proactive, right? When the pressure ultimately is on in these later weeks, BBL really do step up. And it's great to see them deliver here.
No, you're right. And as much as this was a day to see if Big could make it to playoffs, this is a day to see that BBL still have that magic, right? They've still got that spark for sure. And some of these players, again, they find it seemingly late in these runs, but they find it indeed. And there's a choice for you down below as well. Your player of the match for you at home. Been watching along, who stood out to you there. That's where you can get your thoughts through to us, and the desk will confirm who was the one to walk away with that. But Mike, let's kind of briefly summarize here. Anything outstanding from either side that you want to kind of wrap this up on?
No, a great turnaround from Twisted on map 2. I feel like we were a little bit hard on him, maybe not crediting BBL enough for dealing with him. Because like I said, he has been such a prominent factor for Big success where they have really stretched out series. But overall, just really impressed with BBL. Again, for what I saw in the first few weeks to seeing the last 2 weeks now, I restored a little bit of faith of that capability that's on this roster, because it is there. I mean, that's undeniable.
No, I think that's the perfect summary. The capability that this side has that did start to look a little tarnished and marred, and we were wondering if it was going to fade, and it hasn't. They've shown that in this game. However, we're done for game one, but there's a bit of a cracker coming up after this as well. But we have to go to the desk first, who'll be joining you after the break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the range just fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team to win it, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's a king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with a whole lot. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoke. I spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she not lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Just me and my team. Just me and my.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
We're back with VCT EMEA Challengers Playoffs. Big fans watching at home, we feel your pain. We sold it, we hyped it up all weekend as their big chance to pull off something special, but unfortunately, BBL crash their playoff party. Here I am on the desk. My name's Ian Chambers alongside Kaquka and Lothar. Kaquka, I mean, do you feel for Big here, or are you more impressed by BBL?
I think that Big lost a lot of rounds that they shouldn't have lost on this map. I feel like BBL is just too strong on the retakes. They knew exactly what they were doing, especially on that second half, and they wanted to secure that they're going to be there for LCQ, that nothing is going to be left up for a debate. And for Big, We all believed for at least an entire week that
Yep.
it was possible, and they got so close.
Well, you know, we were building a storyline, and
Yeah.
it was a
Doing
pretty
your job.
story to
Come
follow.
on, you were living it too.
Yeah, I mean, would have been a nice story, you know? It's like 8 losses in a row, and then suddenly everything turns around. But this map, and overall, this match was one of the sloppiest Valorant I have witnessed so far, because from one moment I was like, oh, this is actually quite beautiful, and it's like rolling off the tongue when it comes to utility usage, and then suddenly there's the follow-up. There's some lazy pacing coming from one of the teams, and there were moments from both of those teams happening like that. But the biggest problem for Big was the lack of confidence to convert rounds when they have the advantage. On Haven, they had 15 first bloods when BBL had 8, and yet they didn't manage to win most of the rounds, right? Overall, when it comes to the advantages, there were 12 rounds on both of those maps when they had a 5v4 and they failed to convert 7 out of them.
Yep.
Like, there's the bigger problem in Big when it comes to the macro.
Yeah, we was talking about on the first match and on the first map, and it happened on the second as well. BBL know what they're doing. They are not going to deny a trade. They're always going to go for the refrag. They don't care that you take the first kill. Maybe sometimes they overcommit, but they always take the chance.
I mean, one of the rounds where BBL had the 4v1 with Obnox, right? That was one of those rounds where BBL kind of was exposed for the bad fundamentals, and we have seen the overpeak from Power, from CT, and there were some issues like that can work on, but in general, this BBL that we have witnessed today and last week is a huge upgrade over the course of the weeks that we have seen so far.
It's still, it's this little mistakes that we think they can improve looking into last chance qualifier. Now that they are secure, they're going to have a lot of time. They were mentioning that if they bring in those new agents, it's going to be after the rest of the teams have played them. So we want to see them keep bringing new stuff on the table.
Yeah, I mean, if you're BBL right now, the only way is up, and you can actually be excited about the future. Big, on the other hand, it's looking pretty bleak. Do you think that the magnitude of this occasion maybe got to them a little bit?
I think so, yeah. I think that Kundi was kind of lying a little bit when he thought, yeah, the pressure is not really there. I feel like especially by the end of their attack, they saw themselves as losers again. So BBL, I guess Meg will have to congratulate them, to thank them for securing them for playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, Lothar, right? If any of the big roster are watching right now, maybe just look away for a moment, because you're going to pick apart some of that final map there.
Actually, less of... okay, we have one round with Big. Okay. Let's turn away from the monitor, okay? I think this was a great beginning of a round. This is round 17, where we have Aslan commit to the... Don't look there. To the Heaven ultimate from the Omen. And he goes in, and look at the minimap right here. We have 3 players literally looking at the Omen's position in Heaven. That is so much presence being pulled away towards this Omen. And Aslan communicates this because he's very specifically aware of how much utility was being used against him. There were flashes, there were stuns. The Omen was also smoking it off. So there's a lot of information for the teammates, but unfortunately, Big is just too slow with the push through the double doors. So they don't really capitalize on the presence that the Omen got them, because look at how fast the rotation is. If this rotation would have been stopped by the presence of the Omen, because there was already the pressure done through the double doors, that would allow the Omen to either live a little bit longer and maybe do a backstab, or drag away the players when the pressure was being done on site. So there's a little bit of a dissonance here between the teammates. Now, it's not all about Big, because BBL, this was one of those rounds that when I have to speak about a little bit, let's say about responsibilities of players, right? There's specific roles sometimes that are assigned in a specific round. This is a round that was being set up 100% from the beginning. They give Aslan on Jet this spike. So his job is to go on site, plant, most likely die. If not, well, then come back and play post plant. Look at the buy from the team. There's only 2 Vandals here. Everyone else is on pistols. And Aslan is one of those 2 players on a Vandal. Look what his job is this round. He goes onto site with the spike, dashes in, so he doesn't have the dash to go back safely. And because of that, when he's being spammed with utility, he just dies and leaves the Vandal around. And there's no way of even having it being used, right? And then the last round, I just wanted to call this out because this is an actually beautiful usage utility from BBL here. Pora was actually on point with his breach because every time there was a push ready, he was ready with his ultimate. I don't know how he managed his ultimate economy so well because every single like one of those pivotal rounds that were happening for Big, he was ready for it. Here we're gonna rewind. Look at this exchange of Rolling Thunders on the A side. They're coming literally. Look, we're gonna zoom in on the minimap. Look at the animation of those both Rolling Thunders right now. They like exchanged themselves, you know. And when I was doing the recap of the round where the double door push was being done by Big, Pora also stopped them with the ultimate there and just literally gave 3 assists to the teammates just because easy kills.
And it's a huge difference from the Pora that we saw on stage 1. We were talking about now he's been picking up that IGL role. Sometimes he was dying too soon and not actually playing for the rest of the team. Map 1, he was on the Killjoy. How many rounds were he the last man standing and actually making the big decisions? Here on Haven, it was the same.
Well, congratulations to BBL, commiserations to Big. Who was the player of the match? You guys at home have been voting. Who do you think it was, real quick?
I think Aslan.
Yes, of course it was. A well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, which one?
BBL's.
Okay. I mean, he had some really nasty rounds, I'm gonna lie. But a shout out from me. Locker had some insane sheriff shots in both maps.
Yeah. It's still, I think that Aslan has been waiting for this one. I think that especially on map 1 is the reason why I would give it, because thanks to him, they were able to close up that one. And on a Jet, he was just having fun. He had a lot of crazy kills, but yeah, there was still those little mistakes, like dashing in with the Vandal and going for the plants, but nothing that he cannot fix.
Just before I move on to the next series, we've gone way too long without mentioning that T-shirt. Oh no. I've just been told, we gotta move. All right, second series, G2 versus Fnatic. We are closing out our final day of the group stages, with an incredible banger of a series. G2 versus Fnatic. Now, this is a rivalry that goes back several years. It is a derby, as we like to say in UK football terms. It's something that everybody watching right now should be very excited about.
I mean, in general, Fnatic and G2 have been playing in many different games, but 2 notable ones are, of course, the LEC and VALORANT for us, right? As you can see, there were some games between them already. 37 matches being played in League of Legends between G2 and Fnatic, starting from 2016, where G2... actually started as Gamers 2 before joining LCS, had been going into this battle, and then in Valorant we had so far 5 games. G2 is winning in both of those games so far, and this is going to be the 6th battle between them.
And to be completely honest, Fnatic is just looking a little bit better, and maybe they take up that revenge, even up the score a little bit, because especially the last time that we saw playing against each other was in the playoffs, and G2 got a 3-0 over them. So I think that things are going to start to change, because we knew that Fnatic got a little bit lack of fuel, especially on that day. All
right, let's talk about this G2 roster. Is it safe to say that this has been a disappointing group stage for them, Lothar?
Well, definitely. Like the scoreline that they had, and they're now out of contention for playoffs. This is huge disappointment for the entire org, for the players, and for the owner Carlos himself, because the mindset of the organization is always to win. You know,
they're winners.
Yes, they're also self-deprecating. How to say that? Self-deprecating. That tough word, but they like to laugh at themselves.
Self-deprecating.
You know? Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
That word native speakiness comes in. Thank you. Anyway.
Thank you, Double I.
Yeah. Anyway, G2. This lineup has a lot of firepower. Nuki, still in my eyes, one of the most consistent players of the planet, but they're having problems on the macro level, on the role changes. Yes. I don't know what's going on. We had a week where Mixwell was on initiators. I mean, Kaquka, you were going mad at that as well.
Yes, because we had been there before. We had seen him on the Cypher, we had seen him on the Sky, and it's not the performance that we expect from him, and it's not the one that G2 needs out of him. But last week against Ascent, that first map was something else. Like the way that they took split, how Mixwell was playing on the chamber, and even though Hoodie had moved onto that more of a duelist role, it looked like they still have something that they could do. Ascent actually swapping things around, making them sure that it was not going to be easy, and they had to say goodbye.
Lothar, G2 have been known to make several roster changes as you go along. That hasn't really been the case this time around. Do you think even if G2 win here, we might see some changes very shortly or not?
For me as an analyst, I don't really know. You never know exactly what's going on in the games, in the teammates like atmosphere. I mean, we have seen this Meadows tweet like expected unexpected, but what does this relate to? I have no clue.
Maybe the compositions. Maybe they know that they are not fighting for another. Who would you like if you were to see someone from G2 playing Euro? Who would you like it to be? Cody, maybe.
I don't know.
Meadow.
Maybe Mixwell.
On what map? Well, we'll discuss about that. Regarding the changes, if you ask me, I don't think so. I think that they have been making changes in the past, but if we actually think of it as from the point of view of the organization, knowing that they are already on LCQ and looking towards next year, I would keep trying with this at least to see what part of the core I want to keep, if I want to keep it, and then just think of next year.
I mean, yeah. Right now, we have to look forward to LCQ.
Yeah, but I can speculate.
Well, speculation is fine, Kaquka, of course.
I don't decide.
You mentioned Mixwell there. Here we have Deka head-to-head here.
I mean, there's a stark contrast between those two players. Although we have Mixwell, this is the thing. When he's on the chamber, his numbers are way better than this. But whenever he's on a different agent, Dan Chamber, well, then he has an issue with taking the gunfights. I feel like he gains just a second life when he has in the back of his mind the fact that he can always TP out. Then he's more confident in taking duels. He's more confident in himself, and it actually converts into the actual stats.
Yeah, but last week, for example, the difference between the Mixwell that we got on map 1 from the one that we got on map 2 was just abysmal, humongous, some would say. But especially knowing that he's going up against Dirke is not going to be an easy one.
All right, let's take a look at this Fnatic roster. These guys have an opportunity here to be the only team to make it out of the group stages undefeated. And Kaquka, they are going to be gunning for that record.
Of course, they did it on stage 1. Why not repeat it on stage 2? And this roster is looking phenomenal. Nothing compared to what we saw there at Masters. Of course, the situation was not the most favorable for them, but with Alpha coming in, with Enzo stepping up, with the role changes, everything seems to work for this team.
You guys know that I like clean Valorant, and there are two teams that I always look forward when they play, and that's Fnatic and DRX, or Vision Strikers if someone doesn't remember that they changed the name. And Fnatic right now looks the cleanest out of every iteration of Fnatic that I've seen so far. They're also very creative. The inclusion of Enzo, I like his mindset. I think he has a beautiful way of just approaching the game and lifting up his teammates, very similar to Boaster. So I'm very happy to hear that they have those two very uplifting characters in the lineup. But also his utility usage, I think his let's say, creativity when it comes to synergy with other players is on a similar level to Boaster. So now we're going to see those really ridiculous fade C's combos with the paint shells, with defragments and so on, and pushes with the Nightfall, something that, for example, Big didn't do.
We've got another tweet that we can bring up here on the show from Enzo this time around.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to Enzo, 26 years old today.
He looks 17.
Oh, he's my age.
He's only 10 years younger than you, roughly, Lothar, which is cool.
Only 10 years.
No, it's insane. It was also Alpha's birthday on Friday, so happy birthday to both of them. Maybe a gift that G2 can make to them is granting them that perfect scoreline.
Well, speaking of Alpha, 17 years old now. I mean,
oh my God, production. I mentioned his name and this pops up.
They know. I mean, now that he's 17, right? Is this time to retire or what?
Yeah. I mean, Cena's already 20 and he's losing all the fuel. He's not the Cena that we remember now. Now, we're joking. This is a joke, okay?
Look. You say the word wash without adding the /s and the fan base will just swallow you whole.
I'm scared. No, but I'm very happy that we get to have Alpha here on the scene. I think he has been the peak up of the season. He's been performing since day one. He had an amazing debut. I think he was over 400 ACS on his first map, and he's going to continue. So I'm really like for this young gun to make it to an international event with Fnatic.
Absolutely. I remember Buster once said that he spends more time on the server than he does in bed. Let's move on now to your map vetoes as we get stuck in to find out where we are going, and we are kicking off Lothar on Icebox.
Oh, well, that's interesting. We start with Icebox. So historically speaking, actually,
I wanted to see Ascend.
Fnatic is like the team that, let's say, built the metagame on how to play Icebox efficiently. They were one of the first teams to introduce Killjoy to the lineup, which is fantastic, historically speaking, a combo with the Viper. Now, G2 though, they were one of the first to go for the double, quote-unquote, Sentinel setup with the Chamber and the Killjoy at the same time with no duelists.
Yes.
So now the question will be, will we see any changes? Will we see still like the Killjoy Viper Chamber combination from both maybe? Maybe because we've seen Fnatic also swap to that. So there's like this kind of a similar approach from both teams.
Yeah, I was actually maybe expecting for G2 to ban Haven, but hey, I'm happy with this. Really wanted to see that Ascend, but jumping onto Icebox, there is very little remaining of the G2 that was perma attacking on A. The death has gone to another level. I want to see, as we were mentioning, that Chamber duel. Do not expect changes in the compositions, and it's going to be a tough one for them. They lost it last weekend against Ascend, but hey, on the head-to-head, last time that they faced against each other, it was a 2-13 for G2.
What do you make of these compositions, Lothar?
Well, as I said, most likely the iteration of the lack of duelist composition will be present from both teams, and it really fits to Fnatic, by the way, and it really fits for G2 as well. Very important aspect that we have to put attention to. Delke and Alpha are actually have very similar responsibilities on attack because they both like to lurk and go through mid areas. When it comes to Alpha, like he was actually Sue was breaking up that on the Demonstrator.
I was thinking of that.
Yeah, Alpha has like a very nice game sense when it comes to reading when to push because the pressure is being done from the other side of the map. Something when I was breaking down for the big BBL, which Big didn't do, but Fnatic is actually managing to pull off, and Alpha plays off it. So that's a very scary player to play against on the attack.
I want to see, as Lothar was mentioning, that's illustrated the Sue did, explaining the depth of the Alpha go kill strat when they just set him up for success. He's going to open up, go for the duels. My question is, how is Nukia going to respond to all of this? We know that he's been calling for the team, but he's also the one to frag when the rest of the team is not going to be able to. If Alpha gets in his head, this could be easy for Fnatic.
Nokia has also the issue of that he's playing on Sova.
Yeah.
So he has like 8 seconds per round wasted because he's just standing like this, you know, he's like with the drone. 8 seconds. So it's the nerf maybe is a buff to him because now he's spending less time in the drone.
Are we ready?
Totally.
Big banger of a series incoming. Map 1. I know we're ready for it, and I know that Hypoc and Pansy are too. Pansy. I'm going to call him Pansy. What do you think, guys?
Pansy.
It's somehow gotten worse, Mike. It's somehow gotten worse.
And the bar was already pretty low as well.
It was on the ground. You had dropped said bar, yet to pick it up. We'll wait and see. There's a whole other map, potentially, unless it goes to 3, which our producer has tried to... bring into life. It's like, oh, do you think it's going to be like a 2-0? Or you think a quick game G2 or Fnatic?
Done by 7,
obviously,
maybe?
It's a curse now. You know what's happening. So, in case you've never met them before, brand new players to your eyes, 2 very unknown teams, let's reintroduce you to G2 and Fnatic. Now, Mike, normally we have the little back and forth, doing stuff, but, I mean, even Fnatic are posing for pictures.
So feeling themselves, rightfully so. I mean, I made a comment last time we actually casted Fnatic of there's always this element of, what do Fnatic do with some downtime and a roster change and a little bit of time back in the lab. This has been the best they've looked coming out of one of those kind of transitions, honestly. Honestly, terrifying, but beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I think the thing that always scares me is, like, especially with, like, not unproven players, they're not. Like, Alpha is fantastic, right? Everyone can see that capability. I just want a land performance. That's all I want. Then I'm all aboard, man. Just give me. I need longevity, right? Like I think everyone, just on like vision alone, this round's already playing out, but regardless, vision alone, just on the the eye test, yeah, this Fnatic is by far the leaders in EMEA, and I'd argue probably was some of the best in the world. And I think NA right now has the upper hand over EMEA, if I'm completely honest. If we're talking big picture now, because we've got, Fnatic on the screen, I'm curious to see how well they do, because I honestly want to see that big performance. And this is Mystic looking like he wants a big performance himself, but it's not over yet. You've got Mixwell, Nuki, and Avova willing to put up a fight, but you've got the two... Well, one of the heavy hitters still standing. It's Alpha here, and he's quite good at this game, Mike.
He's found the third in the pistol round here. Yeah, found the opener as well, by the way.
It's quite good.
Fnatic get themselves on the board, and I mean, you come back to the conversation not so long ago we were having where G2 had their stomping ground on Icebox, but I'd counter that with actually, I mean, particularly the last two performances here from Fnatic on Icebox.
Sure.
You come into this just thinking, recent form aside across the board, Fnatic should still be in total control here. Their attacking sides on Icebox have just been a joy to watch, and it's just seeing the master plan come together.
Yep. Now, again, this should be a comfortable round. Minimal coming out from G2 here. But always dangerous in these rounds. One thing we will say about G2, there is no round that they are truly out of, no matter what. However, Fnatic should be clinical enough, and we have to start holding them to a higher standard, right? Like,
Bo actually slipping back in, eating a lot of that nano swarm damage if he just wanted to avoid an angle or something, but Fnatic find 3 kills with minimal resistance here. A site
Spike planted.
under control. Hoodie with a master in hand. Obviously Mixwell, full headhunter at his disposal. We'll find the first, but well, they can build upon that now.
I'm feeling the answer is no. And Boaster and Mystic will shut it down. So let's. I'm actually curious. Where do you put Fnatic currently in EMEA? Easy question to start with.
Top.
Unquestionably, like substantially far ahead, right?
Yeah, even with how FPX have looked, I still put Fnatic ahead.
I agree. Now, globally, how do you think they kind of shape up to what we're seeing, across the board? 'Cause I know you watch a lot of, North American Valorant as well. I know you're touching with a lot of regions. Do you think this is the best team we're gonna be able to put out? Since when Master 3 Mech were in their best form, do you think this is the best? Even Ascend, I guess you could argue.
I feel like Fnatic is still ahead of where Mech were. Yes.
Were in that. Okay. Interesting.
Again, I'm just until we see LAN. It's so difficult to even.
It's all theory, man.
The call.
Of course, it could all change. You never know. For now, what we do know is Fnatic are on the bonus. Do you have that nice little rifle with Alpha?
Round 3 lockdown though.
Yep, that's the one thing that's really good about having Alpha here on this team. Seems to be able to get a lot of those locked down. So don't know where he gets them from. But man's got a few. So already, plant should be coming in. Meadow does find Boast up, but Fnatic are in the post plant, which is a pretty dream scenario considering the scenario they're in. And Alpha is going to need a little bit more, though. Needs to really get involved this round, as you can already see that G2 is starting to build back in towards the site. No really good attempt at it so far. Enzo noted. And they just have to clear Alpha. Tucked in the corner. Slow goes in, so Enzo's options are now dwindling, but the fuse not quite started yet.
Nicky will find that one. Enzo got to back away, can see this Vandal in hand, so be huge if even with 3,300 here, we can carry that across into the next purchase. Only able really to find the 1 kill, force out Nuki to repurchase that shield. As and I'm not sure really what the trade-off is there. If the plant comes through early, if they can reset a little more comfortably, Boaster falling obviously takes away some of that post-plant strength that they have in terms of the utility. But again, you're locked down in round 3. It's the best shot you're going to get, right, to convert that.
Coming back in. Dirk are going to have the operator out, so should be an awareness from G2 here, noting this, and of course similar scenes because we know that the ult's ready for Mixwell. So curious to see how they approach this one. And it seems like, well, hey, G2 really like this A site, let's do it back to them. Which, hey, I don't really blame you if you can keep getting away with it. We'll see how many times they can do this before G2 have to adjust. But there is that mid lurk. Now, if you were watching the show a couple of, how long ago was it? I don't know, not too long ago. Yinto was kind enough to do a nice little analyst segment. Normally it's Alpha doing that little mid lurk. This time it's Boaster, not to the same degree as Alpha here does, but we'll see how that works out going forward, if that's something we're going to see more and more often, if they're going to try and exploit this, but... That's it, Fnatic and Mystic on the drive-by. Pin down Meadow and the site's theirs, but Avova sharp right back to it. Don't sleep on this guy. Avova was one of the originals to turn heads. Maybe Fnatic are in favor, but Avova is never to be underestimated.
Durka forced to just hold on to this for the time being. Not anybody's even going to give him the opportunity to find a kill here, and 4 standing once again for G2.
It's big. I can say it now, not feel bad.
You can, yeah.
That's nice.
You can get away with it.
Yeah.
So not able to spread the wealth at all here in terms of getting that shot. It's just... throw one out. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Avova, I'll say it, has been a little flaky recently with...
He has been.
I guess the historical expectations we have of that guy.
Delivering here. The clutch master.
He absolutely did.
Like, if you ever needed a bailout, Avova was good for it. Or at least it felt like that. You know, when G2 play well and Avova's having some of those games, the guy is really hard to not be saying his name off constantly. But he had been quiet. And that's the, you know, there's no masking the fact that he'd certainly not had the best of times, but neither had G2 as a collective. So interesting to see a little bit of a spark from him. And if he's the one playing this A site, he's going to have a little bit more of that.
Fnatic again just going to try and force the issue towards A site. Alpha here will find an opener once again. Meadow going to break through the wall here, but I was going to say, unwise to challenge. He does get away with a 1-for-1. Another lockdown invested here.
Told you he gets a lot of those. He's got a discount store.
This is actually crazy. Yeah, it's invested in. It's not going to swing through though.
Just no fear shown by G2, still willing to take the fight, and brings the fight right back to the Mystic looking sharp today. Good little shot towards Hoodie. Nookie being a problem, but not being cleared, dealt with. Mystic finds it. And that's Fnatic looking good, hot to trot. And I do want to see if there's a timeout coming for G2, or if they feel as though they already have enough noted to be able to handle what Fnatic are running, which is just this constant A piece.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, has Mini just stolen G2 strat book from 3 months ago? They're literally just brute forcing their way onto... Other than Boaster showing mid presence once, this has been fairly linear. Well, of course, as I say that. Of course, as I say that.
It's gonna be a fake, don't worry, they'll go back.
Yeah, they're just putting the wall up. They'll
Yep. Show a little bit of presence.
Early round pump. We'll hit A.
That's the one. First time you can see the challenge on Mixwell and Durka. Who, by protocol alone of what we've seen so far, going to have to be a little bit cautious on this, though, surely.
Maybe the Viper's Pit is the only variable here to alter the strats for Fnatic. Boaster tucked up pretty close here. And
the paranoia that, like, they note that Alpha has been doing that mid lurk. Like, look how many players are present on this.
This pings through. There's 4 eyes headed this direction. Looks as if actually they might even explore here with the drone. Well, it's the age-old mid setup here for G2. The poison orb goes up, the alarm bot inside, just to mask its presence. Enzo will actually clear out, I think, just spotting Hoodie repositioning that.
Ooh, it's okay. The wall's there. It's fine. Everything's fine. The spike's down. There's definitely no problems there. Oh, gosh, that felt a little close with that wall being taken down. But it is a 5v5 post plant, so I'm sure this will be nice and easy to observe. And there's the lockdown. But this time, it wasn't LotharHS, which is a bit of a new thing for us. Hold on.
They just... Yeah, I mean, they're just stacked up behind it there. It gets shot from behind the wall. Durka will find Hoodie as well. Brings it to a 3v3 now in this post plant.
Durka trying to take a little bit of space back here because G2 is starting to flood the site. They're going to try and get this halfway if they can, and I don't think anyone's going to stop Meadow. Someone has to stop Meadow, and no one did.
Yeah, a little strange. Alpha yeah, re-aggressing towards mid with that late lurk, but the timing's just not there. No swing coming through. I mean, if Alpha is going to make that play through mid, you almost expect somebody to put their body on the line, swing through that wall to confirm. I mean, they have the benefit of the Viper's Pit invested towards A. They have that Viper's Wall on the retake as well. So, a little strange. Maybe now we resort back to A.
We like A. A, good.
A's looked all right.
Like, there was that of over round, but like... Revealing area. It was 3-3. It is quite interesting, though. It's like... seeing someone like Meadow, who's also made such a name for himself, I feel, especially on this map, rolling it back. Made quite the name for himself, doing some imperative work for the sides. And now you get to see LotharHS doing not necessarily even similar things, but seeing both playing the role in such varying ways. But for now, it's over with a new position. That was before. This time gets it cleanly as well. Bested prior by LotharHS, this time going to get the best of him. So now you're going to see at least the advantage for G2, who aren't over-committing to any of these peaks. They're giving a little bit of room on this side, but Mixwell still going to catch Poster, trying to hold that back line, or even potentially maybe elaborate on a lurk later. But now Fnatic struggling to get the plant down. This should be the best attempt yet.
So in the adjustment of the spike plant location, know that G2 love to play anti-plant, look for these free kills. What we're seeing, Fnatic forced to adjust in that regard. The wall's going to go up. Should expect the swing to come through any moment now. And Dirk actually the first one to find one. Mixwell will fall. Mystic baiting perfectly there. And actually Dirk delivers the second as well. Putting Mystic online, he finds Meadow.
And Evova's filled the gap, though. They seem to drop the ball a little bit on Evova's positioning there, but the spam's really good. Catches him as he tries to leave on the next angle to play off. And Nuki, quiet thus far, at least by Nuki standards. And he ain't going to get it now. Enzo, solid enough. Get the job done. 4-3. Fnatic do take the lead.
A site indeed good for Fnatic. I said just seeing those little adjustments, it does actually make Fnatic's post plant really awkward, because that plant, the other side of the default box is so difficult unless you have just some real cheese cooked up Fnatic at the team to do that, obviously.
Yeah.
You can see Mystic initially attempting to get that spike plant through up in Nest, which is the safer option of the two, but let's continue that, because like I said, on both sides, in terms of the defense for G2 in recent times, the key to their success has been playing anti-plant.
Okay, we'll see if that becomes a stronger narrative as we go on, because I do want to see what G2 come up with. Again, I have been a little underwhelmed with G2 as of late, because you know, again, what they can be like when they hit a stride, when they hit like a streak of like good performance. I want to see them find form, and I don't necessarily feel it's going to be here, nor that this game is the one that would reinvigorate my faith in them, right? But I'd like to see G2 rebound, because they're always a good team to be watching. But for now, facing probably the best by a decent margin in EMEA. So it should be a nice little idea as to where they're at in the process, how things are looking. A good way to touch base. And Fnatic, a bit more of a free day as such in that regard. Obviously, they want to keep the record of being undefeated going forward. It's not going to be a complete day off, but compared to that big game, the BBL game, for example, how pretty mech were feeling watching that, very different atmosphere.
Slow progress towards B, man. Actually, Mixwell giving up a lot. It's just going to play off this trip. Wall goes up. And Nano Swarm in place as well. You can hear this rotation coming through already. But again, D2 so anxious about that mid lurk. Mystic forced off initially here. Well, Mixwell's even going to look for a kill. The Hunter's Fury. The next line of defense, like I said, this anti-plant so prominent in some of these rounds, but going to burn things up. The wall not actually dealt with yet, so unlucky that Mixwell on the back of the snake bite, able to find that, get the Tour de Force online as well.
Yeah, he waited so patiently, basically gave away nothing during all of that. He was so close by, and Nuki's found Dirk is going to remove him from the equation. This is massive. Up here in Enzo, kind of sweating in this. They've been forced off this. Maybe there's a reason they go towards A and not towards the B side, because right now G2 doing exactly what the doctor ordered. And it's got to be said, Mixwell, those two finding as they tried to peel away from the site, timing could not have been better.
I mean, it's so difficult. This round with a scrappy investment, we'll call it that, minimal investment to come through. The Hunter's Fury, the Snakebite, the Nanoswarm, everything is about delay. You talk about the patience of Mixwell. He's actually in a position to sit there the entire time, then wait for a teammate to come through, or a teammate or two to come through, actually break that chunk in the wall. The perfect timing for the Snakebite. He's got two very, very squishy opponents on the other side of it then. That's with nothing. Just completely ripping apart that B-side execute from Fnatic.
Scanning ahead.
Fnatic taking their time here. Exploring beyond that A site. Maybe the fact of Vova so close to that ult again going to be weighing heavy in their mind, but Mixwell tested once again. Now, last time he passed this test with flying colours.
Cool. Nearly finds the adjustment there. Unfortunate, doesn't find the kill. Well, the answer here is Fnatic to dig a little deeper, push beyond this default plant. Like I said, they have to make these adjustments here. Hunter's Fury going to come through. Viper Spit rings off as well. Durka and Enzo will find kills.
Okay. 3v4, Mixwell keeping his toes in the water. Nuki's going to find Durka, but Mixwell going to be taking actually a lot of space. I'm pretty sure noting Boaster connects well. Lockdown comes in, though, in response, and Mixwell wants to try and make the most of this while he can. What can he get out of this one, though? Looks for the peak. Oh, he could have almost had him. And now the timing's atrocious. Alpha reads it so well to punish Mixwell as he tries to fall away. Now G2 finally get let out of those starting blocks, but how do you get past this in a post-plant?
Two shock darts to work with here that... Not even sure if the recon will reveal when it lands inside the poison orb. Nuki will be punished if over. Goes for the stick, though. Going to get half at least.
No one's hit him yet. Okay. There we go. Okay. Nah, tiny knife. I don't know why it just still makes me happy that that thing exists.
Hey, I mean, you said it, right? We'll have to see if that narrative develops. Fnatic, again, innovating, I assume, on the fly here with no real post-plant lineups or anything like that. A solid post-plant hold. You can see the adjustment here to make sure that they avoid this anti-plant. They have to dig a little bit deeper. They have to progress through, and it's so heads up. It's the awareness round by round the Fnatic show as well, which is the second layer to their success.
Okay, 4-5, and by all accounts, this has been a pretty good performance so far, right? Like, this is actually not bad from G2. We have to take what's in front of us here. This is actually decent work from them after having a very, very shaky run.
Yeah, I'd almost counter that with this on this half with G2 statistically the ones to come out on the disadvantage, but weird exchange here initially at the start of this round for A site. Durka and Meadow will trade out kills. I'm sure that was just to bait out some U2 or what. It's pulled out the Viper's Pit as well. Alarm bot here going to give away this rotation. Mixwell's in position to greet once again, out of range of his TP though.
This position's fantastic, but now the timing's not good. Alpha swings it so nicely, plays him like a fiddle. Now Mixwell goes down, and that opens up the chance for 8. No one else can really deny this at this point, but it is just two of them. So Enzo smartly believes about the backfill, and he was right. Catching Nuki now isolates the other two, and he can watch the cross. They tried to try and get across while he couldn't see, and Enzo too smart for it. Way too smart for it. He read their positions perfectly.
That is such a slick round from him. Plays that perfectly. Alpha Air comes through, draws more players to come through and try and pressure, but again reads the flank at the perfect time. I'm not even sure what the HP is at the time that he actually engages here with. Yeah, so again, only taking the one tag. No, and actually at this point here, even just doing damage to Avova without finding the kill. Meadow's down to 10 HP from that early engagement on A site.
That's actually so nice to see, because again, of course, Alpha is always the kind of headline star, right? You always talk about him when you're talking about this team, but Enzo's showing some of that cerebral play that's beautiful to watch, really reading the opponent well. That's going to break a fair amount of G2's money. I mean, yeah, you got Nuki and Mixwell being able to get some rifles out, but beyond that, what are you going to talk about? Nothing, because Alpha here has just opened up the site. Light work for the man, Nuki. Desperate to make it work, and, well, this is just looking frayed by all accounts, unless Nuki can keep going.
Well, the stick's coming through. G2 doing G2 things once again, and nothing coming through to prevent it. Meadow just sticks it. I mean, yeah, delayed. There was lineups there. The snake bite and the shock dart come through eventually, but this is the thing, man. G2 just get away with murder sometimes. It's like it's.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is he's sticking it. The owl drone comes through as well. So almost like, yeah, nobody's coming through maze. Nobody's actually close to 410. That's, yeah, a little bit of sigh of frustration there from Boaster. But rightfully so. That should have been a freebie for them. Alpha, by the way, on the 4th lockdown of the half, which is...
It's ridiculous. The guy is actually obscene.
Well, I mean, you say that. He's 13-7. That's orb farming. Like he's only effectively had 20 orbs off of kills, and then I haven't seen him planted too much. That's been mostly Mystic. So this has literally been the game plan from the get-go for Fnatic, is to get him farming orb. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, that is actually ridiculous. And apologies, I've been a little quiet. My monitor's decided now's the time to start flickering and make me nervous, Mike. Because that's a good sign when they do that, right?
Always.
Don't go quiet on me. I'm like, he's crashed.
That could be your internet.
I'm done with this conversation. I'm done with you.
See if Fnatic can close out. I mean, Mixwell here on a Marshall. Ultimates for G2. Lockdown, revive. Nuki and Mixwell potential to get it online here. As we already noted, Fnatic do have a lockdown of their own to work with. And also a res. Both have got to be careful here, because look at the amount of pressure coming through B main and Avova tucked deep in mid.
You should run.
Well, Boast has heard it.
Enemy marked. You should note this, right? Right? Yeah, okay. Quarter of over.
That's a big
massive,
kill.
And the site's theirs, yeah. That was the closest player to this, essentially, at this point. Now it's just buying time.
Who removes the Viper Wall from the retake as well. They know there's no snake bite coming through. They can plant default a little more comfortable now.
Well, Comfort gets removed quickly. As the res comes out and the trade comes in, again, this still should be difficult, but then adding this to the equation, it changes matters. Suddenly, Fnatic better not have been resting on their laurels. This comes back online as Mystic does at least catch Hoodie. But again, careful with this. You can already see the utility coming out, but it's going to be Nuki to get it at least halfway. Puts his life on for it as well. Enzo gonna catch him, but they need to get this defuse going now. Time is starting to run out here, and Durka just sprays on in. Alpha and Mystic lock it down more than enough, and Fnatic will be leading on the half.
Switching sides.
Solid finish for them. A couple of rounds slipped through their fingers, I gotta say, with G2 just sticking diffuses. I mean, almost one of their trademark plays, to be honest. But this is where the concerns are, because G2 did kind of have to overhaul their, I referenced it in the first half, right? That two-page strat book that was rush A and slow push A. So, well, no, G2 are able to cook anything else up, because Fnatic defensively on this map, they have excelled. Their attacks have looked great, but the defense has been sublime as well.
Certainly has been. 5-7. See if G2 want to run G2 things. Oh. There's two of them there. There's four players here. I guess when you have like Alpha A, you're like, well, just can you hold half the map? He's like, yeah. No worries. Ooh, oh no. They're looking melty. Oh, it's not looking good. Mixwell's down to what, 48? Oh dear. Fnatic are bullying them, Mike, and I feel bad.
I don't. That was actually beautiful.
It was very nice, but it was bullying. Mike, you shouldn't, just talk me through the setup, because that was actually quite nice to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that. They're stacked through here. The snake bite, I'm not even sure where it's pulled from, if it's back yellow. but the timing is perfect on it. Literally perfect. There's so many sight lines as well that you can find. Dude, there's so many angles that G2 have to clear that. And when you don't have the owl drone to clear through, it makes it so tough. And this is key because early on, Fnatic are showing that they're willing to fight for B. Right? Force G2 back into the very linear gameplay, which we've seen them adopt previously. This time around, it's only going to be 2, Durka and Mystic. Try and hold down the fort. G2 are going to re-explore, though. Actually, a pixel out of place will be noted. Stand strong for a 3-for-1 trade. Mystic going to find his third now. Clover gets the Spectre Alpha, yeah. With a quick little shoulder peek, we'll find the final one. 2 Spectres removed. An awful lot of damage, really. I mean, it's a good attempt here for Fnatic to bring into the bonus round at least. Durka actually going to full buy here, down to 0 credits. Was expect to see him run the headhunter in a round like this, but
okay. I'm just nervously staring at my screen for it to turn off. So, waiting with bated breath here, but little dash of normality. G2 going to the A site. I need that. I need a grounding factor in my life sometimes, and this is it. Nice bit of stability. Now, Fnatic, probably not surprised that this occurrence is happening.
Expected the snake bite and the shock dart to come through on this first tap. And similarly to the discussion I was trying to highlight on the first half here, of what's the adjustment? The first comes through, Hoodie does avoid it.
And there's second. Oh. Well, there's 2 of them flanking, so that's going to make a bit of a matter now for G2, because they can't sit so comfortably on this post plant. But Mixwell's success is a huge proponent. They could potentially for short, but Enzo with a shot finds it. Alpha here punishes Mixwell, and now Durka decides to strike. The spacing on this team is so nice. The timing on their fights is sublime. Fnatic going to force double digits to be sat beside their name here, and in some fashion as well, because that post plant looked good until that crunch came in.
Said make it absolute use of the time that they're able to stall the plant coming through. The double flank finds so much value there. I say so much value, the 1-for-1 is enough. It draws an extra player away from sight. Fnatic then have the freedom to apply a little bit of pressure back through rafters, and it's poetry in motion, which is the story for Fnatic in so many of these setups.
I do feel as though and this is the thing, right? It's really easy to look at the kind of fragging power that Fnatic have, but like a lot of the drills and the spacing and how they approach the game is actually something very impressive. Like that takes hard work, is how to, really play as a team. Make sure that every trade is good, make sure spacing is good, make sure every element of it is well rounded. We've certainly come out looking great at that. G2 looking to quicken the pace. A site all over.
As per usual.
The gap.
Yeah, no surprises about it on the way in. No secrets, I should say. Boaster here already burnt up a lot of his youth. Oh, actually will be challenged. Nookie swings ahead of the wall. And actually, the wall's broken immediately.
Oh, Fnatic are just putting them through their paces here. Hoodie's not feeling comfy at all. It's a spray, but it goes astray. But it's only Hoodie. No 1v2 against the superstars themselves. And it looks like they're walking together on this. Hoodie's angle's not terrible until he looks away. Yeah,
the timing is terrible.
there. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Fnatic, make it to 11.
See where, I mean, a comfortable situation to be in here, potentially with G2. A few factors to maybe try and secure this round. 1 away from 4 ultimates. Nookie 2 off the Hunter's Fury. Potential here to play it out a little bit scrappy. But really, a 6-round deficit, that's not really going to suit them too much. Actually, on the other side of things, Fnatic looking pretty healthy in terms of ultimates as well. Boaster actually going to retrieve the orb on A here as well. Gets the Viper's Pit 1 off. There's just Nookie here. No other utility noted. We'll force out the wall to at least cut off yellow. And this is the page 2 I was talking about. the slow creep towards A site now. It's going to be Enzo and Boaster still to defend this. A couple of bits of utility should tell them what's up.
Yeah, I think they have the full indicator as to what's coming their way and who's up against them as well at this point. Boaster actually in a really good position for this. A second could have been on, actually. Yeah, really looked like it could have been. Only going to get one this time, but still really good damage in Alpha. Just so quick to it. Meadow trying to make the most of them, trying to deal with the turret, but it wasn't just one, it was 3 on that side.
Hunter's Fury.
I'm waiting to see if that comes in.
Actually gets a over.
Oh dear, Fnatic shutting the book on G2 right now. Yeah, Mixwell's alive, but it feels like a matter of time. Enzo, Durka, Mystic all to go through, not a plant in sight in 25 seconds. And the Aldron's going to note it. Oh dear, it's a nice attempt, but that's all it will be as Fnatic make it to 12.
It's one of those scenarios where it's like, yes, if Over pops the Viper's Pit, he comes down. If he falls, that entire recovery for G2 it just slips through their fingers. And the fact that he's the one that has to commit to the spike plant, Mixwell still posted up on pipes. Not sure if the plant was even possible from any teammate, but he's forced to stick the plant and he's punished by the shock darts. As I said, Fnatic playing a very similar anti-plant strat perfectly here on A site. That's even with Boaster falling. Both snake bites invested, the poison orb goes up, there's a nano swarm inside it. The layering of utility is beautiful.
Yeah, in the best form right now, Fnatic, I feel. And they're not having to dig too deep either in this performance. Obviously, they're not coming into this casually by any means. But for now, this is a very nice look. And the counter ult to come out from both of the Killjoys. Well, Durka's hit. So that's not great. It's not the best of times, but it is a 1v1 trade. The red's going to come out because at least Hoodie's got that ult ready to go, so they'll be back up to full numbers now, and they can maybe start making the progress they've been dreaming of. But bear in mind, it's not just Durka going for a little wander, as Boaster's going to pop the ult. Try and control as much of the A site as feasibly possible. And G2 looking hesitant on this, and bear in mind, look what's coming around the corner. Certainly the monster that we've been talking of. Yeah, here it is, popped. And probably about to be dropped here. Nookie seems aware of something. Nookie all too aware. Catches Alpha here. This is an outcome I didn't expect, but another flank on the flank of the original flank, and it shut down G2. Stemming the bleed, even for just a round.
I'm curious to know if Nookie actually just caught a footstep there, because the final shot, the Hunter's Fury, he uses it to get off the ground, just to avoid being spammed through that wall, but insane awareness from him. I think LotharHS still thought, yeah, I've got him dead to rights.
Dead to rights, for sure. I'd almost want to watch that back to see if it, like, how much was audible there, but saying, I mean, it is Nookie. This guy is one of those, right? He's a real technical player. If you look at what he can do,
Nookie's sense was tingling, I guess.
It was. The guy can pull these things off, but he's having a quiet game. But is that really much to be surprised at? No, this is a very hard opponent, probably the best you're going to face, at least in EMEA for now, by quite some margin. So, and you're not going to have those pop-off games, but let's see what they can achieve this round. Similar look coming back out.
Similar setup once again for Fnatic. It's barely been pressured. G2 were able to get one across the line. It's so linear from G2 on the attack that against a team like Fnatic, you've got to assume they do their homework, right? And they do it very well. Actually, just to know, look what's happened to that very wealthy ultimate cycle for G2. So they got to build all this back up now. And
yeah, this is where it becomes quite an arduous task for them. You're not near it, right? It's not something that's feasibly happening anytime soon. Hoodie 38 HP, it doesn't get away. Enzo's caught him quickly there. Quick punish on the plant. Bova's lurk gets revealed and he has to go away. He has to readjust. You can't just try and lurk that out late. You're not going to find value from it. Yes, you can maybe keep one player, but they still have the numbers to take a fight on the site. So he decides to go around. Meadow, not going to fall away too deep this time. Sits close enough by. They should have a little bit of utility to play this post plant, to say the least. G2 are in the position to get another one here.
They get the red off.
Weather the Fnatic storm.
That brings the wall back up available for them.
They have everything in the kit that they need for this one. So I don't know how Fnatic plan to get about this unless they just simply destroy all the players and then get the defuse. And well, maybe that's actually exactly the case. But the time has been purchased, has been bought. And Fnatic, there's another on the board for G2 here. I mean, things were getting a little nervy for me because I thought G2 had taken the fight a little too early, but they actually bought enough time.
A couple of seconds either way. I mean, even getting Boaster back on his feet here makes it a whole lot easier. I think of over finding that kill ultimately is what makes them feel a little more pressured, but ultimately doesn't get on it in time. I have to see what the finances look like for Fnatic now. Yes, starting to dwindle a little bit.
Revealing area.
As I say that, 2 members saving 2200, 2700, and a couple of other purchases coming through. So, not sure about that one, or just a lack of communication there, or what. But
yeah, a little bizarre. And Mixwell making a montage. Got a few already this round. Love a couple more, but now we're seeing Durka and Enzo with the rifle still, but it's Mystic with only that Sheriff to hand. So sight should be available for G2 here. And even with all that magic, Mystic can't make any of those shots come in. Enzo not going to get the chip damage he'd be dreaming of from the last couple of rounds. Now the post plant should be fine. They should save, honestly.
Well, this is where it comes back to
can do what he wants, but...
yeah, me questioning the purchase here. Durka and Enzo absolutely have to. Mystic will retrieve one of the rifles. I was going to say, he's down to 50 credits, so if you're saving the Sheriff, it's almost not worth going and play some exits, but I think Boaster and Alpha, yeah, I noticed it's 2200 and 2700, so in a roundabout way, Fnatic come out of this in a position where they are going to be able to scrape together a purchase.
Quite surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's create for G2. And the gap could be closed. I feel like I'm just kind of filling time before Fnatic have a round where one of, whomever decides shuts it out, right? But
I mean, they could have closed out a couple of these already.
It does seem as though that could have been the case, but again, slipping between the fingertips, a couple of seconds either way could have changed the outcome. But G2 are holding on, be it by a slim amount. They are holding on.
You hear what's next on the list for G2?
Standing ahead.
Nuki's going to try and show a little presence on B, and G2 are going to try and walk into A.
They pulled the rotation. They pulled 2 players way over towards that B site.
I mean,
that's what you'd want, right? Like they've achieved their goal if they go anytime soon.
This is no different. The only difference being it's Enzo to rotate. He's been the one to stay close towards A to make use of those shock darts. So this isn't an awful lot different to any other round here. Already Alpha yes here. Enzo's back across. Nuki, you could argue, has achieved nothing here, and Mystic slowed down the push with the wall and both slow orbs.
That's the difference. Nice little pick for Mixwell there. Going to catch Boaster, get them at the player advantage, but do they expect this? No, they actually don't. Dirk has done it before, but he does it again. Going to catch Nuki and give them a nice little even up. Mystic on the side, still doing damage, going to take down his opposing number, but Vova's going to at least trade out. So back down to the 3v3. It's Brawley. It's back and forth the whole way through, but Meadow succeeds. Any trade? No, Meadow.
30 seconds
Sick
left.
pick up towards Alpha here, and now it's just Enzo.
Planted.
G2 looking as if they will get one across the line comfortably this time around. Meadow delivering 2 huge kills. And Enzo down to 70 HP. Got to consider holding on to this rifle now. Be able to slip away.
Do you pump the brakes after this round if you're Fnatic or keep going?
For me, yeah. Yeah, I do. I initially was noting how good that anti-plant setup was working on A site. Now G2 are looking to... I mean, I said previously, it didn't even feel as if G2 were digging deep enough to pressure at all. A couple of oversteps from Boaster. You give those away here and there.
They happen, sure. They've been punished now, and I do want to see what the adjustment is, and I'm curious to see if the timeout comes in from Mini, or if maybe they feel they can address it on the fly. I have to wait and see if they opt to go for anything. For now, it does seem as though they're going to be carrying on. They still have a purchase here, even though the Bulldog is coming out to play. I'm surprised that their money hasn't suffered as much as I thought it would, because some of the the rounds have been relatively close and all of this, but they've actually kept their money in decent check here, Fnatic. Even though they are now sitting substantially lower, of course, on the board than they were. 4 on the trot now.
Well, this is different now. So both are towards B. Enzo just throws the shoulder and catches a heady on Mixwell.
Nice. And Mixwell's been good for openers. He's been fine in picks. And there's the swing from Durka. That's still a 2-for-1 advantage at this point. Mystic's been generally good at getting 1-for-1 trade, and if this keeps going the way as we'd expect, you're gonna have Fnatic with the player advantage at this point, which actually G2 haven't been presented with much. They've generally had the player advantage going towards the site.
Hoodie, he's 1 away from the res. That could be huge for G2 in this round.
Is anyone gonna give him the chance at it though? It's been spotted as well. And the double swing, Mystic catches Meadow. And now that revive could still be critical, but it feels so unlikely to get, yeah. Desperate for it, but look at them stacked up. Really unfavorable positions for Hoodie to try and clear, so the plant's his best bet. Goes for it now, the flank's on the way, but it's a while out still. Nuki has to fall away, give up a little bit of that space, but he actually double dips on it. Gets punished. Alpha's got one, Enzo's got the other. And it felt like a moment in the making here. Fnatic comfortably close out in the end. A couple of adjustments, Mike, and they had it done.
Yeah, I mean, the first time really we've seen Fnatic dig deep for that first blood to actively seek out that engagement on the back of Enzo catching a beautiful headshot. Durka swings up on top of pipes. Could even TP after that first kill, but opts to find a little more damage. And I mean, after that, it's another great demonstration from Fnatic here on Icebox. Not sure if that was more G2 pressuring them as much as maybe they didn't have their finger on the pulse as much as maybe we'd expect. The buy, I'll come back to that. Just very strange to see that. I'd love to know whether that is G2 pressuring them and maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. I'd love to have a chat with Mini about it. To be honest, that's the man I want to talk to in regards to that. But overall, G2 got more rounds than I'd expect here on Icebox, to be honest, Lauren.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to quantify, right? Because by all accounts, Fnatic, if they are the best in EMEA, 9-13 against the very best when you guys are in a really, turbulent time, you'd be like, all right, that's not actually a terrible result. We'll take that. But again, you have to kind of weigh it up. It didn't feel like, obviously, Fnatic are playing at 120%.
No.
So, again, for what it is, absolutely, Mike, that's it. But again, a good map one, I'd say, overall. Kind of exciting enough, but Fnatic tipping it over. So we're going to have to map 2, which will be coming up in a moment's time. Before then, we'll be back to the desk.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it all, yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning all, yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see them when I say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on that same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. Spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I'll be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Challenges. It is the final series of the groups, and Fnatic win their map pick in this clash of the rivals. I'm Ian, alongside Kaquka and Lothar. G2 held on as long as they possibly could, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the first half that we saw coming in from Fnatic, all those rounds that they didn't manage to close because, you know, some flanks were a little bit too late. They put too much emphasis on the strategy when G2 was just going for the diffuse. Maybe trying also for that first 5 rounds to just go on a G2 style of just going on to A. We saw some funny things happening, but still, G2 pushed to the limit.
I feel like Fnatic kind of gifted a few rounds on the attack towards G2. Like LotharHS, I like what he did with the lurks on mid, because he wasn't as aggressive on those lurks as he was before.
Now there's a killjoy on the other side.
Yeah, also. And also, I feel like he just wanted to condition the opponents that he might do it, but he will not do it. You know, and that puts like the doubt in G2's mind. But in general, I wanted to just say that whoever plays Sage in any of those teams, I really, really don't want to be in your shoes. Planting the spike on any of the sides when both teams have like this kind of emphasis on using the utility to stop the plant with the snakebite, nano swarm or shock darts combos, Hunter's Fury, and there's like every single time something is being used on you. And by the way, Fnatic planted 12 times out of 12 rounds, 7 times on Mystic, 5,000 LotharHS this game.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that because the only variant that I'm going to take to AlphaGo kill is AlphaGo plant and get your ultimate or lockdowns. By round 5, he was using his second lockdown. Like, what kind of killjoy does that?
There's a lot of utility being used in this game.
Absolutely. And Enzo, right? He's out here ringing in his birthday in tremendous fashion. He was living it up out there on Icebox.
Listen, Enzo died 3 times on the first half, even though they lost 5 rounds, because we were talking about how Fnatic gifted some of them to G2. But not only that, on the defense, you're talking about how they use the utility to prevent those plants. He was always there on like the reading, especially on display, is literally perfect. The movement, the understanding of the situation on the side of Enzo. Even on the defense, when they didn't know what to do or how to react to Mixwell getting that first kill, the solution was, Enzo, can you just go and take that duel for us? And he was like, yeah, sure. And they closed him up.
Well,
there was a lot of rounds where Enzo was just playing retake on A side with his arrow, waiting for the rest of the team, and then they just coordinate everything together.
Get yourself over there, Lothar.
Oh yeah, right, sure. I mean, there was a lot of stuff happening in this game. One thing that I want to really pay attention to is in this round, you're gonna see a flank. We're gonna zoom in this on the minimap. It wasn't shown from the POV, but you can see it on the minimap here, where both Sage and Chamber are flanking, right? And there's of course a Chamber trap here in front of them. So what they will use was not a smoke, not anything. It's just gonna be a Sage wall that's gonna be used to just cut off the trap, and that will catch Nuki off guard. Even though Nuki, I don't know how he does it, but he's always, even when he knows there's a trap, he's still gonna look at that angle and still find one. So that's kudos to him. But you know, you can see that the creativity to outplay the Chambers is there. Also, the plant, something that I wanted to mention here from G2, the plant here is in the best possible spot to plant. Look at the position here, because it's hard to show. But anyway, this is out in the open. You can see on the mini-map on the right side here, I'm gonna zoom in. This is a spot that Fnatic actually kind of failed to plant a lot of times, and because of that they also lost a lot of rounds, because when they were planting in default or in this slot, when they were pushed into planting in those positions because of all that utility that the defenders were using, they were losing in the post plants because they never had an angle for that position. But there were some rounds where they could have been, planting in those positions, like here. This is round 12, and they actually planted it on the rope and they won it. But in round 11, you can see how big of a problem is planting on that spot, because Mystic is just being pushed out of position, and he has to plant in those default spots. But if he would have just moved his Sage wall a little bit forward during this direction to just make a little bit of space here, there would have been that position to plant when they had a 5v3 altogether. And at the end, one last round. This is Enzo, something that you spoke Kaquka about. This is showcasing how smart will he play around his movement. He knows that a player is pushing on mid, and after getting the kill, what does he do? He doesn't fight. He repositions towards the most right side angle on the container. So he was gonna be watching the cross, and if he's not gonna get the kill here, he's not gonna fight again. He gets the kill, so it doesn't matter. But if he would not get that kill, he would have just hide again, play time, because it's a 2v1, the spike is planted, and him staying alive there will put pressure on that retake.
The birthday boy, chef's kiss. Actually, he had a brilliant performance. There's not a thing that I would change.
26 and living the dream.
Yep.
All right, the next map that we will be going to is, of course, Split. And you've got to fancy at least that G2 have a shot here, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why not? If we talk about G2, I think that this is motivated because of what happened last week against Ascend, and it's one of the most played maps alongside Icebox. But I think it's a very good pick to pick against Fnatic, because I think that they still have nightmares with what happened against Meg right here.
And also, like, I would have gotten nightmares as well if I would ever play against Mixwell, if he has the performance that he had against Ascend. He was then beast. If I remember correctly, 28 frags or something.
It was insane. I can't remember. But yeah.
It was over 25, and on Split, on Chamber, when you have a very limited amount of space that you get with the traps because you only have one, and he was just going in aggressively and just taking those gunfights, and he was very effective at it.
This is the thing. You got G2 fans watching right now who will be, confident that somebody, at least one player on their roster, has the potential here to pop off.
Oh, more than one. Nuke is going to be playing on the race. My only concern is that we're in for a treat, because Enzo is most likely going to play with that Fade. They actually decided to go for this map last week, even though it was a close one against Focus. I think that it's going to be a clash of titans. The problem is that the difference between G2 last week and what we're going to see now is that they're going to be starting on the attack, if I'm not in the wrong, or Fnatic just wants to have fun and decided to start on the attack. I can check.
Well, thing is also, I feel like Fnatic is just a way stronger team to play against than Ascend, because Ascend is more of a team that plays off each other from small fundamentals, right? And if they fail at that, then it's easy to read them. While Fnatic will have a lot of utility combos, specifically, as you mentioned, on that fade. The Seas has a potential to combo with the Raze, with the Viper, but not only that, we have the Omen in this lineup to have the recurring smokes that will just trap people in specific spots where on defense you're going to do a one-way on B main, and a one-way on A main, then for retakes you're going to have elbow space. There's a lot of here when it comes to utility that will just give it an advantage towards Fnatic.
Yeah, the double control is going to be very, very strong on their side. And also we need to mention that on that split game, Zenit was out. Like, he had the worst performance of his entire career. And that's to say for Zenit, it's very low numbers, believe me. So now it's Turkey on the other side, and then you have Alpha, not on a Killjoy, but on a Raze. So have fun.
All right, well, Agent Select is incoming. Bear with us. We will throw you right back into this series very shortly. But seems we've got a little bit of time. You know, this is
fantastic. We can speak about utility more.
Well, you love to. Just before we get into it, right? You know, this is a storied rivalry. History is there. How big would you say the gap is between these teams currently as it stands?
I think there's a huge gap between any team and Fnatic. Yeah, Fnatic is just levels above everyone else. Even though FPX is looking fine, I don't think they're even close to Fnatic's current level. But yeah, let's talk about the agents, because
do it.
Let's see if they're going to stick to their guns. I wouldn't be surprised if there will be some changes. But I really like Fnatic's lineup here because there's so many pieces of the puzzles that can fit together. Of course, the chamber of only one trap has to be a little bit more effective. You're not going to see two traps being used on A, like one vent, one on main.
Yes.
So maybe a swap to B would make more sense. Or you just control a little bit more aggressively on A so you can put the trap towards the A main next to the orb.
Yeah, very interesting as well. On Icebox, as we had that mirror come, there were no flashes coming in online for both these teams. And now just with the Omen, they're going to have that paranoia. So not a lot of initiating power just in that sense, but knowing that Fnatic is playing with Enzo on that Fade is going to give them a little bit more leverage and a little bit of more information gathering. I mean,
Fade with the ultimate here on B, she covers the entire site. You do the Nightfall, then you follow it up with double Prowlers, and it's very hard to stop it. Also remember that Prowlers are actually a piece of utility that can break Cypher's traps, and there's a Cypher on G2 side, so the value of the traps might be just limited because of that.
A little click there at the end, I liked it. All right, good stuff. Let's get into this. Can Fnatic complete the group stages undefeated right here, right now? I've run out of nicknames, guys, so I'm just going to call you by your traditional names. Pansy and Hypoc, lead us through.
How about Heisey?
Okay, hey, don't let Kaquka influence any of your ideas.
We didn't get a single Panpoc. There's
which
the
is
most
crazy.
obvious one.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. That feels kind of weird. But what does feel kind of exciting to me, Mike, is the prospect of this map, right? And what this could potentially be. Because I actually really like G2. Okay, G2 at their best on this map is some of the most fun Valorant you get to watch, right? But, you know, it's Fnatic they're facing.
Yeah, and then the problem, just to come back to the composition, this double controller is it's another layer to kind of enabling Althea and Enzo. I mean, both controllers, they can block off both extremities, almost force G2 to fight for mid, which G2 will happily do. Don't get me wrong, but the possibility is there for Fnatic to really, really pinpoint exactly where they're going to feel the pressure and adjust accordingly. It's one of those setups from Fnatic we're so used to seeing. It's almost like you're forced to do something just based on what they're able to achieve with their utility. So I'm going to definitely have my eye on that.
I can't wait for this one. This map excites me. Icebox, it can go in the bin for all I care. This map, way more fun. And we have a 4-place stack behind this wall. Oh, and the reveal is a shocker. Mystic's going to find it over instantly, and Fnatic start things off with a bang, and they just instantly dismantle it.
Yeah, smoke's gone. Reset now, just play sightlines. So the best possible first pick to find here in Avova falling.
Best and first, it is a burst, Mike.
The burst blood.
We'll brand that. We'll add it to our repertoire as to Triddle, Chico. We could, you know, we'll make it happen. We get t-shirts one day made up. For now, what we look at is 4 standing. Now, G2, yes, they've garnered a little bit of that mid control, so they can post up Mixwell towards it and let the other 3, hopefully, to their minds, roam towards the site and try and build a little bit of presence. See if Mixwell can maybe cost one of these players, but his challenge would have been Althea.
Nuki actually eating a headshot there, lucky to escape with his life. Had the 7 HP, does catch the heal. You two try and re-aggress on the back of this pressure. Enzo's reposition is key, though.
This scares the life out of me, and Dirk is being given opportunities at headshots, and he doesn't only miss them, but G2 again get to keep their head, but the wall fight presented, and Fnatic win it. Nookie couldn't quite get that corner right either. 13 seconds and a 1v3. Now Hoodie luckily does have the spike, so he should get this planted. But for all those troubles, he is revealed, and he is dealt with. Fnatic, I like that start, Mike.
Clean.
I really did.
Really clean. And look for this as well, because one of G2's biggest win conditions is Mixwell having the freedom to explore mid and find these openers. So very early on here, Fnatic planting the seeds that they are actually, with this composition, enabled to fight for mid. Just dig their heels in. Like I said, with the combos possible between LotharHS and Enzo, it's going to get really dicey for G2. And we know that they have the audacity to just continue doing the same thing. Whether or not G2 will opt for that early on in this half, we'll have to wait and see. Look how deep this wall is as well through B main. It cuts off right at the choke point.
I do wonder if that becomes another layer to this, if we start to see that being utilized. Obviously, we saw the kind of connotations to what it achieved in towards middle in that first, but I'm interested by this. Now, Mixwell, his challenger, at least at the start, will be Althea, which is a scary one to face off against.
With the judge.
Yeah.
Enzo's going to try and play him in as well.
Yeah, exactly. Teeing him up for it. If they don't clear this and clear it, I mean, with full intent, that's how you do it. That's exactly how you do it. Full intent shown by Mixwell. And now Enzo pretty isolated. Yes, Suppoy's on the way, but he's got to be careful here. Mixwell about to become almost overbearing, overpeaks that little bridge line, but it's Meadow with the gap closer. Has to chase it down, and he does. Mystic couldn't get away from it. Boaster does the damage, gets 2. That's it. Brings it back to maybe something that Durka could deal with, but a 1v3 is still a very tough task, and it's a little bit of a window of chance. And I wonder if Mixwell's considering that he could have slipped the net. Now, certainly will be.
So many things to worry about as well. Mixwell's already backfilled this space. You see Durka desperate to dig at least one of these players out of a lurk and actually maybe consider readdressing towards B main. Yeah, the spike ticking away. I'm pretty sure the time's already concluded this one with where G2 are positioned. Well, Durka's just going to opt for a couple of exits here. Remove some of these upgrades. Now the first, the second, a little dicey. Not going to expect Mixwell though. Yeah. And initially, I mean, the setup is great. I was almost expecting another peak to come through from Enzo to further bait. Don't allow Meadow and Mixwell the time to comfortably explore male. Because Althea he's got no safety net, right? I think when Boaster feels a bit of the pressure on main, that's what pulls Enzo away. But yeah, a little strange. I'm curious as to know the timing behind that. Enzo obviously throws the Prowler into main. It confirms presence on the other side, but at that point we're leaving Althea to go 1v2. And with the judge, it's doable, but Mixwell hard clears him. So.
Yep. Which was part of the win condition, right? That was like one of the main things that we were discussing that they really did have to focus on. 3 players stacked up this time.
Watching here.
A bit of a late walk, and you can see Enzo ready to actually maybe set this in motion. And the reveal's great timing on it. Oh, I thought they could have had a shot on Mixwell there, but he does get to keep his life.
The creep walk through spawn. The stack on A and G2 and mirroring that. As 5 will walk towards B site now. We're on a platter. Get themselves a comfortable plant. Nobody even close enough to hear it until the spike will be planted.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this is comfy.
Having tools to work with, paint shell, a couple of prowlers, a paranoia. Mystic still got the poison orb and 2 snake bites, but well, no, Fnatic are just going to opt to try and do some damage here. Meadow's got himself tucked in, so any audio cues in mid are going to be detrimental to Fnatic's success here.
Let's see if there's anything. Meadow. A little dangerous hit. Okay. Close just going to make it comfy on one. Nice from Meadow. Little Eco Cobra round. Enzo, the only one to do much damage here. Not going to get the follow-up. I thought maybe he could have done a little bit of something to Meadow, who'd already taken a bit of damage from that initial fight, but no. So for now, G2 doing as prescribed, right? Like that little turn in round 2 is great. Gives them a springboard back in. But Fnatic looking like they're willing to try a couple of bits and pieces, which I don't mind either. Happy to see them get a little bit fast and loose with it at this point.
See really what the adjustment from Fnatic is, because you can definitely, I guess, speculate to the intentions with this composition, but coming into the first buy rounds, probably we're going to see the first tangible example of that. Mixwell and Meadow knocking the bait with the spy cam was nearly perfect. Durka actually unlucky not to find the kill as well. He adjusted perfectly for it.
I don't know how both of them are alive, right?
Yeah,
you look at it from both perspectives.
Somebody should have died there.
Yeah, and both get to walk away. Somewhat of the beauty of Chamber, at least to Mixwell's extent there, feeling probably quite lucky he was getting out of there with his life, because that did look as though it was signed at that point. The death warrant was out, but not to be, but losing on that opening opportunity, Mixwell now has to hunt further. And the next superstar on the chopping block would have been LotharHS, who's just about peeled away from this.
So I got the trap to clear out that close corner in Mail. And nothing new about this. G2 will creep closer and closer. And Enzo not actually in position here to combo with LotharHS, who's going to get confirmation on the back of this boom bot. At least of one, only actually second now with Mixwell's TP.
30 seconds left.
Coming through, did they?
Sketchy timing. I love this.
Don't know why Mixwell would swing on that. He's got his TP back to mid.
Yeah, seems... I mean, they've got 15 seconds to make something happen. They really need to get a wiggle on towards site. Most are going to slip towards CT, but Alpha goes unnoted for now. Takes the fight, wins the fight. Quick trade comes in, 7 seconds now. This is coming down to very last minute, and that always makes me nervous when they're coming down to these final couple of seconds. They're back up to 4 players strong, but... again,
just caught a pixel there. I think we'll at least assume where that TP's gone to. Oh, it's a 50-50 if it's lower or rafters, and he hard clears him.
Big clear. Oh, and where's the call? Nookie out in the open, unawares or unprompted, but the timing was quick, sure. But Hoodie now tries to isolate that fight on site. If he'd got Boaster, it could have been different, but that's not the case. Now the flank, it's with a Spectre, so it's gonna be labored at best. And it will be the defuse, and it will be Fnatic. To even things up.
Was Nookie shooting the reveal there? That seems...
maybe he was.
So
because
straight,
it looked like he wasn't even aware of that swing. I don't know if there was something else he was trying to deal with.
I mean, he's in an odd spot anyway. With pressure coming back through heaven, you almost expect everybody on the side of G2 to just be playing time there. Make it as easy as possible for Meadow to come back through. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure back towards heaven, but I'm sure if I missed something there, it certainly looked as if Nookie was playing a different round. He was looking in a completely different direction.
You want to play?
Yeah, and generally I just question what he was up to, because you know that normally Nookie's got a plan, right? If there's any other player, like, oh, maybe just made a mistake. He doesn't make that many mistakes, and neither does Durka. Connects so cleanly towards Avova. Now the ult's going to be popped over towards this side. Mystic is just putting up a barrier of entry. No one fancies that now. Maybe encourage this A piece, but there's already 3 players on this side, and that picture-in-picture doesn't look good when it does that.
You're going to leaf out your monitor's book.
How dare you do that? All right.
Enzo actually catches a tag there. Mixwell tries to follow up on it. Durka in position to punish that.
Cage triggered.
A little bit of chip damage done. Meadow will be spotted out with the Prowler on the other side of this. But I think Durka should have been close enough to hear that reposition through sewers, so expecting the rotation to come through from Enzo, and there you go.
Yep. Just about holding deep towards CT, but close enough to be able to have impact if necessary. But again, you don't want to overextend. You don't want to do too much because you're still low HP, 29 HP. You go down, there's still a chance for it. And actually, Boaster not going to find the cleanest that he wanted. 27 seconds, and yes, he was sitting deep CT, but now he has to lean a little closer. It's Mystic feeling Little redundant sat in the ult here as Med, though, up and over. Doesn't actually find anyone directly. They're sitting a little bit further back, but you can see the swing coming out already from Nookie. Proactive play, something this man definitely can do. Gonna find Enzo. No sleep in this round from him, but Alpha already got Meadow down, and the ult comes out. Hoodie's gone. It's just Nookie now in a 1v3. This guy's good. He's gonna need some of that to come out right about now, and you're absolutely right. The plant's not terrible for him either. Mystic cops a lot of damage to him, pops the ult, that buys time, switches out to the rifle. Nookie is playing him like a book. Does he get the shot? No. And Durka gets to keep his life until then. Nookie with a signature round.
Insane, man. He's so insane. Yeah, it's actually crazy. I mean, that's
everything about that.
Played to perfection, even with the bait on the showstopper, anticipating Mystic's going to try and fill the gap and pressure that showstopper. Beautifully done by Nookie. After a round that's very difficult for G2 to try and recover, honestly. I mean, the Viper's Pit doesn't give Fnatic any sort of, you know, stranglehold on site itself. It doesn't protect the plant coming through, but G2 navigate their way through that, close out the round. Durka now tour de force in hand. Try and prevent any early progress through mid. Hopefully they're going to deal with the boombot for him. Oh, just misses it.
Yep. It's a chance for G2 now. Mystic picking up the mantle, but they're still holding from heaven. And Alpha a shot towards Mixwell. Double dipping on it. Not going to get the better of Nookie this time. And Enzo too wide on the peak. Punished. It's Durka and Boaster, and that's not happened. Nookie's on a heater now, feeling that confidence brewing as Boaster. And then you get close to that monitor on this POV. I don't think he's gonna get much closer to this round, though. That frenzy, good as it can be. Unless... Let's get some god timing. Gets one, spots the plant. Couldn't adjust well enough. The Void's got it. And G2, carrying on. This has been... a little bit of a confidence booster, I can only imagine. This isn't bad.
I'm expecting a timeout to come imminently. Or maybe after this buy round, if it doesn't go their way. Already a 2-round gap between these teams. And G2 looking unfazed by a lot of the paranoia that's got to come in walking into a composition like this from Fnatic. I haven't really seen any of the synergy I would have liked to from what I would have expected seeing these agents in play.
Yeah.
G2 with a totally new look here, going to address towards A. The paranoia going to force Durka off, forces the TP out. Ramp control garnered initially.
And this is big early work. Keep in mind that Durka's been on patrol there. He's been holding a lot of space in most of these rounds, but a couple of tests, even though he kept his life, giving away the position. But Nookie is happy to be the first man forward here, setting such a tone. The spot towards middle as well. Now the crunch comes in. Alpha's in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna have to fight his way out of it. He's done so well. Succeeds time and time again. Over and Nookie just dismembered. And Alpha 3, what are you gonna do with this?
That's so crucial as well. That Enzo spots somebody and can relay that information towards Alpha. That the possibility of a ropes flank comes through, but Alpha goes huge, finding both kills there. Hoodie will actually retrieve the orb now. Res available. Not sure with Alfia slipping away. Look at where Alfia slipped away from. He's got right down to bottom mid here. Mixwell will throw a shoulder TP away. And Durka there to police it. Hoodie with the trade.
Really good trade, but they need something else than that.
You will not kill my
That's gonna help. Okay, back up to at least 3. 20 seconds though, and they haven't cleared sight.
Not even close to sight.
No. Still utility from Enzo being a problem towards DT. The reveal, the decay, the basically being attached to heaven at this point. I don't think they can even make it there.
No, literally. The tether there just means that they can't pass through. On PC utility concluding things here. Fnatic will find their third. An interesting one to look back on, to be honest.
Yeah. This, and you're right, this kind of stems from... Was it Enzo?
I missed that actually. There was it a Prowler that actually followed in. So Enzo spots when we saw that with the observer switching across. Yes. We saw just a glimpse of Avova. I didn't actually know. I think the Prowler actually follows into rope, so it's the perfect timing for that confirmation.
May not be the complete synergy you've been looking for, but that timing was perfect between the two of them. A reminder of what they can do here is Mixwell once again going to have that little bit of a fight towards middle quicker this time. Denies Alpha a walkout. Now, player advantage very early. Oh, Boaster caught in a bad spot here. 5 HP, walls up. Dead. Yeah, G2 just absolutely walked over him. If that's what they're going to be trying to use here, a little bit of pressure towards middle, see if they can get a pick or just something, and then lean towards B. Boaster's not been having a great day individually so far. So this, he could do with a bit of that here.
That one's dead.
Which means as well, I mean, Fnatic last week, Boaster was looking mechanically very sharp. It could be a factor here. Durka.
Okay.
We'll find another one to Nookie here. G2 are going to continue looking at the funds. Don't want to see another rifle removed, but Hoodie doesn't care too much for it. So yeah, thinking back with even on Icebox, there was a couple of times where both Snake Bites gets invested, and you know he comes forward, and the intent is to put his life on the line to delay even further. That was the big game plan for that composition. No surprise, it did see Fnatic finally call on the timeout.
Needed to happen.
It did. It did. Looking at their purchase is going to be shaky on the next anyway.
Yeah.
Look where Enzo, Boaster, and Durka sit, but. Scenarios there where it's like, I mean, even the previous where he's holding that kind of just that pixel angle towards heaven and overcommits to the spray a little bit. It's little things like that, you know, if it goes the other way, it's a huge bump for Fnatic, but you can see that kill, and it's so detrimental that the entire plan just falls to pieces for Fnatic.
Oh, it's an unenviable position as well, because so much hinges on that. But it's one of those roles, it's like, well, if nothing happens, I'm sat here holding a pixel peak for a whole round. But again, the guy's been put in a tough position in that regard. So hopefully he can find a little bit of comfort here, because at the moment, a couple of cracks starting to show there. So outside of that, though, got to say, Nookie looking in fine form. That's always going to be a big game changer to me, is if Nookie's having a good day, that guy can do unthinkable things. So eyes towards that if he can keep finding space, keep getting these challenges, but it looks like it could be a fight towards Durka at the start. I'm kind of interested here. Enzo setting into motion the utility, finds very little off the back, which would have been quite interesting. You could see the intent behind it with Alpha there, but this gives away a lot as well.
So Nookie didn't even flinch when Durka made the sound cue through that cage. We paint shelled off the angle now.
God, what a fight between these two as well. Nookie up against Durka. It's just like two people who are exceptionally good at their jobs. It's something very, very nice to watching that. I'd say Nookie at his best, sitting on a raise for me. I always think he's exceptional at it. And Durka certainly looks fantastic on the chamber once he gets into the swing of things. Just being Durka, I think he looks quite good at. So he's doing all right in that front. Now, beyond that, though, I did like that little kind of utility setup and the push that came out from Alpha over towards this side on B, but with no initial contact, no real commitment towards that A site, it looks like they're still sticking around. You can see that Prowler come out, and that's going to reveal at least one player's position here.
We're not feeling the heat on the other side of the map. I think got a fairly good idea. Confirmation on the back of Enzo's ultimate. And I'm not even sure actually if anybody's able to escape that. Mixwell will find Mystic elsewhere though.
Breaking the site isn't going to be easy. Look who's still waiting here. Alpha's now on patrol. That's going to be huge. When he gets one.
Wait, Avova stuck the TP.
Excuse me, Avova? You have no right to this. Now Boaster in no man's land, but he does get a fight on one. That's the time to activate after a quiet couple of rounds against himself. Right into the eyes of Avova. And now with no time, though, it's all about playing your life. And that's exactly what Durka will do. As Avova almost made that round possible. What a clutch up from Boaster.
As well, Durka even looking to face B main at that moment. He's down to, 14 shield and 95 health. He's one shot with the Phantom. Avova TP'd out of the smoke. You watch it here.
When does he do this?
Right here. He TP's out of the smoke and gets behind Alpha. That is
I thought he TP'd back in main somewhere.
That is insanity.
10 seconds left. Spike down. Enemy remaining.
Glimpses of what that player can be.
Okay, Alfie had almost good for 3 with the showstopper there as well.
Yup. Is Nookie walking this? Looking for that peak on Boast. Boast bested him this time. Much better. Anchoring that B site, being such a force now after being isolated and punished a couple of times. Finding that balance. This is a big recovery from him.
No resistance here towards mid. Mixwell allowed to explore pretty deep. Enzo on the other side of things. The spam comes through. Enzo's going to spot the barrel first, though. Operator removed. Mixwell down. The follow-up of utility. I mean, the first time I've actually seen it invested together, and it is rewarded. Alfie will find the paint shell kill onto Hoodie. Spike noted as well. A couple of weapon upgrades. Well, I mean, at least an operator in the hands there. Enzo can get off the judge if he wishes.
Why would you?
Well,
it's his birthday. He'll use the judge if he wants to. Meadow, well, he's got the A site. Guys, A's clear.
Bring Spike.
And yeah, he's got 10 seconds to slowly walk towards potentially his death if he kept going that way. So, gotta say it. Said the Boaster was struggling to hold on to a couple of those approaches towards B site. Timeout hits. Man's adjusted. Already finding a little bit more comfort. So good to see him instantly bounding back. And a 5-5. A good game between these two still. I feel like this is actually a really nice game to be watching.
Where it's slowed down now, Fnatic have found a little more comfort in some of these setups.
Yeah, for sure.
Able to whittle away at that round score. I mean, I got to say, it's particularly on split. This is one you look towards Fnatic excelling a little bit on the defensive half. We're not going to see any what they pull out of the strat book, right? It's how deep you force Fnatic to go in the strat book, right? Because it's like sometimes they can just get away with fundamentals, and it's like, oh, we're being tested here, guys, right? Mini's churning through the pages of set pieces.
I'm interested by probably after, assuming all goes right, the next LAN. How many times we think that Fnatic have been tested in this roster? Because there's something to be said about a team who has to then adjust, come back in with that plan, and really start finding those answers. Because I'd be interested to see how many times they've actually been pushed. For now, Enzo, comfy with it. Thought there could have been a problem, but it doesn't seem... Nookie playing Ring of Ring Rose with Althea. He's lost him.
Well, still wins this though. Hey, Althea just tucked into the corner. I thought he was going to go up the rope there. He still finds him though.
Okay, well, that Spike now having, I wouldn't say safe passage, because there is the entirety of heaven that can watch the cross. Safer passage? Oh, look at the timing. Could be pretty good. Go boo.
It's excruciating to watch.
I hate this. I hate this. Okay, Spike's going down. It's fine. It's totally fine. No problem.
Spike planted.
Darker knows too much, man. This guy is... He's got a tracking beacon just on players' potential positions. And you're dead. Look at this dude. What? He's so good at this. Now Meadow 1v3. Show me the money. Or not. Both the boys got it. That's Fnatic taking back the lead. But again, there's something I do want to look at. Yeah, I said maybe past the next event, right? The big one, you know, whenever that's going to be like coming up. How many times they're forced into that deeper strat book, right? Like how many times has Mini had to break it out?
It's only got to be the FPX series, right? I mean, you look at. So. I hate to kind of demean some of the teams, but you look at the run here. It's FPX week 1, week 2 is OGLU, week 3 is Ascend, who just looked flaky in that series as well, they've had a turbulent performance recently, and then Focus, which again pushed a couple of teams. I don't think Fnatic was one of them.
No, and I think Focus to me was a combination of really good individuals with like a little bit, you know, quite a nice game plan here and there, nice map pull. Like they're very solid, but they certainly I don't think had the chops yet to push someone like Fnatic. You know what I mean?
And
so it's no discredit to them.
as well.
Yes. That's the next thing. It's like, again, this is why I'm so excited by if Fnatic, get to international waters, right? And we get to see teams who have been pushed that deep. That's one thing I'll say about, when people are like, oh, but where'd you rate them globally, right? It's like, well, I can't put them above anyone who's been to LAN and done well yet, in my mind, because I still think LAN results always way heavier. Right? That's just it, because they get, you got higher competition value.
Yeah, I mean, I come back to the same thing. That the FPX series is the only one I look towards and think, yeah, actually, Fnatic lost bad on Ascent. And that's the only one you look back at, and you, I think for me, I don't feel great about, right? Other than that, it's been as close to flawless.
The box,
exactly, yeah.
Exactly. Like nothing new. And it's like teams have had dominant runs, but it's the fashion that they've done this. When they're winning, they're real winning.
Yeah.
And this is the little kind of set piece that we're looking at earlier on, but there's actually players on this side, and you can see its intent and the execution. Nice to give the control over, get the orb. Actually, a really nice beginning. Kind of a little bit of an addition to that Omen utility, just throwing in Fade off the back. And actually commitment to this, Mike. They're fighting this out.
Yeah, not sure about this one. Hoodie actually going to get the Cade up. Actually still... What?
Ow! How did he get Alpha in that?
I mean, Enzo finds one in the back lines onto Rovova, but G2 coming away, they're licking their wounds after that engage. They lose out two massive players in the form of Avuva? Nookie and Avova. I'm taking a leaf out of Ian's book here. I'm trying to splice names together.
I'm too warm to really enjoy Avuva. Avuvuzela.
Avuva. I'm sure I've said that one in the past as well. It's not the first time.
Oh no, probably not. Probably not.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Oh no. Okay, it's fine. This is Hoodie and Mixwell. They'll be dead soon. There we are. Thank you very much, Mystic. 7-5. Right off. Good.
Switching sides.
Switcheroo. Oh, I'm sweating. You feel for a bit. I'm having a drink.
No, I'm the less I talk, the better. Yeah, all things considered, though, with early on G2 showing if they are just gonna almost take the same approach as Icebox, right? It's there's no secrets about what we're gonna do. We're gonna walk mid. We're gonna expect Mixwell to find openers. I mean, you look at it numerically. That's not been reflected. I mean, we talked about another Death touched on it. It was 23 kills that you're able to pull together versus Ascendant. Something stupid like 250 ADR. He just hasn't found the same value here. So early on, I was talking about maybe a couple of gaps in the setups from Fnatic, not seeing Alfio and Enzo maybe synergize as much as possible. But in terms of damage control, they didn't allow G2 to run away with these opening engagements. And that is a huge positive.
Oh, it absolutely is. I don't need to see them have like massive pop-off plays, but as long as they're doing as prescribed, then all good. Hoodie. Gifted out haircut, stir cut. Cut clean down to a 22. And they've won the mid fight, I guess you could argue, for Fnatic, but they've certainly taken some casualty on the way.
And try and deal with the wall now. Two members of G2 on the other side of this. But actually, Alfia still in position to punish.
Well, fade away. Mixwell needs this, needs to really stem the bleed in middle now. This problem's though, vision depleted, gets to dip away of overcalled upon. Give us a hand here, but he's actually dropped down. That's sick work from Mixwell. If he got the flick back, that could have been everything. But now the crunch comes in. The fight on the site's been won. The spike is going A.
It'll be wide open here. Well, actually, Boaster and Mystic are able to get out of this situation. There's 12 seconds left, and that plant just about coming through. Plant's good for Heaven, so opportunity here, at least late round, but Mystic can't fall in this scenario. Nookie still hard clears him. Enzo now finds himself in a 1v3.
Did I tell you about the story, though, of the birthday boy, right? It's actually a crazy one. You thought it was going to be this B play, right? Like, that's what we were all told. And then suddenly, Spike's down at A. And he whiffs the first couple of shots. So, you know, you're starting to second guess yourself, and, you know, Meadows on the defuse. And none of these shots are hitting, Mike. So the story, all for nothing. Absolutely for nothing. Tried.
C2 put themselves in touching distance now. Just one round left to find.
Oh, this is a nice.
And it was, I'm not sure at which point there the audible was called. It's just that the time is off a little bit. Like I said, it's a completely different scenario if Mystic and Boast are able to get out of that situation.
This goes here.
I just don't know how feasible they ever would. Feasibly they're ever going to be able to do that, but yeah. Going in, I'll be surprised if anything goes astray, but you never know. Excellent. All right. All good. Oster just leaving the spike in mid. It's nice. Easy for the rest of the team to get. No worries. Oh, nope. That's not the case, actually. That's sarcasm. Spike now recovered, and they do make it out of there. But again, keep in mind the purchase. Even with the shorty, as good as it may be, you were hoping for something from that, and they don't get it.
Last player standing.
Clean. Well managed by G2 so far.
Yep. Right. Oh. So circling back to your point about
well managed,
clean, well managed,
kept in check.
Yeah. Well, 7-7. Do you think we've actually got a game on our hands? Because like I'm waiting to see if it stays close in the gun rounds.
Hey, I mean, in terms of bigger picture, I come back to the comment I made earlier. Fnatic, you really look for them to reach that point and say, okay, guys, let's pull all the stops out now. Right? That's still the factor with Fnatic, right? It's
yes.
Yeah. So it's glad to see that one run back.
Run it back.
But yeah, it's at which point Fnatic then say, okay, guys, yeah, we're in trouble here. Whether that's now, because I've got to say, G2 almost having a better attacking half than I would have assumed.
Yeah, I do feel as though Fnatic are, I don't want to say cruise control because it sounds disrespectful, but to their potential.
I say that because Mixwell wasn't just running wild, and that was so prominent previously. That's why I'm almost surprised G2 did get 5 on the attack. They were able to actually salvage a lot of rounds they shouldn't, similar to Icebox in that regard.
Oh, Durka outdone by Hoodie. That's a bit of a shocker. With 50 seconds left, there's no subtlety now to this plan from Fnatic. All rotations are in. You got a damn hard fight, but actually they're going to dismantle this just in case they start to peel back. Whole lot of faith in Avova and Nuki to hold this.
30 seconds left.
Navova's in danger. He needs a bailout. He needs a friend. He needs someone here because he's not getting away with anything right now. Couple of smokes holding back Fnatic.
Look, he's got nothing to spam into that slow. Boaster actually catches him out for good for the second as well. Avova did reposition, but he was noted and hard cleared here. Mixwell 26 HP.
10 seconds left. Spike
4 left for the Tour de Force, so almost good for the. I mean, it looked good.
Oh, it did. For a second there, just walking that slow, getting a little ahead of the timing. Thought maybe he's got that little chance. I like the hat production. I think that's you. Is that you guys? Or has he done it?
I spotted that in the first half, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's us.
I didn't know if it was real or not.
Pretty sure it's us.
For a second, I looked at it when I first saw it. I was like, is that a real hat? Then, obviously, I realized it wasn't. Right. He moved.
Okay.
Don't give me a right after you just went Avuva. Don't you dare give me that.
You thought that was a real hat?
Shut up, Mike. Shut up. I'm done with you. I'm absolutely done. It's too warm. I'm hot. Durka.
Look, he whiff on that, or are they trying to bait him in? But Durka follows up on the reveal.
Terribly.
Yeah, no swing through from the smoke. I'm not sure. It almost felt like a bait. It's like, yeah, okay, pushed off the back of the reveal, and we're going to punish it. But Enzo doubles down.
There's nothing. There's one thing that does worry me slightly, though. Is like, if a plan goes astray and it happens to anyone else, sure. If it's Nuki, I'm like, ooh, Ace not happy. He won't be happy about that one. And he won't be happy about this either. Durka just running rampant now, down to Avuva and Meadow. Sorry. Really tickled me, that. And it is Avuva who's going to be dealing with basically the entirety of Fnatic coming his way. So, the undesirable situation to be in. And Enzo going to try and clear sight.
Well, confirmation as well for footsteps on the other side of over. First one.
30 seconds left.
Not going to connect too much. We'll be able to escape a little deeper towards ramp, at least give them a fighting chance here. But it is a 2v4, Lauren.
Yeah, he'd need to bare minimum clear 2 of the 4, which not looking good. And Meadow's going to make it here, but his task would be sight. Again, he can't really help Avova without crossing. So what are you meant to do? Maybe get a 2v2 on the site and hope that the others don't push quick enough? Well, let's find out. Trying to give Meadow a fighting chance. Gets overrun. Durka's put him down. Good trades. Fnatic really finding easy access to middle there.
Yeah.
Not sure what went wrong with that.
Like I said, I feel like that was almost intended to bait. I don't want to say Nuki's whiffed on the reveal. Put it that way.
Sure. I think that's a fair assessment. We'll go with that.
Maybe just a miscom on the timing. I don't know. It's certainly bizarre to watch. Fnatic follow through with that. See where things sit for G2 now. Nuki 2 off the showstopper. It's the only real playmaker ultimate they have in this composition. So it's just Sheriffs. Mixed well with the Headhunter.
Here.
Oh,
the timing on the poison orb dropping.
Yep. Just all eyes on him. Now, I guess the silver lining is that Meadow's one against Durka on the other side of the map. Now, beyond that, though, you're going to need some big boy shots coming out. Nuki.
Wait,
the guy's movement. What? How? I guess Vova was tucked on the site and caught him? Okay. They're hitting the shots they need. And
Meadow's got the
Nuki
upgrade
kept
as
his
well.
Life.
And Avova should potentially get this right. This flank's coming through so early.
Oh, he's good for it as well. Well, I thought he'd have the second Boaster good for the trade, but this is huge. TP taken, but look who's here. Nuki has just hit the...
Boaster! What?
Get out of it. How did Boaster... So Boaster TPs, right? Nuki is way ahead of the predicted timing. And he wins the fight. It's a 2v2. It ain't over yet.
Enzo's got a little bit of utility to work with as well.
What's he up to? Vova makes the step on the site. Utility invested.
What? Hoodie hard clears him. Enzo, no! It's sticking inside the smoke! He's still gonna get it, Enzo! Clutches it out for Fnatic. Oh my word.
That round was lost, and somehow they pull it back.
Oh my word.
Play that whole round back for me. I want to watch the entirety of this thing.
When I saw the reveal go up, I was like, he's not going to anticipate that. I'm not even sure, actually, if Boaster will hear the sound cue on where the smoke's placed. Enzo still delivers. The final hurdle.
That's ridiculous. And the fact that Nuki was already there as well. Man, there's so much in that round was ridiculous. And of course, G2 make it close on those sort of rounds. It's a G2 sort of round to convert, but man, Fnatic, that's just, oof. 10-7. It's going to be a moment when you question, when do G2 pump the brakes? Do they have more to go to? Already, Nuki be forced away, respecting the investment. And somewhat of a default. 1-3-1 coming out from Fnatic.
Well, no, this is the round they want to slow things down at all. Ultimates are plenty here. Nuki might even get isolated in this scenario. Mixwell luckily finds the first to swing through from Nuki, though. Doesn't find it, and it's just trades coming through. Hoodie going to mitigate some of that. Spike absolutely in firm control of G2 now. It's just Mystic and Boaster to try and recover things. I don't think this one's doable with 34 seconds left, Lauren.
No, this could be 8 for G2. Should be 8 for G2, it feels like, right?
A 4-man swing through.
bold to be pulling that sort of stuff off.
It's a G2 round.
Hey, those moments of it happening in that Shiko upgrade sort of round that came out before, you're like, okay, of course they're hitting these shots, fair enough.
10 seconds left.
That was a bit of a string now from G2. Rounds that get very close. This time they convert it. And they really did need that, I felt. Game's starting to look a little too like it was Fnatic's in the making, but as it stands, G2 closed the gap just a touch.
And that saving grace being that Fnatic didn't really invest an awful lot. Things fell apart when G2 opt to challenge mid.
That works.
See if they can... I mean, Durka's got the Tour de Force available. We'll actually get a weapon donated. So rifles across the board. See if Fnatic are almost just going to repeat the initial intention from that previous round here. This time around, G2 put the wall up. Only one confirmed on the other side of it though. Boombot will go through. Really, I'm looking towards ultimately what Boaster and Mystic can really achieve on these extremities. On the back of this mid pressure, there needs to be
something.
Yeah, at least figuring out what the site hold looks like.
Because they're pulling the attention, right? Like they're achieving
They're
kind of
pulling a
what
lot of
they
you
want.
too as well.
Yeah, like this is I guess if you look bigger picture, this is somewhat of a win if you deem it as such, but it does need the extremities somewhere to make something of, right? Unless you're committing to this, like a split, or I'm kind of curious what they're looking for here. They are actually committing off the back of this. They're not actually peeling away at all. Alpha going to take over towards ropes, dip down and carry on forward. No rest for the wicked. This man wants space. He's going to get it. Sends it, and it's a trade, and Nuki outdoes him. This guy is different sometimes. Nuki getting that nice form that he can have, but actually it's Durka to put him to bed.
30 seconds.
So we get a 4v4 with 28 seconds now.
Actually, a reposition from Durka. Actually going to tuck himself deep away from this execution. TP's back towards main. The Viper's pick goes up. Hoodie actually catches Boaster. Mixwell onto Durka as well.
This close again, down to 2. Enzo and Mystic sweating now. Mystic tries to wrap outside of the ult, get some chip damage, but it's not enough. But that could be the spray. Not pretty enough this time. Enzo, the 1v2, not going to get it. Meadows there. The defuse going to come in, and G2 carry on forward.
That felt a little desperation mode at that point. G2 doing unorthodox once again, right?
Yeah.
Hoodie getting into that position, just like, what the hell's he doing there? The swing comes through, Mixwell punishes that. But that's almost like Fnatic are just there, they hit the panic button.
Okay. G2 have found their way back in this game. Like, no holds barred, they have found avenue, safe passage, and they've broken the money of Fnatic. By all rights, this should be 10-10.
You want to play? Let's play.
Similar scenes in mid. This time around, though, Fnatic have 3 members present towards ramp. Boombot will clear through for Durka to try and find a favourable angle with the Tour de Force. Mixwell on the other side of things.
This is nice. Really nice positioning.
Nobody holding that for him. Mystic just absolutely clotheslines Nuki.
Okay, but there's surely a trade, right? There it is, and actually gets another.
Oh my
Gets
god.
Durka as well.
The timing is perfect for that pressure to come through. Removing the Tour de Force. Mixwell able to post up comfortably now. Hoodie will find his third. Just Enzo to try and find some damage in this round. Actually finds an angle, but Mixwell still with that TP safe.
Okay, G2, they've kept 4 alive, Mike. This is starting to get, this is game on territory.
They've got a cushion to work with. And unfortunately, Fnatic don't.
Yeah.
Like I said, that snowball round, the one where I feel as if they hit the panic button, it's cost them. It's going to take 3 or 4 rounds to build that position back up. And Unfortunately, here, round 21, they don't have that benefit yet. No surprises to see this come through now, Lauren.
It's needed. Fnatic looking like they might have to start cracking open the spine of that book, right? That, okay, how much do we now need to start really exploring this idea? How far do we need to go? How much do we need to show? Do we even want, you know, what can we bring out here? Because G2 are playing a good game, but it's not like we're just seeing similar scenes over and over again. It's not just one look. There's a lot of things going right for G2 at the moment.
It really is. I don't think Fnatic able to really get a firm grasp on the early round. Get themselves set up. Or even set themselves up for success, I should say.
Yeah.
Very concerning scenes now to see this tied up. Would love to be a fly on the wall once again for that conversation from Mini.
I imagine hearing that. It's always, obviously it's something we can't really do, but it's always one of those things you just think, oh, I wish you could just hear what they're saying.
This goes here.
With his weight in gold, that man, Mini.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Will be one of the best. There is a quiet man behind a lot of the theory and a lot of the things that make.
Well,
that's great.
The other thing is without any real pressure towards like either sides here, it's setups like this from Meadow where he has these kind of double trap setups, very deep with a one way that ultimately haven't been tested too much yet. Some of these rounds of Fnatic just decide to hit a site. Those are the ones that can really cause problems. There's that slight variation. Like I said, there haven't really been a lot of fact-finding rounds for Fnatic.
No, you're right. I think I do wonder if that costs them anything going forward, because they will be, as you said, going in somewhat blind to some of the tricks they'll be up to. But okay, so mid control garnered. Where do we go from this? Okay, it looks like a lean towards B, but they haven't quite cleared through by Mixwell yet, who we noted early on had already pushed up and explored B main. And again, the retake on the space there. A little bit of a shoulder comes out from Avova, just making sure no one's progressing. There are players here.
Slow orb goes in, one way goes up.
This is all just a process.
They're going to force the issue. That TP was a little dicey.
I mean, it's worked out for Avova somehow. They're just going to punish Durka. The dip in for Hoodie. Oh, this is lovely work. The push and the pull from G2. Striding in this game now. And it's rare you see Fnatic without an answer.
It's rare you see Fnatic pressured by the clock. And this is not the first time. Mystic should eat that pain shell, but able to escape.
It's done. Okay, 11 for G2. Alpha.
Remaining.
Again, we don't often see this. This is what we were asking earlier on, Mike, and something that maybe we get a little bit of a glimpse at. What happens to Fnatic when they're presented with the challenge of adaptation, right? How far into the strat book do they go? How much do they bring out? How much are they willing to go to? How much, practice time do they get in officials running their deeper look? Obviously not going to be bringing out everything, right? You want a couple of tricks up the sleeve. So let's see what this looks like now, because this buy is rotten.
Bring them down.
It really is, and I mean, it's only Boaster's ultimate to work with. Look, you're going to find the first one to Durka, but like I said, this setup has barely been tested. Meadow able to dig his heels in. Enzo will find the first. He's got another 4 to find, though. 45 HP.
Wow.
Not much else to do here. G2 find themselves on map point and on the brink of forcing a third here in a series that I didn't expect to go to 3.
No, me neither. And I think you're right. It's that lack of exploring some of these areas that are critical. The ones that, if let's say that mid piece doesn't quite find as much validity as you'd want, you need to start leaning towards some of the options you have. And you're right, they just simply haven't had the reps towards it yet to be able to come up with maybe the plan they'd like. But now walking into the unknown at 10 to 12, it's now or it's map 3. And a reality check for Fnatic here, potentially.
Definitely.
Mixwell going to take that space. Hates it. Has to back away here. Give up the room. And Fnatic get what they need. Oh.
Mixwell still finds one, though.
And slow. They can't make anything of this. No trade coming through. No nothing. Fnatic held at the door here.
Spike down B.
Yeah. not looking good in this second half. I mean, the blind TP comes out from both, so it's a total shutdown on B site. And again, I gotta say, this is a byproduct of how a lot of these early rounds went. There just wasn't enough kind of tangible intel to formulate a plan on the fly towards either side. Didn't find a lot of value in mid. They couldn't really convert that into anything. Even when they did win out on mid, like I said, players like Meadow still able to chuck in so deep on site and even just go 1-for-1 in scenarios, caused so many problems for Fnatic. I would say massively concerning, but that was extremely underwhelming on the side of Fnatic.
It was, and I think just because of that lack of ability to adapt, you felt like you're almost shorted an end game there. But credit to G2 though to be able to convert that again. Keep in mind they're playing against arguably one of the best there is that we've seen in current form. I mean, they've been able to convert map 2. This is big.
Mixwell with a huge turnaround in the second half. Like I said previously, we've seen him do absolute wonders for G2 on the attack as that chamber actually comes to. I didn't note the first kills in their attacking half, but ended up with 6 here and actually coming out +3 in terms of kill differential. That certainly wasn't the case on the first half. So credit to him in turning things around in the second. Hoodie once again, man. Like this guy is just like solid as a rock for G2. He is on a par now with Nuki for me in terms of what he's able to deliver statistically. Just insane to see time and time again.
Right, well, we're going to head to a short break on that note, and when we're back, the desk will be discussing everything we've just witnessed and that next map coming up.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You are watching VCT EMEA Challenges. It is week 5, the final day, the final series of the group stages, and we are not done yet. G2 win their map pick to take this one all the way against their bitter rivals, Fnatic. Kaquka and Lothar join me. I'm Ian on the desk. Thank you for having me, by the way. And Kaquka, it wouldn't be a bitter, heated rivalry without a bit of back and forth, right?
Oh, I loved it, especially with the fight that we had on mid on this map of Split. The performance from Hoodie especially was outstanding to me. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but especially when it comes to G2's attack, there's not a lot in the hands of Fnatic that could stop Nuki and the performance that he was having opening. Also, Mixwell, Hypoc was mentioning, and he was a key part to not only that attack, but also that defense. You know, it was close until the very, very end, but G2 knew exactly how to play the defense, how to break Fnatic's timings.
Yeah, in general, I would like to say that Nuki just absolutely rescued G2's first half with their 1v3 clutch. That was unreal. It also broke the economy from Fnatic. But this is actually this one. Like the read that someone will push your bait for the showstopper is actually really nice. That Nuki has this kind of like on the foot thinking, you know, quick thinking. That is, and he's able to just convert those small advantages to himself. Now I feel like even though Fnatic was winning 10-6, G2 had a nice, let's say, compensation of how do we play against the Fnatic that has such a good structure. So what they did, and they won it 2 rounds in a row, is they played completely unpredictable. They pushed in angles that no one was suspecting of being pushed, and because of that, Hoodie got a double kill and just completely pincered the opponents with his teammates. And the other round, I think it was also Hoodie that did exactly the same, but they just completely surprised Fnatic by doing something absolutely unpredictable.
You keep saying Hoodie's name. I mean, like, it's almost as if he was a highlight here, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, completely. It's not only on the attack, he has some rounds, of course, because he is a great aimer, and with the wall, I think he was doing very impressive stuff. But when it came to the defense, Hoodie's abilities really stood out for me. The slows were in the right place at the right time in every single occasion. The wall usage was also perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah, Hoodie, like, really good game. You know, he's playing a Sage, 180 ADR. That's on average, right? On average, he's deleting 1 person per round, and on top of that, he's also delivering the utility usage, which is so crucial on this map. We have seen a lot of combos with the Raze, and in general, if you guys remember, the ultimates from him, if I remember correctly, 2 were pulled off during a retake, which also brings the numbers towards, like, you know, equalized numbers.
So for the second to last time this week, Lothar, you can go over to the telestrator and just do me a favor. When you come back, can you bring me a drink? I'm a little bit thirsty.
Sure, I'll pick one.
Sorry.
Okay, €2. Anyway, I wanted to highlight Fade because it's one of those, you know, although Fnatic didn't win, I think it was so interesting to watch because we don't have that many times yet being used in the competitive setting. So first, I wanted to showcase how Seize is being used to stop a push, but also not many players are using yet Seize as a support for themselves. For themselves, in this case, it will be Durka, because look how Enzo is stopping the entire push through Mail. All of those players are affected by Seize. As we can rewind it a little bit, you see those black thingies that are just attached to the players are being seized by the grenade and held back. Now the thing is, that's not something that many people remember. When someone is under effect of the grenade, they are deaf. They cannot hear anything. And of course, it's Nuki who also looks at his bag because this guy just knows everything. But if Durka would just peek a little bit earlier, they would have not even known that someone is peeking that. Now, this is another setup that I wanted to showcase with the Seize and the paint shells, but also showcases the fundamentals that Fnatic has here. So Enzo is standing with a judge, and he's the first contact. This is the person that has the contact first. Then we see Alfair standing on on rafters, and he is the second person to peek after number 1 has the contact. If that fails, they fall back on the Seize paint shells combo, as you're gonna see. First, there's an Enzo kill. Now he goes back. They communicate that they're gonna use the utility, and look at the minimap. I'm gonna zoom in. Look at the Sage right now. She's just dead. She cannot go anywhere. That's how powerful this is. And also just a funny thing on B main, another piece of Seize utility being used to almost full extent because it will help the player that is caught in in this corner to not get picked, and Alpha will have a chance to actually win a duel that he should never be able to win. Look here, the Seas is going through, and Hoodie is just caught. He cannot leave this line. This is the maximum that he can peek to. Unfortunately, Alpha here peeks into him because he's not actually super aware of where the opponents will be standing, but it showcases how useful Seas can be, and there will be still... Oh, wait. Still, yeah, €2. There's still gonna be a lot of Seas opportunities in the future to shine.
For the record, €2, yeah?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
You know, believe it or not, this was not rehearsed.
No.
I actually had €2 with me.
No joke. The cameraman gave me €2 while you I don't have €2.
No, yeah, but in general, I think that one of the things that we can say for sure is that Fnatic was testing a lot of the stuff on the attack that we didn't get to see against Focus, and you know, probably looking forward towards playoffs.
All right, well, Kaquka, we are going to bind next. It all comes down to this. Who's going to take it?
I mean, I'm going to say Fnatic. I'm going to go for the obvious here, even though I would love for G2 to end up after the stage knowing that they're not making it to playoffs, to just wreck Fnatic's dream of making a flawless run throughout the entirety of both stages. But last week, we saw both the teams playing on this map, of course, against different opponents. On Fnatic, it looked crisp. Like everything that we saw, I think that is going to be very interesting, especially if they keep both their compositions, because we're going to have that double controller versus double control, bringing in the Astra as well.
Are you excited to see these two unbind?
Yeah. Who's gonna win? Heads is gonna be Fnatic.
What's heads?
Oh my word.
It's heads.
It's heads.
The Fnatic are gonna
It's
win.
Spanish. It's the King of Spain.
Oh, look at that.
It's not mine. Can you see it?
Look at that.
Okay.
Spain.
Here it is. It's not the actual king. He was.
So does that mean for certain now that Fnatic are going to win?
Well, I mean, it's a 50-50.
No, it's a Spain.
Someone wins
so
or
it's
loses.
Carlos, so he's G2.
There we go. That makes even more sense. You know what? I felt like I was in control of this desk until like 2 seconds ago. Now I have no idea what's going on. Compositions. What do you expect from both of these teams on bind?
Compositions. Last time we have seen those teams on bind, G2 was playing Sky, Ray, Sage, Astra, Viper. Fnatic on the other side, very similar, but a crucial piece of difference here is the Fade. So we have Raze, Viper, Sky, Astra, and the Fade on top of that. And I really like it because that's another opportunity for those synergetic pieces of utility being used together with Fade, Raze, and Viper. And on top of that, also the pull from Astra.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see now, actually, the head-to-head is going to be between Nukia and Durka playing on that Raze. We know how these two players have been explosive on this map. The approaches are going to be a little bit different, but Alpha is going to be playing on that Viper. And I want to gather your thoughts, Lofa, because you were not in this, but what are your thoughts on Mixwell on Sage?
I mean, he's on Chamber, so I like that much
Okay.
more. I feel like
Lovely.
when he is on Sage, he is just, again, on that supportive role when he cannot really find the confidence to get those duels in.
I totally agree.
And I know Sage is very useful on this map because it's so hard to plant on A side when you don't have the shower control. So the Sage's job is to cut off the shower's angle, plant safe, and then fall back. Planting in this case, this is going to be a very similar situation to Icebox, where players will be doing everything in their power to stop the plant from happening. So you have to get those kills and aggressive control of sides as attackers first before you try to plant.
Yeah, so the only difference is that, of course, Fnatic is going to be playing with that double initiator. Let's see if they give him enough control. But if Mixwell ends up getting the same openers that he was having on Split, this could be perfectly a map that goes for G2.
I mean, he had 6 first blood and only 2 first deaths.
Yeah. It's exactly what is required for him to do. I think that, especially knowing that he's back on that position, that he's not going to have to play for the rest of the team, being a little bit more supportive, but he can just add on to what Nuke is going to be doing. He should have an easy time.
One more thing I wanted to point out, there's a possibility that we're going to see Fnatic do teleport crunches with the pieces of utility from Fade. That is something that might be very synergetic.
I like Boasted Stars better.
I'll tell you what, you couldn't have asked for a better end to the group stages. A map 3, G2 versus Fnatic. It's time to take us home. Pokpan. You didn't expect that, did you?
He's getting confident, isn't he, Mike? He's getting a little cocky with all this business.
Still, just missing the mark a little bit, Ian.
We thoughts and prayers that you work it out, but we do get map 3, so that is I guess a bonus here or a curse depending on which team you favored coming into this. Enrico did curse it if you were wondering, our producer.
Shout out producer, thank you.
Shout out to our producer, appreciate you. you actually tucked in some sausage rolls in between the game. Has that changed your thoughts coming to this matchup?
Weirdly enough, no. I didn't know where you were going to go with that initially, but no, it hasn't actually changed. I thought Fnatic would close out Split. I'm expecting them to close out Bind. I think last week with the performance we saw, even though, yes, take it with a pinch of salt against Focus, some of the pieces we've seen them cook up, I got to imagine there's more than that. I mean, it's starting on the defense, but I'm looking forward to what Boaster referred to as the rumble in the jungle strat. Those sorts of things that they're on tape now, whether or not G2 are adjusting to it. They're not a particularly heavily anti-strat oriented team, but they're the sorts of things that could catch them off guard.
Yeah, I feel like whenever we're talking about Fnatic, especially at this point in the group stage, and you know, it's all about like future-proofing essentially, and like how do they look down the line, what's next, you know? Because as I said, they're in the best position that they've probably ever been in, really, going forward. So it's all about that insurance down the line. For now, though, we get to enjoy a map 3 and G2. Well, showing more resilience than most of us expected on map 2.
Absolutely, no surprises there. Almost in keeping with their brand in Valorant, to be honest. Very slow approach to this pistol round, though. I mean, Nuki has barely moved from market. Fnatic, likewise, on the other side. The flash going to come through, forces the TP out. And no real exchange of damage done there at all. Will be the indication to progress onto A site. Spike slowly making its way back in this direction. We're already early progress garnered on the side of Meadow and Avova.
Yeah, this should be a free plant. Don't think anything can really stop it now. Maybe a little chip damage. Yeah, could have stopped it. Does peel him away in the end. There's the pinch coming in, and there's the crunch. That's much better. Timing really falls together at the end of it. Now Meadow's position now revealed off the back of that pull towards Enzo. He's got to pull up for 1v3, and the frenzy's good, but I don't know, it's 61 HP at the start of that good, and Alpha's got one as well, so it equals out anyway. I was a little bit worried they didn't stop that plant sooner, but it made sense once it all came through. Yeah,
once you see the gravity well go through and the snake bite initially, then it's a little more pressured, right? That buys up 3 to 5 seconds. Unfortunately, Mixwell's forced to try and scramble to send reinforcements back. Actually, then on the second attempt, Nuki punished for that spike plant. And again, good discipline from Fnatic, right? That pressure is felt on long towards B, or at least a little bit of pressure, right? They know the rotation is coming through, but there's minimal utility invested. And really, you look towards, I mean, it's Boaster, Durka, and Althea in that regard, but they have enough there to still kind of adhere to that whole ethos of playing anti-plant.
Oh, wait, Boaster's gone for the vest now. The look has changed. It's a hot day. I've been telling producers, it's a hot day today at Self-Mayacon. Really upset me. But he's probably a bit upset with that too. Hopefully we get to see more of the gun show from Boaster. It's a treat. And Dirk is just mopping up everyone, it seems. Now this is still building towards B. Makes us 24 HP, and that just about whizzed past him. The timing's pretty good from the creeper from G2. Mystic's still on the case, and he delivered pretty nicely in the first couple. Flash, timing's great, and he's going to just carry on forward, isn't he? This is lovely work. It almost overextends, why not? Feeling yourself gets made to look a little silly, and that's why you don't.
That's why we highlight it.
30 seconds left.
If I were able to slip away 48 HP, but forced. I'm going to be honest, in a position now where you just got to give this away. You don't want to be carrying across. He does get a favourable engagement towards Enzo, but again, doesn't find the kill, so not going to find the spike plant.
There we are.
Eventually dealt with. 3 survive for Fnatic and 3 weapons retained as well.
And my reporter in Sliggy TV chat has updated me that Yinzu prefers cold sausage rolls.
Right, well,
yeah.
I hate
should
to
we
say
move
it,
on?
but that's probably the last time we should reference the chat.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a reporter, actually, Mike. All right, I get a live feed.
Outrageous. Admitting it in public as well is just...
See, if you quietly did that in your own home, you know, and didn't let me know about it, it'd be different. But now I feel like it's like an intrusive thought that I just can't get rid of. A 2-0, though. Fnatic do hold the cards in this one at the very least at the beginning. Now, let's see how much they can get out of these weapons. They're going to drag on through in this bonus round. Of course, rifles out and about for G2, and for them, more of a necessity to this.
No, actually a big... Oh, you can see, actually, yeah. Unable to get any damage through. Over actually finds the blind shot through the wallbang wall. Find Enzo. Mystic, gotta be careful here. No reinforcements for him. Okay, still finds Mixer on the way in, bringing it back to a 4v4. Hoodie looking to challenge as well. Mystic's got his flashback and the Seeker's available. Whether or not in this scenario they want to try and get that.
Spike planted.
Flash, Seekers, it's all there. Melo's going to find Boaster. And this is getting a little bit rough around the edges. No success on the way back in. Nuki.
What a clearance from Durka.
Yeah. And Avova's position's already considered. This could be huge if Avova's going to take down Durka, but now how does he deny the defuse? I don't think he can at this point. Has to try and commit to it. Mystic's there. And Alpha here as well. These two in Impact alone finding so much value.
That's actually crazy with that, because that was a very, very shaky bonus round with what Fnatic brought into it. Mystic, a heads up investment there for the Seekers. Finding that kill to Mixwell is huge. To bring it to an even fight, like I said, no real pressure elsewhere on the map, so Fnatic still have a lot of utility to work with there.
Yeah, that's... I do feel this game has the possibility of it being a stark reminder that Fnatic is... Oh. Help me.
Some kind of fever dream.
Yes, yes. And map 2 was a fever dream for G2, right? Like, that's what I'm a bit worried about with this one, is that it could become one of those instances where it all feels like it was for nothing. But, we'll wait and see. Already, Nuki's been caught, so not looking great.
This is the innovation that Fnatic bring. They have a judge in Hooker.
It's never been seen before, Mike.
No.
What are your thoughts on this?
No.
A shotgun like the judge in that position. Now, you know, it kind of links together the map. You know, it can be really... you wouldn't say there's much, you know, of a kind of a liquid style to it. You can't pull it everywhere. Mixwell, do you mind? We're having a nice time talking very satirically about something, but right now there is nothing to be made a joke of. When Mixwell's just found 3 kills by having no right to any of them. No right.
Spike planted.
Excuse me?
Okay, well, that's flipped this one on its head. After conceding the first blood. Now it's just Mystic and Boaster to try and recover. Just Gravity Well comes through, but... Boaster's even going to get a shot at this one. Mystic has to win this, and he does. The stick's coming through, Lauren.
Boaster? Excuse me? Okay, Avova's there. All right, because if it was just Hoodie spamming away, I'm like, someone help him. Please. Okay, well, Mixwell had a round.
I mean, that's another very G2-esque round, right? I mean, I was commenting on this previously where G2, they just love to be unorthodox. Right? And even there, the reason we see Mixwell find a third and catch somebody off guard running knife out is like, yeah, surely they'll probably try and grab the weapons, right? But no, Mixwell uses those 3 seconds totally differently.
You want to play?
Slips deeper into CT. It's super sick. Now, Alpha makes a damn good attempt at controlling the entirety of the short approach towards A. And what does that look like on the rest of the map? What's the core? What's the effect of this going forward? Oh, little boombot slingshot. Mixwell. Ooh, just a lucky boy playing those sort of angles to keep his life.
No trade-off of damage just yet. Fnatic wisely, I mean, they offset this Viper's Pit, a little bit of Shower's control, and they're able to invest 3 players towards B side. Just about coming back on that utility cooldown point of the round. Enzo actually yet to invest anything, so unnoted as of yet. Seeker's invested, Trailblazer to follow up, and actually, Mystic desperate to try and find something on the way in here. But actually removes Mixwell.
Desperate? We won't talk about desperate. Jumping in Mixwell, probably a little desperate for it as well.
30 seconds.
Puts his life on the line and gets nothing for it, but Nookie's found freedom, gets his way out. Oh, comes a dink and Boaster, how are you standing? He's not anymore. But Enzo picks up the pieces, but a trade comes out for Meadow, so it's a 2v2, but 10 HP in 17 seconds, and Dirk is trying to fill that void, and he's going to. Spike now lost, it's all about time, and Meadow's got a choice to be made. Alpha is in the position that he was considering, but the Spike plant, he needs the time on his side. And Alpha's not stopped moving.
He's got
closing in the whole time, and he's kept it quiet.
As well.
He's kept it quiet, and he's got the job done. Alpha here just playing the clock perfectly and playing the man as well. Not bad. 4-1 now. Fnatic back on track.
I mean, it's so back and forth. And you're absolutely right. Mixer almost answering with the same unbridled aggression just to try and find that opener on beat. Mystic able to remove the tour de force, though. Well played from Alpha Air as well. Just a moment there where Meadow actually might have had the advantage.
Could have got the timing. Yeah, he was trying to clear. Tube, no, but you're right. These rounds are close, but it does worry me when I start seeing the scoreline get carved away. If they start stabilizing and getting that money in the pocket, you know, the ult cycle really starting to work through, because you're already seeing Durka there. Who else did? Enzo's got his as well. I get a little nervous here, because, you know, Fnatic can really spiral in these rounds.
Trade off a log. Actually, Nuki immediately responds with the showstopper, posts it. Mystic will fall. The judge comes through in time, though, and actually both are good for the second.
No, this is not acceptable, is it?
Out of the chat, covering it.
Actually, G2 trying to wrap the other way around this towards.
That's pretty dirty.
Spawn
They
here,
get the cross. I mean, Alpha's watching it though. And is this gonna be aim training? Oh dear. Because they've heard the steps. They heard the steps towards the back, but he takes his eyes away from it. Flash comes in, eats it completely. Both so blind.
Yeah.
Alpha's gone down as well. Really nice work between Hoodie and Mixwell to make sure that there was at least a complementary position in case someone else swung. And Dirk has had no subtlety to this, no quietness to this, and maybe just being the berserker. Goes forward, finds Mixwell, and just speeds up the pace. Speeds up the pace. Gonna pop the ult. Tries to clear sight. One so deep towards CT, it won't find them. And what do you do with this? Oh dear. Not feeling good anymore, is it? No one's showing themselves, no one willing to fight, and rightly so. G2 play it textbook in the end.
Yeah, both players just desperately trying to hold that open angle. No possibility of avoiding that pop flash out from Hoodie. G2 able to recover that, because there's a point there where Boaster recovers a rifle, and like you said, Alpha Air's there so quickly, able to reinforce. One piece of utility to define it. 2 rounds separating Fnatic, actually forced now down onto an eco. A frenzy to offset these sheriffs. Well, it looks like are they gonna pop long? They're thinking about it for a second there.
Yeah. Bit nervy.
Scout destroyed.
I don't know how much they noted. Enough that Boaster's there, but he has to dip out of danger.
He knows that the TP is safe as well. Look at where Dirk and Alpha have pushed through on the other side of the map. G2 will freeze for a moment. Almost anticipating a second layer to this aggression.
I'm getting worried. It should be fine, right? It should be fine. G2 should just, you know, overwhelm. The timing on this is really rough, and this is going to give information across, right? They're like, okay, no one's like deep, no one's holding long, they're all in like octagon or just at the front of sight, and now they finally turn and they get the spike. Quick paint shell comes down, they've got more utility to pour into this, and they just need the pistols to the side. Durka goes down, Meadow on the case, quickly going to find 2, and it is just trying to get recovery. It is a panic, it is mayhem right now. And the spike gets taken, it gets delivered away. Just quick run over towards that A site. Can they slow this down? Do they have anything to stop them getting the plant in? I don't believe so at this point.
And the Viper's pick going to come through. Actually, Boaster with 18 HP. I thought he was maybe going to opt to try and swing onto this. Might have favorable timing though behind this cosmic divide.
Oh, Meadow's just there. So close to this.
He thinks one slipped into lamps.
No, no one's there. We know where they are. One towards shower, one tucked towards site still. And Mixwell's starting to make... I wonder if he got spotted. Yeah, the horn's going to give it away. That's massive work from Enzo. And now it's just Meadow. And Mystic's got him.
The bait was perfect. Boaster starts just elephant stomping behind him. Has to turn around. And he's punished. How Fnatic have won that is actually insane.
From start to end.
That is madness.
And G2 got to be kicking themselves for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, G2 have just lost a G2 round from Fnatic.
Yep. And like, Fnatic are dangerous in so many ways, but that's not one that I'd normally put beside them, right? They don't always... I wouldn't say they're a team that convert loads of these.
They're usually pretty solid for doing damage in rounds like that. I wouldn't say they're a particularly... I mean, I'm sure somebody's got the stat somewhere, but I don't think they rate very highly on the Thrifty round wins. That's for sure.
Not compared to someone like G2 in my mind, who's always pushing the envelope. Alpha is okay, but it's the support, it's the backup that's there. It's just effective trading for Fnatic right now, and G2 just can't get out of spawn.
Over being hunted down as well. We'll try and escape with a spike here, try and recover things, but a 1v4 with a classic in hand, highly unlikely.
Taking that back.
A great TP crunch from Fnatic. You see, there's so many bits of utility that until you watch it back, you can't truly appreciate some of these pieces.
No, seeing the nuances, or I've heard that you can watch twitch.tv/SliggyTV, and he gets the time to really mull it over, really slow it down, talk her around. Whereas we're on the go. It's tricky. But again, you're right. There is a lot that goes into this, and the layers in which it happens is wonderful to watch back. And for Avova, a tough challenge now found. Clean on the first, but again, look at the positions it's got to try and work through. Dead.
Even really given a chance on the way back in there. 3 survive. That'll be a big boom to the economy for Fnatic. Durka one off the showstopper now. G2 actually going to pump the brakes here because this is... this is the point of the half where you think, this could get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah. And rightly so.
They concede this. They have no money. I mean, Mixwell's one off the Tour de Force, so opportunity here, but you got to feel like this is the one that it either goes to 6-4 or it goes to 8-2. Like, that's the crossroads we're faced with here. I mean, Fnatic have got comfortably maybe 2 purchases behind this. We'll have to see where Durka sits coming into this round, but this really is a pivotal round.
And I do want to say a couple of these Fnatic rounds, they have been very close. Like, we've seen some mad clutches, some almost overheaters, right? You've got a couple of pop-off performances here and there. Same could be argued for that Mixwell round where he found 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere. So hard to quantify, I'm sure, to some degree what we're seeing here. But again, for G2, they do need some stability in this and to get a little bit of grip on what Fnatic are potentially doing here. Because, as I said, the pace feels so dictated to them at this point. It feels like, as I said, those crunches towards TP, the wraps that have been coming in. I do feel as though Fnatic just have a bit of a stranglehold on the map currently.
LotharHS going to throw down the Viper's Pit here. And previously, we did see 3 members towards B side, but Fnatic may be anticipating a little bit of that audacity we know G2 for in challenging this Viper's Pit, but we can see otherwise.
Oof. Mixwell. Punishing Mystic, all right. Oh, Boaster. Couldn't quite get the connection on it, and Mixwell's got another one. I mean, this is good. I'm waiting for something to go weird, right? Just like out of nowhere, Durka finds 2, but this is solid from G2.
I think as well, this is reflective of kind of the weight of this round. They want to hold on to this. Obviously, the operator a massive factor, but knowing full well what this round, in terms of the conclusion of this half means, they want to make sure that coming into this they can buy out comfortably. But I think they should be. I was saying they might just get away with 2 purchases behind this. We'll have to see how it lies now coming into round 10. G2 almost saving grace here that they're allowed to just exist. Oh, 5 survive through this. Yeah, it's actually, I mean, the operator kind of makes it a little worse than I was anticipating. Some ultimates to offset it, yes. If Boaster wants to opt for a judge again, possibility is there.
Feels like such a knife edge, right? It's like, okay, yeah, G2 kind of crossed that like first hurdle. There was like, this could really spin the way the rounds go, right? It could really change the dynamic. Okay, they've done enough to kind of get it all even now. Can they pull it back to one of those scorelines that are manageable? We'll find out in a couple of moments. Early work coming out towards mid, and it's Durka towards long this time. This is quite the battle, isn't it? Mixwell on the chamber. Durka on the other side, operator to hand, and a wide enough clear to make it comfy for Durka, and Boaster's actually found one himself as well. That's massive. The Seeker's going to go down. Nuki's going to actually navigate past them to some extent, but Durka's going to just unleash Fury. He wants it. He still trades from the grave, and Meadow dealt with. This is all on Nuki's shoulders in a 1v3. That's a shot. But he needs more. 32 HP, and he's marked, and the Seeker... That's not Sky's utility. That's actually 2 of the doggos going out. Similar, but different. Now, Nuki, what do you do with this? A 1v2. You know that Fade's somewhere on the site, but again, Altair, not known to be the operator player, but I mean, tonight.
He comes back across this. Well, that's going to tap out the finances of G2. 5 survive in the previous. But a full repurchase forced. Mixwell with the tour de force in hand. What about it? Fnatic greeting this pace change comfortably is a big positive. We have 2 rounds left here. Very polarizing ends, I feel like.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, and is this the lock-in towards shower?
The counter utility.
Yeah,
That's
hold
so
on.
good to watch. It's so good to watch. I mean, G2 don't often, rely on some of these choreographed pieces, but it's like, it's Fnatic, man. Like, you don't want to try and pull something out like that.
Come on out, geek the geeks.
The snake bite in response just stops it in its tracks.
Yeah, that was actually so nasty. And now we have a player disadvantage. And that was like 1 minute 20 still on the board, even maybe 30. It was very early, so to be working with player disadvantage, Nuki removed as well, who has been pretty impactful. I don't think Durka even really saw Mixwell.
It's on the back of the snake bite as well. Makes that wall bang do a little more damage. And look at this,
combos.
The checklist of utility for Fnatic.
And there's always intent behind it. It's not just wasted. That's the really impressive thing. There's always a nice peek behind it or a look behind it. Avova does quell one side of this. Actually, Hoodie does on the other. What a fight back. Fnatic either just slipped for a second, but again, an option, a moment. Fnatic are fighting for this.
Catch all 3, I think.
At least 2. Boaster closing in, and he does decide to pull the trigger. I was waiting to see if he was going to be patient, see if he could maybe spot another, but he was going to pull it on that. And now the final 2, we know where they are. And any second soon, I feel Enzo will as well. But what can they do with this? Avova trying to navigate around, but this is such a tricky position to be in. By the time he could be right. He could be on the right side of this, and Boaster can't help Enzo. And the spam, the pre-fire, and it's good. And Boaster, no man's land, caught uncomfortable. That round was uncomfortable. Early round looked like Fnatic had it all, right? Everything going right. And then mid-round, somehow, G2 switch it.
Like I said, G2 just being unorthodox. They're happy to just on these offbeat moments, right? When Fnatic feel as if they have a bit of comfort with that utility, it gets invested. They still have the benefit of the smokes being up. They're feeling really good, right? Then it's just like 2, I mean, you could define them as overpeaks, right? It's literally 2 solo swings that are rewarded with kills, and straight away G2 back in the driving seat. Actually, a really interesting post point there because of the deafen effect with Fade Util. Avova's almost starting to panic. Okay.
Toxin screen down.
It's not often you see the judge fully commit outside of Hooker, but both will go 1 for 1.
As if it buys time for this, maybe? They've had to re-clear with a little bit more diligence. Oh, that's a spike. Oh, and wait, Meadow still gets it? Meadow still gets that. All right. 3v2. Spikes down in mid.
Eyes go towards Mystic and Mixwell. Mixwell's heard it. He's heard it.
Mixwell should have this, right? He's
Oh
got the
my
angle
god,
for
Mystic.
It. The walk up along from Boaster as well. Don't forget that that's slowly happening as well. Oh, Mystic, you're lucky to keep your life here, but this is weird timing now. Mixwell's got a little bit of timing on this, the turn, but Mixwell was there. Mixwell filled the void well enough. But they've made progress in the meantime. Alpha has got into a really dirty spot 'cause in his head. That was not a problem.
From Alpha, yeah. What a round, Lauren. Seriously.
That reposition, man.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And it's all this slow creep, right? But
yes.
I mean, Mixwell is so active. Mystic actually with the awareness to anticipate that. But then the whole time that's happening, the reposition, like you said, it's so interesting to watch that. Unfortunately, Meadows just like he's in a position with the information he's fed. It's like somebody's going to be holding the spike, right? Surely.
Yeah. That's it's.
Wow.
I've got to say, right, like watching Alpha play.
He's playing ahead of his years, man. He's playing ahead of his years.
I feel like I'm watching someone who's got, you know, bare minimum 6 years experience in the game. Just slip it into positions that it's so nice to see. Like a young talent like that, and I really hope he converts it to a LAN performance for his first big event. Genuinely, because I'd love to see this guy just flourish, right? Because he has got some real intuition in the game. Nice to see as well. Finding that form here in Valorant, but the side switch comes in, and we are at 8-4 if you're just tuning in. Fnatic, a weird map too, and a great one for G2, but now we are back on the third, and Dirk has found a over with a boom bot.
Spike down.
And the second with the ghost as well. Nookie unnoted though, 2 quick headshots for him, and the pinch is perfect from Meadow. Actually comes down to just the 1v1. Enzo closes things out. What are these rounds?
I don't know, I don't know.
How is Nookie still there? Just, yeah, okay.
I want his aim. Oh, wait, honestly, can I just... the full package. This guy's good. And honestly, credit to Enzo, no messing around.
Yeah.
Just take the fight. I don't want to sit there playing, like, you know, cat and mouse games with Nookie. Just get it done. Wins it out. Now, Mixwell feeling bold. And feeling dead. Alpha, this guy is just...
So immediately as well, just the adjustment to put utility towards showers as well.
And there's no fallback plan now. Look at it. It's like Meadow was just screwed from the start. You can see then the utility from Enzo comes in, hard clears it essentially. So they now have full information as to where this player may be. It's so well constructed and considered. However, then we go back into the live round as to what we're seeing, which is still a 4v3 post plant.
Hoodie can find anything here. Meadow as well, tucked up close. Just a classic in hand. I'd expect them to allow just one tap to go unnoticed. Nookie with the backstab though, Lauren, and Meadow found a kill.
You can never leave this man unchecked. You cannot ignore this man, and Nookie's going to push it. He's going to try and... Oh, the desperately went for the reset on that third shot. Now Boaster. He got backhanded, but he's got the round.
I mean, everyone falls. Hoodie rightfully so doesn't want to hold on to that Spectre. Which puts G2 in a more commanding position in terms of the purchase. We'll have to see what Fnatic decide to settle on. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, a couple of rifles popping up there. I was thinking, yeah, if you're not all going to... this is the correct decision in this scenario. especially with this round lead. Not necessarily feeling a lot of financial pressure in that regard.
Mixwell trying this again. And he actually wins the fight. Spots the spike as well, falling off the back of Boaster. And Nuki now going to be on red alert, as he should be. Players now really closing the gap, but the Frenzy's being held at bay. Durka gives it a go and loses his life for it.
A bit of a farm in process. Showstopper online already for Nuki. And now at this point, just don't even risk the rifles. Let's stick an Alpha. Yeah, got mountains to climb, even if they want to find some damage in this round. I mean, the Marshal in hand for Alpha, yeah, has a chance here on long to find one.
So he's no tens with that thing, all right? Relax.
I mean, there's no Enzo,
It's
right?
like-
Enzo was landing
True.
shots.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty fair assessment. I just like saying tens to roll up chat. You know what I mean? Gets towards like 8 p.m. my time, and then North Americans are starting to tune in. Just mostly the bat chest. That's it. 10-5. Now, again, kind of taking stock of this, right? Call it what it is. Let's just take the game at face value, right? G2 are putting up a pretty decent performance considering the state they were in at the start, right? That they were pretty shaky throughout this entire thing. Oh, we're live into the round. That's good. Nice long replay. Hopefully nothing interesting has happened, like utility.
Just lineups.
Oh, no one cares about those.
No.
Geeks.
Oh, with Fnatic are watching, I want to see all of them, to be fair.
Yeah, I am being actually a Saki cow because I do quite enjoy seeing what the intent is. And I actually really like that little kind of crunch. They looked like it was constructed towards Shower when Presence was potentially considered. There was, I think it was a little bit of utility from Alpha here and then Enzo investing a bit as well just to make sure that they can clear that keeper cubby. And again, you can see this work in motion. Fnatic really utilizing. I've got to say, Enzo on Fade has thoroughly impressed me.
It's an interesting exchange, though. I mean, Fnatic not necessarily achieving anything on the back of it. Conceding a little bit of damage as well. Alpha are going to catch this heal now.
Poison orb emitting.
30 seconds left.
But G2 actually going to send two. Well, Mixwell now reconsidering, but almost considering that rotation coming through. Mixwell good with the spam onto Durka, though. And actually follows up.
And while this happens, look at Meadow. Did he got spotted? I think there was like the third player back. I don't know who it was. Actually noted him just for a second. Otherwise, he could have really gone away with murder. Now, Fnatic have the spike down in a 3v3 post plant, but the angles aren't too favorable. And actually, Boast almost got punished. Quick trades come out and G2 go 2 for 1. And now it's all on Enzo, and it ain't for long. Nuki's going to put him to bed. And I kind of like the life we're seeing out of G2 here.
And never go down without a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Operator retrieved as well. Let's see where Mixwell sits now. The Tour de Force in... Well, again, available for him, but financially not really tested just yet. I mean, Meadow and Avova down to 1,700, but the funds are there to spread. Fnatic back down on a Shiko. Encroaching on one of those snowball rounds. Just missing 2 ult orbs overall for Alpha, yeah, and Boaster. Is this it? Is this the Rumble in the Jungle?
Are we showing the lineups?
I think that's the lineup for long, I'm pretty sure. That's for kind of the crunch into Garden.
Okay,
you can see it there.
Okay, well... Something's...
Well, I mean, yeah, the problem being is Mixer on the other side, right? So you can't just TP away.
I do like the idea of it, though.
I think
theory.
I think the last time we saw it, I was talking about just even just having the possibility to have, you know, Durka close that gap a little bit and just post, maybe just bounce the paint shell off so that it lands close to the entrance to Garden there. Maybe they're just teasing us. There's another like 2 or 3 pieces to that we haven't seen just yet.
What is this? Production, please, man. I'm hot. I'm thinking I'm having like a fever dream here.
I think I'm having a seizure.
Please, man. Please.
G2 quietly though bought this within 3 rounds.
They
Laura,
have.
and then
They have. Right. Thank you
actually,
for bringing me back, Mike.
They win this one, and they're in a position to bring it to 1 round. You look at how much. Like I said, this is the snowball round that Fnatic need. They need to convert this, and it needs to be clean because G2 have built up a bankroll now. 7K, 6,900, nice on Hoodie. Meadow, Nuki, and Avova also sitting pretty comfortably. And some
I'm
key
interested
ultimates.
in this because they just did I think they just did the similar look to the quote-unquote rumble in the jungle, right? Utility goes down towards long, da-da-da-da. Now, they showed no like real intent behind it. They dipped away. If this is like a double pump fake, this is filthy. We'll find out.
I mean, I just have my eyes on Boaster.
Yeah?
Right here.
Okay.
Face your fear!
Well, let's see what
up.
Boaster can do. And Durka has got Hoodie. So, it played close.
But the thing is, with that ultimate, the audio is denied. They can't
They
hear
have no idea
the
on the
first
TP.
or the second TP.
They're already calling it though. I like this. They're calling this so early, and maybe because Nuki might have dipped across to hear at least one of these, but they read this so early on. They are here super quick to this, so they will get a plant, but this post plant won't be anywhere near as safe. A good trade comes out. Boast's gonna find Meadow, but a quick trade back and forth. 3v3 post plant now. Viper's Pit gonna go in as well, just to for a little bit of good measure. All being thrown into it. And Nuki could be the final piece in the puzzle here. Look at this positioning coming around. Does he get the timing right to potentially catch Enzo? Enzo just dips away. And gets the reveal. Nuki is the downfall, but the timing is his. And speaking of timing, it's all on Mix. Well, he has to go fast. How did he get that?
Oh my god. It's Nuki to come through and find 2 inside the Viper's Pit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's painful. That's really painful for Fnatic.
Because that was everything. That was a whole lot thrown into this round.
Was it everything? I think it was everything.
I'm going to double check, but it feels
It was
like
everything.
Yeah, it's everything. You had Durka popping the ult, right? He popped his over towards long. You had the divide coming
Cosmic
through.
Divide goes up. Enzo throws it through to deny that information.
Yeah. Oh, that's
a tough pill to swallow for Fnatic.
It is, and off the back of either a really good call of just like reading the intention, or potentially Nuki hearing it. Durka?
Right.
I'm glad we chose the other POV. Xilv? I don't know if it's Xilv. I'm just blaming you. I'm kidding, by the way. I kid. Love you, Xilv. Shout out to you. But yeah, don't know how he's got those. Mixwell's now just like, no, not really taking this for granted. Alpha is catching the cross.
That's Spike? What is Spike doing out there?
Oh dear. This round could have been genuinely feasible, but maybe Boaster gets the timing on it now? That was bizarre. What is going on? Oh dear.
Oh, this is so weird.
It just looks a little overcooked in my mind. It's still recoverable because Boaster had some nice timing to get back around to this.
I have the spike.
Spike now collected, but
they gotta know one's still just posted in TP.
yeah, he looks really paranoid about it, which is probably the right call. And Mixwell joined.
Fake smoke on A, but it's not really a smoke for anything. So
TP taken. Now, let's see how much they can achieve on this retake. You can see Boaster's catching the cross and Enzo going to play the site. Who's taking any chances here? Boaster's sitting on a nice passive angle. That's going to be Nuki crossing. Call should be made. Where's the second layer? Oh, Boaster, good shot towards Nuki, but it's Enzo who went down in the meantime. Lovely work from Boaster. I was a little worried that Again, Mixwell was about to just insta-trade him, but well done to slip back.
What's good from both was actually to reposition deeper and then up on, just to create a slight off angle.
Because this was, I was about to wait for this drop down to absolutely batter him.
That was awkward because you're almost expecting Bosa to not even shoot at the first. When it's Nookie double satching, like, look at the face cam.
Yeah, I think he knows it was a little dicey there at times. That's start of things, man.
Beautiful, just a minute adjustment there to create, to just make it even harder for Mixwell. He's not going to be pre-aiming slightly above there.
No, that was super nice. Okay, let's have a little look, see how this affects the outcome. 11-8. And I'd certainly say this is not Fnatic at full strength. I think this is Fnatic. Man, this sounds almost mean, and it doesn't. It feels like they're pulling punches to a degree, right? They're putting enough out there.
I also think that this is G2, the team that just can do something when you expect them not to, and that's the thing. It's always been a thing. It's part of their brand as well.
Absolutely. So it's one of those where it's like these two are right next to each other. We catch the two first. Here we go. Ooh, Fnatic have to hit the brakes for a second now. And again, so close yet so far. Say hello. Bosa's caught Mixwell. That's a big catch. And the adjustment could work nicely here. Is there only one player left to fill on the back towards A? That's going to be a Vova. A Vuva.
Vuva got to go huge here.
30 seconds left.
Prowler won't spot him. Now, whether or not actually Boaster's going to get a little overzealous. The plant will come through regardless, so.
Okay, post-plant situation. What do they look in these post-plants? Okay, so you got one kind of late shower.
The response divide.
Yes. But look who is on the other side of it. This man. And if you ain't going to check him, he's going to get you for free. Hoodie goes down. But G2 go right back into it. 3 back-to-back. Durka, you fancy going through there, mate? Yeah, fair enough. Gave it a go. Gave up his life.
What were the setups there? I mean, the flash comes through.
I don't know.
I don't know, a couple of these rounds where you expect Fnatic to just have such a robust setup.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not been there. And they're in scenarios where you're not really hiding anything, right? It's in scenarios where, exactly.
And, you know, it's always the thing of like it's the strats that get you to the site. It's the kind of synergy, communication, all the other bits that get you the post plan and get you the round, right? Like if you're talking at it in like a very easy entry level way, but yeah, a little bit bizarre in that instance, because I thought with Alpha has done really well to keep that position valuable in towards shower, and then fell to pieces. And so is their money off the back, right?
That's an interesting way to start this one though, because Mystic has fallen off the rip. G2 are able to get away, not receiving any damage either on the back of it. Retrieve the orb here, get Durka one closer to the showstopper. Alpha slipped the net though. You think this is considered?
So wait long enough? Probably not. But I don't know how patient they're going to be with this. And, well, meantime, Durka's caught Meadow regardless. So at this point, if he posts that, they're in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, just going to evacuate. Probably the right call at this point. Now, do keep in mind that Mixwell did stay around, but Boaster catching the lurk on the other side is perfect. That's really nice. Now, Mixwell's timing. He even gets one for free. He didn't even realize it. No way did he think there was another player behind that. And Boaster's position was already considered. It was noted a while back when he picked up that kill. I think he has to just give this one up again.
I need to see that, babe. Give me that in 0.25 right now. The lineup is a pixel perfect.
Yep.
That is disgusting.
Right there.
Let's see.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god. Somehow, one round is separating them here, Lauren. G2, I mean, I said it before, they don't go down without a fight. And they're putting up a hell of a good fight versus Fnatic here. A couple of these rounds, you can say the same about Split, right? They could really go either way. A pacey hit towards Aho. The judge perfectly timed with the Trailblazer.
Mixwell didn't stand a chance.
No.
And that's just like one of those things I'm like, how long does Fnatic keep a couple of these little hits up their sleeve? They're like, okay, pull this out. Screw it. Let's run hit number 2 out of 400. And Mystic gets to keep his life. Pops the Seekers to give him a little bit of an insurance plan to buy maybe a second or two and reveal some of these positions. And take the fight. Yeah, why not? Mystic doing so well to even be able to play his life to that degree. I thought he was dead before this, but no. And Enzo looking like his whole time.
We'll try and secure this yet. 2 will be noted at least. I'm not sure if Meadow can. Not again. Surely not.
Someone's got to keep track on this one. Someone has to keep a track, and they do.
Match point.
Fnatic claw their way to match and series point here on Bind. And it's not been easy. G2 still got money in the bank. Still got enough for an operator here on the brink of some ultimates. I mean, actually, if they can win this out, it's look at the advantage they'll have, Lauren.
Yeah.
Nuki, the only one really lacking progress in that regard, but at any given moment, he can pop off, find 3 or 4 kills in a round.
Are they going to walk mid? Yeah, they are. They're walking mid. 2 players. Hoodie's going to find Dirk up. And surely you don't expect the next layer, which is Nuki. I mean, you're standing guard for it, but 2 players swing. Endure any other day of the week, I'd say he gets 2 from that, but he doesn't.
Yep.
1-for-1 trade out.
It's just such high risk. It's almost like a straight 50-50 for him there. Trailblazer will clear back through. I think only just noting 1. Fnatic probably going to try and use that to their advantage, but both raises eliminated. And Fnatic creeping closer and closer to that Viper's pit. Now, Vova is situated a little deeper in towards pipes here. Enzo will try and throw some Muto up here. Mixer has to TP out.
Yep.
But hasn't drawn a rotation at all. Because there's no pressure towards Hooker here. Mixer is actually preempting this. But every time I say something about Mixer rotating, he just does the complete opposite.
No, actually, Hypoc, I'm not.
No.
I'm slowly going back to B. 15 seconds, though, and Avova has, I thought, really good timing. But actually, not so much. Meadow, middle of no man's land, but a great almost off angle. Gets to fade away into the smoke. And takes Mystic with him, and there's no time anymore. Time's faded. It's cooked. This is G2 getting 11 on the board no matter what Fnatic want from this.
And now it gets a little more complicated. Enzo will actually fall. I think they're going to be struggling to muster together a purchase here as well, Lauren. Absolutely. Oh my god, it's worse than I thought, actually.
Oof.
I have to see what the gaps in the utility are. Dirk are settling for a Bulldog. Boaster has a very short list of options.
Yeah, they're not great.
Tour de Force, Seekers, 2 off the Cosmic Divide. Good position for G2 here to force overtime.
Yeah, it looks teed up for it. Enrico predicted it. Called it into effect. OT all the maps. And a missed shot to start with. Mixwell down, but certainly not out. Hoodie going to pick up that mantle, but you can already see Dirk wants the pressure, and he gets it.
Beautiful follow-up.
Mixwell eliminated, isolated, found, and Hoodie's position's been noted so early in this game. Yeah, it's been handled. Fnatic kick it up a gear out of nowhere, but you've got Meadow, Nuki, and Avova looking to maybe offset what feels like such a likely outcome.
Actually, Alpha, yeah, going to throw down the Viper's pit. The total control in favor of Fnatic. Now, look at the lineup. Where did that come from Meadow to force him off top?
That's something to look back on, because God only knows at this point. And Enzo, yeah, the timing's nasty now. They've got so much to contest with. Alpha's been set up to find Nuki. Meadow and Avova still doing what they can. It's certainly not without a fight. And Dirk is going to find it right back. Avova now left in the 1v3 and roll it back a couple of years. It'll be a different outcome. But it ain't today. Fnatic close it down at 13-11.
Just about able to get that one over. Almost with how G2 are playing that, you feel like that one's going to overtime. I mean,
it looked like it was written all over it.
Yeah, credit to them in that regard. This is one that I don't want to say I've written them off because there's always the potential for G2 to put up a fight and make a series interesting. But this was far and above that in my eyes. But actually, a very solid performance from G2, all things considered. Yes, we come out with a 2-1. It's a good performance for them.
For me as well, especially when it comes to G2, they do their best against good, like, high-tier teams. Genuinely, I think G2 elevate to their opponents. They're very bad, I think, at holding their own against anyone across the board. But if they deem them a good opponent, you're going to get a good game out of them. But regardless, it's about the player of the match for you, and it's going to be obviously from the winning side, which will be I guess Fnatic at this point, you know, walking away with a solid 2-1. I mean, not flawless by any means and close to the most expected, but Enzo, Althea, Durka, actually a very tough call in my mind. I'd say Enzo had some really pivotal rounds here, but Alpha is hard to ignore.
It's Enzo for me for that Icebox performance. Honestly, I need to come out 23-5 or something ridiculous like that. Just the value that they were getting off his utility, not just damage but confirmed kills. So and it's also birthday boy, right? We'll write off the bind performance and we'll give it to you on the first two.
Just for the birthday. I like that. He does have a picture of Mitch and not us, which is pretty reasonable.
It's weird.
I do understand.
Strange behavior.
Okay, I try to be nice, Mike, and you've just called it weird. So, you know, fair enough. We'll leave it on that note. As well, yeah, I guess I don't have a picture of Mitch in my house, so it is a bit odd. Maybe we could rectify that in the future. For now, we are going to wrap up the day with the desk, so we're going to head over there in just a moment's time.
Who's next?
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions. So I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving it out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up.
it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
So there it is. Fnatic confirmed themselves, in case we didn't already know, as the most dominant team in EMEA. The final map is theirs. 13 to Fnatic, 11 to G2. Thank God you're here. Kaquka and Lothar are here on the desk with me. Ian, undefeated in the group stages. A nice win over G2 to cap things off. Fnatic truly are something else.
Yeah, but this last two maps were a little bit shaky, especially when it comes to the attack on both the teams. It was a little bit questionable, especially on that second half when we saw Fnatic actually struggling, maybe to play into passive, play more for the default that was necessary.
You know, what's funny is that where G2 found the most success is where they were most unpredictable, exactly like on Split, where Nuki or Mixwell had some really unorthodox pushes. It did bite them few times, but also they gave them some wins on the attack. The one round where Mixwell just pushes in, I think Pansy was talking about those 3 seconds that he just used to push into CT. You are unprepared. He'd got that kill when someone was running with a knife.
Yeah, but we're also talking about the Headhunter, okay? We've seen it days before, and it's just beautiful to see in some of the occasions. But hey, Fnatic managed to close this one up, and it was actually the set strats on the attack that granted them more success. But of course, knowing that, especially how those post plans went when they hadn't forced any of the utility on the side of G2, they had to wait a little bit to see if G2 were going to get proactive. But it's complicated, right?
Yeah, in general, I feel like Fnatic was also struggling to convert the advantages. They had 15 first bloods to G2's only 9. That's a huge difference. And in general, they also had huge problems with converting 5v4s. 6 out of 10 were successful, and also they lost 1 5v3. That should not be happening when you have a 5v3. That's a huge round. And if I'm not misremembering it, I think it was that round when they actually lose it, and then are on a semi-bye after that.
Yeah, but still, is 2 pistols going for them? I would have liked them to feel more comfortable, especially going on to playoffs, but I feel like they were just trying to reinforce some of the stress that they had before and not actually show anything too crazy.
Yeah, go on.
Fnatic won 5 out of 6 pistol rounds here on this best of 3, but not only that, before going into this match, they had a 75% win rate on pistol rounds overall this stage. They had even higher right here.
If you are waiting and wondering why we don't have a Fnatic player on the show right now for a winner's interview, that is because we're saving it for the post-show. So don't go anywhere. We are joined by a very special guest a little bit later on. But for now, for the very last time here in this split, Lothar, please make your way to Lothar's lab.
All right, we're gonna jump in. Guess what? Probably some Fade stuff. Yeah, not only that, but there's gonna be some Fade stuff. So first, let's do the Fade stuff first, maybe. So remember how I, before the match, pointed out that pay attention to the TP crunches with Fade utility? Well, there's a beautiful example here, round 8, where Fade TPs from long B into the TP, into shower, and she's gonna use so much util through that. It's a beautiful crunch. 4 players from Fnatic are doing the pressure from both angles now, but not only the manpower is here, but also the key pieces of utility from Fade. So we're gonna see that first one will be the Prowler. The Prowler confirms someone is in front of the smoke. Then we're gonna see the Eye being used and the C's. And now the C's, again, the ability to not cross this line, and of course from the behind as well, traps Hoodie in that spot, and he's essentially dead, so he needs to fight for his survival. Other one I would actually want to point out is one of the TP rotations that Fnatic wanted to do. This is actually a beautiful combination of the ult from Enzo on Fade, which deafens the opponents, but it also puts them on DK and marks them for the Prowlers. So what is going on over here, I'm going to zoom in on the minimap, is that we're going to see the Fade ult cover the entire B side. And the plan from Fnatic is to first deafen the players on B side, use as much util as possible, then cover the site with the Astra ultimate and go through the TP so that no one will be aware of it. But unfortunately, Mixwell just catches a player movement before this Astra divide is coming through, and that not only confirms that the players will go through towards the teleport, but also nets him a kill. So a nice plan, but it's being unfortunately foiled by Mixwell's good aim and a little bit, let's say, Delka being a little bit too fast before that ultimate going through. And last one I wanted to showcase is here, shower control. That is something, maybe first this, because this is the same round. This is the round where G2 got an advantage. They have a Viper spit on short, but Nuki is pushing through market. So not only he costs the advantage towards G2, but he also weakens the B side, because now only 2 players are on B side and Viper is controlling short. So that Viper spit has less value. But here comes Avuva to the rescue, where he gets the control with Viper, with the smoke that is held there for 15 seconds, but also those 2 stars here are guaranteeing that he will delay the potential push through showers for so long that Fnatic is not able to plant on A side.
Yeah, especially when the match gets so close, the outcome of mistakes is going to be elevated. For the last 3 series the G2 have been playing, they have lost on the 3rd map, 13-11.
All right, well, player of the match. It was a tough one. We had some really exceptional performances throughout that series there, but it is, of course, Alphayer. He is our player of the match, and deservedly so.
It's the versatility. It doesn't matter if it's on the Viper, on the Killjoy, a very young gun. His birthday was on Friday, and I totally agree with what Pansy and Hypoc said. I really want to see him at an international event.
61 frags over the course of 3 maps, 48 deaths plus 13, and also 10 first bloods, 7 first deaths. So overall, positive on almost every single most important stat in the game, but also he's always playing on different character. He played on Killjoy, he played on Viper, he played on Raze as well, and he was efficient at all 3 of those. That 17-year-old is insanely good at this game.
Crazy for 17 as well, but you've got to imagine that pressure that's going to come from a LAN. He seems like the sort of guy who can handle it, right?
Oh yeah, completely, for sure. I feel like he's shown discipline, he's adapting to a team, he's very invested in improving the language as well. And everything that we've heard from him, not only for his teammates, but for all the players, has been huge respect.
Yeah, I 100% agree. One of his probably biggest problems will be the language, but also it's probably the easiest to solve.
As G2 go away and have a little bit of a think after this defeat, what do you think they most need to work on going forward?
G2? Oh, phew.
Not throw in important rounds. No. I think that this was a reality on both the cases, and we've seen on previous encounters that they've had that sometimes those advantageous situations are not going in their favor because, as for example, we just saw with Nuki, when they got a little bit of the advantage, maybe one of the players feels like they need to do a little bit more, a little bit extra to grant them the round.
All right, well, it is time for the pusher, and we have a very intricate, unique way of getting into that segment. Are we ready to do it?
Yes.
Let's get into the pusher. And now we're into the pusher. The lights are a little bit different. The mood has changed a little bit. And we have a very special guest joining us on the show from Fnatic on his birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Enzo to the show. Enzo, hey, how's it going?
And
Yo,
Mitch.
hello. Hello, guys.
And
Mitch,
Mitch,
you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
You look very young. You only look younger.
Do we sing happy birthday?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Just wanted to...
Enzo, would you like Double I to sing you happy birthday?
Lothar, you know how to sing, bro?
Oh, no, he's calling me out.
Yes, come on, Lothar.
way.
You've got to do it now.
No, it's fine. All good.
I mean, I did it. I did a small thing, okay?
Enzo, what a way to celebrate on your birthday with an incredible performance and a victory. Look, you already had everything you needed to have locked in prior to this series, but a win over G2 still has to taste extra sweet.
Yeah, winning G2, even though they had nothing to win. Like on our side, we had nothing to lose, and on their side, they had nothing to win, right? So winning them, it's always a good feeling. I actually think that we played very well, and they also played very well. They adapted, they took their time, like they had no stress, no pressure. Like I think they played really well. Like you could feel it in game. Sometimes we were completely blocked by what they did. But yeah, winning them feels good all the time, no matter what. Like whenever, even if they have nothing to win and we have nothing to lose, like it's great that we get a win no matter what.
Did you expect this series? Because we've seen a brilliant performance every single week coming out of you guys. Did you expect this one to go to a third map?
Oh, we had zero expectation for this game right now. Like, we wanted to try new things because this was our plan for today. Like, winning or losing, we didn't really like. Okay, we just play the game, you know. But we just wanted to try some new setups, new aggressions, new things. And Mini, our coach, was like, "Yeah, guys, just try that out, and we don't care about the consequence of it. Like, just try." And on Split, we tried a lot of things. On Bind too, especially defense. And yeah, like we had no expectation for the game. The second map, I really believe that we could have won, especially if we played more into mid. But you know, we just a few fights that we did not win, and it made a difference for them in their favor. So I think Split was super close, and yeah, the third map, I mean Bind, it's always a good map for G2. So 13-11. Yeah, I mean, we had no expectation whatsoever for this game, and we tried a lot of things.
I have a question actually, since you mentioned that you wanted to try out some stuff. Are you able to maybe say that you tried something, a specific play that you were happy with the result of? Like any specific, and you know, I love technicality, so I would love to hear something from inside of the team.
Like for example, on Split, we had new pairs on the defense. Like we tried new setups to prepare already for playoffs, and I was playing much more on B because I need some practice on B side with my fade. That's an example, you know.
Yeah, you were using a lot of eyes on in front of Garage, but also TCs to help Alpha to control like deep B main, right?
Yes, for an aggression into B main. I use more eyes here, whereas usually I use more eyes on A. And now we have to get ready for playoffs with a lot of different setups. So we have to
don't give
get ready
everything
for
away.
me playing B.
Save something. Lothar, stop asking these questions. They're trying things out, and
All
you're
good.
just break everything down. We'll just create some new stuff, and we'll test it nowhere.
Misinformation, you know, misinformation.
Enzo, how much?
It's all good. Yeah.
How much do you credit your team chemistry and synergy? We see it whenever you're in boot camp together. We see it when you're on camera together. There's obviously incredible chemistry between you and the rest of your roster. How much do you credit that to the success you're experiencing at the minute?
A lot, because the team is very balanced. We have a mix in the team between a huge firepower, a very efficient leadership between Mini, Boaster, and myself. Like we all bring something different. All three of us, we bring something different. And yeah, we have everything we need to win, and we can feel it in game. And we always have something to work on. Like we always try to improve. So, for example, today we play a bit more. Like we tested a lot of setups, a lot of plays, and when we are going to review these plays, we know that we are going to focus on our communication and improve our communication, because today we kind of improvised in a lot of ways. Like maybe, I don't know if you guys felt it in game, but we improvised a lot these three maps. So our communication, you know, we have to talk more, we have to bring more, and this we can review and improve it a lot for playoffs. So, you know, I think to answer your question, our team is very balanced, and we are always seeking for improvement, and everybody is bringing something.
So the stage is over, flawless for you guys. How is the preparation now going to be different from these 5 weeks onto next week on playoffs? Is there something besides that communication that you're mentioning that you're really going to focus on?
It's actually nice, by the way. 60 plus rounds on Fnatic.
Yeah.
Plus 59. That is crazy.
That's clean. Especially since Derke got bowled. We had a lot of free rounds. Thank you, Derke. Thank you, Alpha. Yeah.
Well, as you answer Kaquka's question, we can take a look at the playoff bracket as well. As you can see, you know, you were locked in well before today. We knew that you were going to be sitting pretty in that second round.
Choose an opponent, Team Liquid or FPX?
Wow, I would say FPX.
Oh, really?
I would say FPX, to be honest. Yeah.
Rather than Team Liquid. Why?
Don't you want to try a little bit of Team Liquid?
I honestly, both teams, I'm ready to fight them.
That's the sort of confidence you want, right?
Yeah, we're gonna like as soon as we know our opponent. Like, so we are already going to prepare for both a little bit, but as soon as we know our opponent, like we will get ready for the BO3 and fight, because this is the most important game of the season, at least in my eye.
Yeah.
And we're gonna grind the game so much this week. We're gonna get ready for it, and yeah, like imagine like we win this. That means we can reach Masters and like go all together on LAN. So this is huge. This is for me this is the most important BO3 of the whole season right now. So we are going to get ready and just grind it out. That's it.
I'll tell you what, just like I don't want to put you guys on the spot, right? But as he just said here, one more win and they make it to Copenhagen. We're going to see them there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
I think there is a very low chance. I mean, to be fair, on stage 1, not everybody, but most of us said that M3 champions were going to be the winners, and we were wrong. But I think that on this occasion, most people are vouching for you guys.
Yeah, and we can feel it in game. To be honest, like I really enjoy it. Like the support from everyone. Every time we play, it's huge. Like from everywhere, like all the countries, it's huge. So thank you guys.
Hopefully no jinxes here, but yes, you guys look just like levels above the competition. So hopefully, yeah, good luck next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, you've got a tremendous fan base as well. Just before we let you go, we've got a couple of interesting statistics, I guess, to take a look at before we close out this group stage. The agents picked during this stage, we can bring up some numbers here. And Lothar, look who it is, the sexiest man on the servers, number 1.
I thought you were talking about Yoru. But yeah, the chamber is like obviously 79 picks, absolutely massive. He's mainstream, you know. He's shaping the meta game even after that nerf because of what we have seen in the game. Everyone who plays chamber suddenly finds new confidence, or way bigger confidence than playing on Reyna. Maybe not as big confidence as pre-nerf Jet, because that was even more flexible agent than chamber. But in general, I feel like the metagame is pretty balanced, because of course there are some outliers, you know, at the end trailing, but the duelist let's say slots are very limited, specifically when metagame dictates that you want to have more utility-based agents, which are typically not the duelists.
Yeah, also the popularity of Viper. Also, I think it has to do with the maps that we have been seeing. I want your opinion, Enzo. Why do you think that Viper is so necessary in some maps? For example, you also play her on Split.
I play her on Fracture. Mystic is playing her on Split.
I mean, you as a team, you guys.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We do play Viper on Split, and like I think this agent allows you to, like, the wall is OP, the ultimate, you can do a lot of things around it. So I think the win rate on the ultimates of Viper is really high. Like it's like to play double controller, having Viper is usually great in pair with another controller for a map like Fracture, for example. Like this agent overall is nice, I would say.
I have a question actually, because in professional play, you see on defense, many times on Bind actually, when Viper's putting the ultimate on short, she covers showers. Pre-nerf, she was covering also B with the wall at the same time because it was so efficient. But now it's typically just showers one way and the ultimate on short. Why is it that so many teams, when they see the Viper split, they push through it?
Okay, so like you mean the Viper split, the Viper ultimate, yeah?
Yeah, the Viper split is like such a huge block, but so many teams are trying to push with it. Through it, sorry.
You can see two reasons into that. Like the first one, you want to push it instantly to catch that Viper solo and off guard while she's doing the ultimate, you know, because she cannot be weapon out. So you just rush her instantly. Like you put a Prowler of Fate, for example, like anything that you have, you double satchel or you dash and you kill Viper instantly. Second reason why you would do that is that sometimes against some teams, you would assume that this area in the Viper ultimate is extremely weak. It's like 1 or 2 guys. And on all the other parts of the map, it's going to be extremely strong with a lot of very defensive setups and maybe an operator. And this is why sometimes you want to go into that ultimate. I'm not saying it's the best thing ever to do, but I'm just explaining why.
Reasoning. You don't have to agree, but you can always understand.
All right, we're just gonna take a quick look as well at maps picked throughout this stage as well. We've got some statistics here. No surprises there, Lothar.
Actually, there's a lot of surprises.
Okay, bring them.
We started this competition completely different. Like first 2 weeks, right?
No bind, no breeze. Nobody wanted to step foot onto those. I want to ask you, Enzo, what has been the map that you have enjoyed the most personally? It has to be Ascent, please. After the things that you've been doing with Fade there.
Yeah, I feel I feel great on Ascent. You're actually right. It was the case when I was playing Sova out there. It was my favorite map, but on Fade it's also very, very good. So I'm just enjoying it. I think Ascent is my best map right now, but I like all of them, to be honest.
I mean,
except
your
maybe
Icebox was pretty clean.
yeah,
23,
Icebox,
25.
Ascent, Fracture as well. Like even when I play another agent like Viper or anything, yeah, I'm ready for it.
I have a very small question. I anticipate the answer, but from your perspective, do you think you have bigger agency, you have more influence on the game while playing Fade or Sova?
More impact for my teammates, you mean, in general?
Or for yourself, or both.
The feeling
How
that
do
you
you feel
get.
like? What do you have? Do you think when you play Fade, you're more impactful for overall score, or is it on Sova?
Right now, it's obviously on Fade because Sova got nerfed so bad. Like the nerf is huge. We have a team. We have a thing in our team with the drone, and we always say the drone is like a really bad thing right now because that nerf was way too much. Like
8 seconds
like
already.
I
Doesn't feel
said,
nerfed in your
they
hands.
nerfed too many things on the drone: the duration, the HP, and the tagging.
scans.
Like
scans,
it's only
yeah.
two the scans. That's too much. Like, don't nerf all these 3 things, just nerf maybe 2. Or maybe, okay, if you nerf all the 3 things that I mentioned, then also lower the price. Because the drone is 400. You're playing Sova, you have a $400 credits drone, and what do you do with it? You're like, you can see something and then you die. Like, I don't know, it's not good enough right now. This is why I enjoy Fade a little bit more, and I feel like I have more impact. It's like mostly because of that Sova nerf.
Amazing insight. Right, just as I just wrap things up here, I just wanted to briefly say, how are you going to celebrate your win and the rest of your birthday?
Just good food. Maybe I'm gonna get some sushi here.
Ooh,
Sounds good.
I have
And
this
have
guy right
Mitch
here.
Mitch man's right
Yeah, I
there.
have Mitch with me, so I'm going to enjoy it, bro. I'm just gonna get some nice sushis and enjoy it, like at home, and yeah, that's it.
Sounds good.
I hope that Mitch's photo will be taking one of these seats, you know?
Absolutely.
We expect the outcome on Twitter, okay, later?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Enzo, congratulations on a wonderful group stage. Best of luck in the playoffs. And once again, one more time, I can't say this enough. It was the day you were born. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
Have a good one. See you.
All right,
too.
good stuff. Okay, right. If you're thinking of going anywhere, you absolutely cannot, because we've got some NA Challenger League coming your way. 10 p.m. CEST right here. So do not miss it. Sentinel versus Cloud9. It's going to be amazing. All right, I just want to say for myself personally, my first time on this desk, thank you so much for having me, especially you two, Lothar and Kaquka, for carrying me through this weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure. And look, enjoy the playoffs, guys. It is going to be amazing. Stay safe, look after yourselves, and see you soon. Bye for now.
You can't stop me now.
Attackers win.
Who's next?